what's up, guys? Welcome to a brand new episode.
Hey, let's forget that for a second. Welcome to the 2024 State of the Union. I'm your host, Ari Shaffir. And today, my guest is none other than the libertarian I need another L word.
Legend?
Libertarian legend, Dave Smith.
There we go.
God damn, I couldn't think of legend. I don't know, weed or I like to blame things on long COVID when it's just pot and lack of reading.
Oh, yeah. No, long COVID's become the thing no matter what it is. Cheated on your wife, late for work, long COVID.
Forgetfulness.
Yeah. It's all, whatever it is, it's all long COVID. That's the long COVID, babe.
For those of you who don't know, probably a lot do of your listeners, maybe. Every year on my old podcast, Skeptic Tank, we would do this, just a state of America.
Well, and not just that we did it every year, but it was... I mean, your Skeptic Tank was like a huge thing for me in my career. I mean, like I genuinely can't overstate it. The first time you had me on your podcast, I believe was called "Fuck the Government."
Fuck the Government
was the name of it.
Dave
It wasn't.
Smith.
We figured out the State of the Union like after that.
Yeah,
and then we decided to make that
I was
a
just
yearly
like, what's libertarian mean?
Yeah,
and then you just broke it down.
But it was the first time anyone had ever had me on a podcast to talk politics. Like to talk like, like you were like the first person because we were just friends. Yeah. And you were like, dude, you got a lot of shit to say. You should like come say this on my podcast. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. And like it was received really well. And I remember it was like at the time, whatever it was.
You weren't even promoting anything. You're just like, I actually never talk about this.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean, it wasn't even, dude, I don't even know if we were doing Legion of Skanks yet. If we had, we just started. Like it was brand new. I wasn't doing Part of the Problem yet.
No.
And you had like a big podcast at the time. It was like one of the biggest ones, like on the East Coast, at least, maybe the biggest. And you told me, it was like a few weeks after it, you were like, dude, it's my third most downloaded episode ever. Like it's only behind
not
like
name based.
Yeah. Oh, no,
like, hey,
not at all.
You got to hear this one.
Yeah. And it gave me a lot of confidence that, and then ultimately Rogan heard me on, maybe not that one. It might've been like the next one or whatever that he heard.
Yeah.
And then he had me on because of that. So yeah.
Yeah. He was like, this Dave Smith guy gets her. Rogan's good at that of like, hey, I like this guy's attitude about something.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it was very helpful for me.
Yeah. Yeah. That came also from like Summer of LOL. For those, probably no one does know, it was this right near Times Square, this shitbox room that Luis Gomez was booking, and it was nobody mainstream comedians really knew about us. Just me, you, Vitor, List, Soder, and it was just like a great hang. We had a massive classroom area to hang out and smoke weed on the roof and whatever. This is
where me and Rob Bernstein became friends too. He was like the new guy who came in there and he'd do check spots and shit like that. And it's like this is how we started hanging out.
And we would talk about libertarian stuff, and I didn't really know much about it, and I was like, well, but you're more Democrat than Republican, though, right? and because I didn't understand libertarians, it's the third thing, but I'm like, no, it's a subset of one. And you're like, no, I hate both of them. I always quote this. You're like, the way I see it, one of them wants to take 35% of their money and do with it horrible things I don't agree with, and the other one wants to take 37% of my money and do horrible things I don't agree with, because I just hate them both. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's held up over the years.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Yeah, hating the government is just like, you can do that. So we got a lot to talk about, and about America in general, and just like everything. And I try to lead this, and here's why this is a good one, because we have a non-Democrat or Republican. You're talking about like team, country. It really is. So you're a libertarian, and I'm an apathetic. So I don't also have I'm not trying to get you in any way. The only time I'll be like, explain that is when it doesn't make sense to me.
Sure. It's definitely an advantage, particularly right now. Like, I don't think we've ever recorded one of these like a few weeks before a presidential election. And it's a big advantage, especially in that time when you're not a partisan, because you're allowed to like see things clearly. Like I remember
I can see some of what this one's saying is good, some bad. Some of what this one's saying is good, bad. I can just pick and choose.
I had I tweeted something recently where recently, like within the last couple months, where something I was kind of like trashing Trump for. He said something that I didn't agree with, and I was kind of like trashing him. And I got there were several different people who responded to me on Twitter. I just found this so fascinating. and they were like, all right, Dave, I get your point, but like, why even say this? You know, like it was kind of like, because they were Trump supporters.
That's my whole job.
They're assuming I'm a Trump supporter too. And then they're just like, but why would you even say that?
Why hurt the candidate?
Why say something that's going to hurt him right now?
Don't they understand that's what their problem is with the other side?
Yeah.
That the press won't report on the bad stuff about.
But it's like how crazy is that you'd look at someone and go, so here's something I think is true. And you go, why would you even say that? Like, because I believe it.
Right.
That's the extent of it. There's no more to it than that. Like, because I'm just saying what I think.
I read in Myanmar, I found a book in a hostel. It was a set of questions. Alan Cummings? No, some interviewer. Question with Aung San Suu Kyi, this like leader of Myanmar, under house arrest for 20 years from the government. And people say she's a villain now, but I'm like, that's not what I knew of her and what the people said. So it doesn't all make sense. But one of them was like, I was having trouble with being allowed to be the leader. They wouldn't let her be prime minister. They made a rule: if you marry a foreigner, you can't be president. It was just directed at her. A law at her. And then like, all right, well, you can be like governor of Myanmar. So they made up a new, anyway, so she's leading and she goes, I'm so worried if I take stance A that side B will hate me. And if I take stance B, then side A will hate me. And I don't know what to do. And it was like really troubling me when I got into office. And then she just said, I just started laughing and I realized, oh, I should just do what's right and let everybody be mad if they want.
Yeah.
But as long as I'm doing what's right, it's not my concern.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's somebody else who's like good at being a political operative and being like, listen, you got to just say this because that'll get you elected, and then you really do what you got to do.
Yeah, playing the game.
But that's not my role. Like, that's not what I do. That's not why anyone who listens to me
so
likes
funny.
me. Like, I just tell you the truth. That's the only.
You're gonna hurt this candidate. I'm like that. Then I should.
He's like, but isn't your question like the thing that's so frustrating about it is that you're like, because it's not even like they disagreed with me. Right. They're like, why would you say this? And then it's like, well, no, direct that energy at Trump. Right. Why would he say this? Why would he say the thing he's wrong on? Like,
you're not going, hey, you look fat in that dress. And you're like, it's true, but why would you say it? No one's asking you. But they are all asking you about your political stances.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And one of the worst things about politics and democracy is that when you're in an election year, and you see this all the time, everybody just gets so tribal and doesn't want to say anything they think could hurt their candidate's chances. But when you really like zoom out and look at it, even if you're the most hardcore Trump supporter, this is the time when you should be hardest on him, because this is the time when he needs something from you. He needs your votes. He needs your money. He needs help. Yeah. And once he wins, which I'm not saying he will, but if he were to get reelected, then he doesn't ever need anything from you again. That's it. This was your last chance to extort something out of him, and no one wants to do that. Yeah,
I have a joke in my special that they hold that second term over people's heads. You know, like if you're not good, we're not going to reelect you. I'll be like, if I'm president day one, I'll be like, hey, just so you know, there'll be no second term. I'm going to fuck this place up in 4. You're not going to make me slow down.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm going to move to Italy. What was I just going to say? Interesting, we didn't do this 3 months ago. Glad we did not. A lot would be worthless.
Wow. That I never even thought about that. But yeah, a summer State of the Union this year, or like middle or beginning of the summer, would have been missing a lot. We still might be missing. I mean, a lot could happen between now and the election. But
I got to still in the process of editing out any Biden jokes from special. It even references to like him run. It's like, nope.
Yeah. It's.
I'm like, oh damn.
If you got a Biden joke now, the joke's got to be about him dropping out. Like it's got to be about the fact that he's not there anymore. Like
I had a joke. Even one joke was like, it was almost women that one time. Also doesn't work. It's almost women this time. Yeah. If not, it will be. I'll say this. I'm seeing a lot of people super confident in one or the other that they will win and not like, I like our chance. Yankees, as of this date, are 3 games up on the Orioles with 12 remaining. I like our chances. Right. But I'm not like, we'll definitely take in the division.
And neither Trump or Kamala Harris have that strong of a lead.
Didn't they learn from last time when it was 4 points for the Democrats? Didn't both of them learn this is too close to call?
This one is way too close to call too. This is even closer in terms of the polls than Biden or Hillary Clinton or
really.
Yeah. It's literally the latest poll I saw was, I think it was
post-debate.
Post debate. it was everything, including the national and all the swing states, were all within the margin of error. So essentially a coin flip of who, if this election were run tomorrow, who would win. Now, I do personally, I tend to think that favors Trump.
Because they're quieter voters.
Trump always does a little bit better than he's polling. But it's still so close that, you know, like if there were free and fair elections, which I'm never convinced there are ever anywhere. But if there were, I'd say if I gun to my head, I'd bet Trump. But that you're talking about like
still a lot of season left to play.
100 times he's going to win 57 of them or something like that. You know, like it's
the better way to
nothing
say it.
to be confident in. Like this is definitely going to happen. Nothing like that.
Jordan in his prime versus me in my prime in basketball. That is, I mean, even that. If I just throw up a bunch of hook shots and it's still, it's 99 plus.
Yeah, no, it's not. There's nothing that's that good.
He could twist an ankle.
I mean, it's you in your prime.
In my prime. Exactly. It's not. This is me as a Maryland women's basketball practice player. This ain't no slump. By the way, that margin of error, I'm going to start using that when in jokes bomb. Like that was within the margin of error.
That was within the margin of error of crushing. Yeah. So I consider that crushing.
Thank you very much to our sponsor, USF&G. Sugar makers galore. This country's built on sugar. Don't let it fade away now. Dave, we've actually recorded this now that I'm thinking about it in so many different places, on roofs, backyards, in a studio. There's probably less in studios than not.
At your old studio, at your old apartment, I think multiple apartments of yours.
Yeah,
that's right. In my old backyard.
That was a good one. A lot of sun on that one.
The dog came in at one point. That was fun. That was a two-parter.
We went so long.
2020, we had to do 2 parts.
What a wild election that was.
It was also the year. It was the year. 2020, it was the lockdowns. It was it was COVID. It was a pandemic. It was the riots, the Black Lives Matter stuff. It was the election.
Oh my God, that's right. There was so much.
There was 5 years fit into 1 year.
And I think we missed 2019 because I was in Ecuador.
Okay. Man,
I think I'd come back in 2020.
That might be it. Well, you've got to go Shaffir around the world. That can't be stopped.
It was COVID. My industry was done. So let's start. Let's start with the election right off the gate, I guess. Or should we end with the election? No, let's give them the election. Here's what I want to know. Because I'm watching these debates, sometimes on mute. They're very interesting on mute because I can see the hand of the advisor in it. And the Democratic National Conventions too on mute, where it's like, oh, they're taking back the American colors. They realized Trump was America, and when people see an American flag now, they go, "Are you serious?" In like liberal, it's crazy how we lost that. Even though Biden, if that was your last, he's president of America. Like, he also has USA shorts. Like they're just saggier, but. So they're like, definitely, let's get some more red, white, and blue. Let's talk about let's stay away from certain things. It's all interesting. But here's what I want to know. They all say a lot of stuff. What do they actually each stand for? Like when they say like Biden was like, I won't sell arms to Saudis, and then he does. So what he actually stood for is like, I'm going to be doing deals with Saudis. So forget the rhetoric. What are a few things that Trump wants to get done, and what are a few things that Kamala wants to get done? Good and bad.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit easier with Trump. That like if you're asking me to like,
should we go topic by topic, like war in Ukraine?
What the thing about it is that there's the issues that they say they care about. But to me, I mean, I think the thing that motivates Donald Trump the most is winning and being the winner and being the guy who said he was the best. And I think he's very motivated by the fact that he was a one-term president. He's like, that's bullshit. I didn't really lose. I won that election. And he wants to come back and win again so that the last word on him isn't lost.
Do you think he really thought he won that election? Or was it more like Bert saying he can out-push up Joe Rogan just to like sell a story?
I think they both believe it, man. Like I think Bert in that moment, I think he would have passed the polygraph test. Like I think Bert has a belief in himself. It's part of the reason why he's so successful. Like there's a belief there.
Yeah.
You know what Bert will do incredible things for a guy in his condition. And so a part of that, at least, is like having that belief in yourself. Like, no, I believe I can go run. Whereas, like, anybody else would have been like, no, there's no way I can do this.
Probably couldn't do that. Yeah.
I tend to think, again, this is like getting in people's heads. And, like, you know, I don't know Bert that well. No, I'm just kidding. I believe that about Bert. I know him better than I know Trump. But I do think Donald Trump believes he won the election. Okay. I think so. And there's enough there to, like, to justify his belief. Like I'm not saying anything even specifically with the election, but just the fact that they tried to rig everything against him, and they framed him for treason for years and said he was like a Russian, you know, conspirator and all these things, and impeached him. And then they overhauled the way they were doing voting, which did have a drastic impact.
Don't they always do that though? Redistricts and stuff to get...
No. I'm talking about the mail-in voting. Like for the first time, they made it so everybody could just mail in their votes because it was 2020, and they said because it's a pandemic, you know, whatever, for health reasons you can. And so what ended up happening was you got way more votes than you normally get.
Don't they always do? You have to do absentee. Was the only
There's absentee ballots. Like, so there are some people who can vote by mail, but for the first time in 2020, they made it so everybody could vote by mail.
So when I hear that, it's like, oh, that seems shitty. But also, it's like everyone should always be able to vote by mail. Why make someone take a day off work to go do it? Unless you're talking about there's fraud involved. I should just be able to vote online, to be honest.
I guess the problem is that, let's say...
I'm busy. I'm doing drugs all night. I don't want to wake up and do it in time.
Right. So let's say the person who's been doing drugs all night, who would have to say take 2 hours out of their day to go vote, but is unwilling to do that, is unwilling to take 2 hours out of their day to vote, but they will vote if they have to do absolutely nothing. I'd say it's debatable that you want those people voting.
Debatable, but then also every jury is made up of like 68-year-old retirees because they're like, "Well, this will be fun."
And that's also,
like, I don't want to do this, so it's not. You're not getting a jury of peers.
But that's also not necessarily the best thing. I mean, it's, you know, like it might just be like, well, look, that's the system we got.
Yeah.
But I definitely,
if you want everyone voting, you want to make it as easy as possible. And the Democrats who say like the ID thing is a problem, you want to take out all obstacles to be able to weigh in. If you do want everybody weighing in, I think it should just be landowners. But
I mean,
but if you want everyone voting in, you want to take away obstacles.
I unironically agree with that. But I think that the counter to that is not necessarily.
Why they did it.
Well, it's not just a matter of obstacles. It's a matter of like there is, you know, you want to also know that nothing's fraudulent.
Right.
And you want to know that the person who's voting is actually the person. And it does seem pretty crazy to me that it is, when it comes to the issue of voting, the progressives will say it's racist to require an ID because, you know, whatever numbers they have, it's of the people who don't have ID, a disproportionate amount of them are people of color or whatever. But it's like, I don't know. Well, then wouldn't it have to be, then isn't Amtrak racist and airlines are racist and government buildings are racist? Like why is it that you can be asked to show an ID for like everything? You can't operate in this world without an ID.
Yeah.
And yet for this one thing, which most people would say is fairly consequential, like pretty important, we're not allowed to have it. So I think like, the truth is, and I'm not saying there's no like real good way to enforce this.
What you want is every single person voting easily and no fraud.
Well, honestly, what I want is I want elections to be much less consequential. So I want the government to have a lot less power, and then it really doesn't matter as much who's elected to government.
Yeah.
But the issue is that, look, you could make an argument. I'm not saying there's a good way to enforce this, but you could make an argument that you don't really want more people voting, that you don't want all of the people who don't pay attention at all or don't have any stakes in the game or don't like know what they're doing to vote, and that you'd want the more informed people to vote, not the less informed people.
100% I agree. I do a joke about this, or did anyway, where it's like there was some word I couldn't remember, like filibuster or inauguration, something, and then I had to get the crowd to like help me, and they did. I'm like, why does my vote count the same as yours? That doesn't seem right. I know nothing.
Yeah.
And you can do research for 6 months and we get equal votes.
Yeah, I think it was in 2004. I think they had that big rock the vote thing with MTV, which was always like just get out and vote. You know, P Diddy was a big part of that. He's
vote or die.
If you've been watching the news lately, he's a great guy, and he was just trying to get people to vote. But it was, first of all, there was always a wink and a nod for Democrats. Like it wasn't exactly
MTV
said,
watchers vote.
but it was like MTV wasn't trying to get you to vote for George W. Bush. You know what I mean? Like but what always just bothered me at the time, this was my hot take in 2004, was just like, how is this unattached to like anything that's like inform yourself and then vote?
Right.
Start reading a newspaper and then vote. It was like there's no like thing that you're even supposed to do. It's like, no, just you. You're perfect the way you are. Just get out there and pick one of these two sides. And oh, by the way, pick our side.
Yeah, it's interesting. And the fact that there's sides in general where it's like, I mean, I know people, and by the way, I'm going to say this because I don't think there's any way to investigate it. I might ask you to cut this out later. I've committed voter fraud twice.
Really?
Yeah, I sold my vote one time.
Wait,
I
what?
took bids. Yeah, I took bids on a vote.
How did you do that?
I said, offer me whatever. I got offered blowjobs, money.
But you'd go and cast the vote.
But
you would vote the way.
Sent them on my absentee ballot. So you send it in.
Oh, so you'll give it to them to do it. Wow.
You know
and you
what?
got offered a blowjob?
I got offered so many different things.
Oh man, I'm not sure you want a blowjob from that pig. The pig who's willing to sell
think she
straight
might have
a
wanted to
vote for a
anyway.
blowjob.
I just might have wanted to anyway. Like, I'm just going to chuck it. I sold it, ended up selling it for some homemade macaroni and cheese. I thought that was the most interesting, and it was good.
Dude, that is so insulting to the chick who wanted to give you a blowjob. That you were like, listen, if it makes you feel any better, your blowjob was in the running until like the last couple rounds, but you got to taste this mac and cheese.
It's not just craft, bro. It could have been craft.
It's like they baked it. It's not just like you're on the stove mac and cheese. This was a real. All right.
So yeah, I get it. Where that is wrong to have voter fraud, but that's like a separate issue.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like, but you want an informed voter base, and we simply don't have that.
No, or anything
especially
even
with the
close.
media kind of guiding people to think certain ways. Where you're like, I can't. If I'm listening to them, I don't know the whole story. If I'm listening to your coverage of them, I don't know the whole story. I'm just constantly not getting the whole story. So
no, they're
even if I'm informed, I'm misinformed.
If you're informed, but just through the corporate media, you are aggressively misinformed. They are working to make you see things from a perspective that is not a reflection of what's actually going on.
God, and why is that? Why are they doing that? To protect business interests, or not just like we love Democrats? It's got to be.
Oh no! It's not. It's nothing like they love Democrats. I mean, they hate Trump. They don't like him. They see him as a threat to like their rule. Yeah. But it's not a matter of Democrats or Republicans. And you see that with all the Republicans who they champion. They're all the ones who are against Trump. So Mitt Romney and Dick Cheney and all of them, they're all quite happy to have them on. Liz Cheney is like a freaking hero to CNN and MSNBC and all them. Yeah. It's not about being a Republican. But, you know.
What is it? One supports stuff that's going to make them money? Or is it just like, this will sell us like...
It's much more, I think, about protecting powerful interests than anything else. I think that's why the media exists the way it does. I think they've been totally infiltrated by the CIA and all types of like spy apparatuses, and they're in the business of if you want to understand the corporate media, just think of them as state-controlled media. Like they're in the business of spreading the propaganda of the regime. And if you don't believe that, look. If they just cared about ratings, they would be doing huge stories on Jeffrey Epstein and JFK's assassination, and you know what I mean, and how the vaccine injuries, and like there's all these things that you would get huge. Look at the ratings that people like Rogan have pulled in off doing stories like that, off talking about those things. So they could get those numbers, but they don't want to touch those topics because it threatens people in power.
Well, I heard this is what happens in science now, where, listen, if I'm studying on the mating habits of frogs, like I'll get funding. Or I won't, depending. It's not a high level. Cancer breakthroughs get more funding. But if I have anything on gender, It's just like, bury those findings. I got to do my research on frogs. And if we put this out, I'm fucked.
Oh,
and I just need my research.
Oh, it's so true. And if it's on gender in the wrong direction,
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so, which the scientific studies would tend to be, it's like, because they kind of aren't. The scientific studies aren't going to teach you what your gender studies professor wants you to find. But even beyond that, and I've heard scientists talk about this before. This is why science is generally very good unless it's politicized. And when it's politicized, you see the absolute worst science. But I've heard people talk about how, like, so if you go, whatever, I have some study on turtle reproduction or something like that. It's like, you might get a grant for that. But if you go, I have some study on turtle reproduction that demonstrates why climate change is affecting turtles, the money is just thrown at you. Now you're going to go to the Galapagos Islands and you're going to study this and your research is going to be funded. So if you are, when it comes to something like climate change, where it's a very politicized issue, if you're giving them the narrative they want, there's going to be extra funding.
Which means you're more likely to look in that direction.
Right. Oh, yeah. Human beings respond to incentives. So Nietzsche
talked about this, where he said all the thinkers of his time, the philosophers of his time, was a big thinking time. Mm-hmm. And he goes, they're all they have a theory already or a thesis already, and now they look to prove it instead of just going, let me see all the stats. Like if I said I'm going to Dave's house and I have no idea about it, then I show up in the neighborhood and I go, this is my feelings about this neighborhood, Right. But it's not like, I bet Dave's neighborhood will have, a bunch of Mercedes Benzes around because he loves Germany. And then I see one, I'm like, see, they're everywhere.
Yes, yeah. No, you see this all the time, man. You see it particularly with like, you see this with like the woke left types who like are like, everything is racism. So you start with your conclusion, and then if you start with that conclusion, you can make that pattern happen, because then everything that's ever even slightly racist, you're like, see, proves my conclusion. Yeah. You see this a lot with like the more hard right wingers who blame the Jews for everything. It's like, okay, you start with that conclusion, and then you're like, oh look, this is a Jew. Here's a Jew. If you start from that conclusion, then you're going to go, oh, look, yeah, the Jews totally run everything. And then you convince yourself that you're like, oh, I woke up and now I can see all these things for what they are. But you're not actually questioning that first assumption, because if you were, you also might notice, oh, there's a whole lot of them who aren't Jews who are involved in this too.
So that doesn't quite make sense.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then you could kind of find a way to explain that away. Oh, yeah, that's because the Jews are controlling them, or because they're working for the Jews. And you know what I'm saying?
I had some feminist friends, they talk about that. Where
Yeah,
I'm like,
feminists
but
are
then
exactly
I go, but women are really mean to women. And they go, that's because men make us like this. I'm like,
that's
so
convenient.
Even when you're victimizing women, it's still men's fault. That's wild.
Well, yeah,
nice loop. Nice
people,
loop.
People, particularly where you said, it's
Shut up, Natalie.
Well, particularly like racialists and genderists, or whatever you want to call it. Like they end up creating this kind of tails I win, heads you lose type game. So that's exactly what you're talking about there, where even when I give you what would clearly be evidence to the contrary, and the reason why I compare it, well, I compare it to the Jew thing too, because there was this one thing someone made, which was a it's like
called them Jew things.
Yeah. Well, it was like a meme or whatever, a picture.
Yeah, I know what a meme is, Dave.
Well, I'm not sure if it was a meme technically, but
I just discovered this new thing the kids are talking about called memes.
Are you familiar with this? Well, so it was you've probably seen some of them before, but it was like a picture of a bunch of people in media, and then a Star of David over them, like they're all Jews. And this one was particularly bad because like a bunch of them weren't Jews. They just got it wrong. But then I was one of them, and like Glenn Greenwald and Max Blumenthal and some of these other guys, and they were like they said something about the Zionist media. And I remember,
you're not Zionist.
Well, I remember like responding and being like, well, the problem there is that you have me and Glenn Greenwald and Max Blumenthal, and there were like a couple others who are like pretty huge critics of Israel, like not at all Zionists. And then you'd literally get like these people who like don't like Jews much on Twitter, and they'd be like, yeah, that's exactly how the Jews work. They control both sides of every.
But then it's not okay. But you realize you're talking to either a troll, which is fun, they got you,
yes,
or an idiot, and it's like, why am I?
But I'm just saying, to your point, if you create a structure in your mind where evidence that would prove your assertion wrong, or at least damage your assertion, but then you find a way that actually proves you even more right. You know, oh, it's like all these Jews support Israel. Well, here's a bunch of them who don't. Oh, that's just what they do.
They control both sides. It's like, no. Oh, let me argue that in a second. But it means they're not all Zionists.
Well, that would be the first step.
That. So you're saying it's okay to control both sides?
Yeah.
No.
Right.
It's like talking to a fucking chick.
Yes,
it really is. When they just make a different argument, and you're like, we're not even talking about that.
Yeah, it's but again, it is, and I see people who get into it, and it's very similar to me too with like the feminist thing, where it'll just be like, well, look at the Fortune 500 CEOs. There are 98% of them are men, and you're like, okay, and then they'll extrapolate from that. So men have this male privilege, and you're like, no. Here's the thing, that's a tiny group of men. It's less than 500.
Right.
These are the most data points. The most successful men. It's like, you know what else is disproportionately male? Prison and homeless and all that. So if you want to get like a total picture of what it is to be a man, like you're not getting that from looking at the, it's almost as if going like, you're like, well, look, black people are a disproportionate amount of the NBA. Yeah. Therefore, the average black dude is an NBA superstar. Right. It's like, no. That second one does not follow from the first.
Is my statistics class in college. I remember them going like causation and causality are different things, or correlation and causation are different things. When they go, people who have had ice cream in the last few days are more likely to have committed a violent crime. And you're like, what? And they go, violent crime occurs mostly during the summer. Also, ice cream occurs mostly during the summer. It's nothing to do with each other.
Well, it's like being like, people who die of old age disproportionately live in nursing homes. Therefore, nursing homes are killing people. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. That's not actually how that works.
Yeah. I'm trying to think how to do it. Maybe we should break down these other questions and then weigh in on what each party stands for. Because what does each candidate stand for is too broad, I think.
Well, it's also like, Kamala Harris really doesn't stand for anything.
She doesn't.
So that's...
But what do you think she's going to do? Okay, let's do war in Ukraine. Will it continue under each of them equally?
No, I think that might be the one where there's the biggest difference. Donald Trump's rhetoric has been much, much better than Biden's and now Kamala Harris's. He's although he's Trump, so he's all over the place. And he also always has to make it about him, which is like the most frustrating part about Donald Trump is that he always has to make it. So whenever he starts talking about it, it'll always come back to like, never would have happened if I was in there, which is...
Yeah, it makes you root against him. To be honest, it makes you root against him.
It's also just not. It's just very shallow and not really true. I don't think. We went the last one, our last State of the Union. I think I went really deep on the history of Ukraine, Russia. So I don't want to like re-say the same shit again. But Trump was very implicated in the build up to this war. Also, he was the one who sent the weapons into Ukraine. And anyway, if you want to go listen to the last State of the Union, we talked a lot about that.
My close personal friend said we've talked about gospel music, and Theo Vaughn's huge, Tim Dillon's huge, Dave's been on this podcast.
Oh, that was my favorite.
But he said they had a ceasefire in place, and England and the United States said, no, we need you to occupy Russia. We need you to not ceasefire.
That not occupy Russia, to continue the war in... well, yes, I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. Yes, that's 100% true. It was Boris Johnson was sent over by the Biden administration to make sure, because Zelensky was going to agree to a peace.
Right.
Yeah, they essentially had it in writing and were ready to sign early in the war. And it was the Biden administration that got them not to do it.
This war helps our cause in the world.
Well, I'm convinced at this point they've wanted this war for a while. And I think the thinking in Washington is essentially that we know how much these prolonged conflicts have hurt us, and we could hand this to the Russians.
Right. They got out of really Afghanistan
hurt them
40 years ago because it was like unwinnable and couldn't do anything. And then we moved right in. It's like when a new pizza shop opens at an old pizza shop and you're like, did you do any of the research?
Yeah.
This old pizza shop failed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, how much of a better deal are you getting on rent? It's open a bookstore in a pizza shop. They're like, no, it's already got a pizza oven. You're like, a failed pizza oven. It's wild.
Well, from their perspective, and I think there was one of them, I can't even remember the exact quote, but it was like a general or a colonel maybe in the New York Times, but where he said something, he actually said it out loud. And Scott Horton has this in his book, which is about to come out. So I'll find it. Yeah. But he said basically something like, he was like, we may not know how to defeat an insurgency, but we sure know how to back one. And I think they said that assuming that the Ukrainian government would collapse and that it would just be an insurgency, not an actual war. But like they thought we...
Who's they?
I'm saying that... Yeah, I'm saying that the military establishment was like, hey, ultimately, Russia's going to be occupying this area where their government falls, and you're dealing with insurgent fighters, and we could back the insurgency.
And not a
because
war,
we're
right.
terrible. We have a terrible track record at defeating insurgencies, but we actually have a decent track record at using insurgencies like we did with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan against the Soviets to hurt them.
This is when Philip Morris...
Now, if you think about the track record, you may get caught up on shit like, oh, we were funding and training Osama bin Laden. That actually didn't work out that well for us, ultimately. Yeah. But they don't seem to have a problem with that.
This is like when Philip Morris accepted vapes and just go, let's just buy them all.
Yeah.
Let's just buy the companies instead of worrying about their competitors.
Vapes, everybody. Brought to you by Philip Morris.
They're just like, well, yeah, all right, it's hurting us. Let's let us hurt us.
Yeah.
So neither one is looking to leave Ukraine anytime soon.
Well, I mean, Trump has certainly talked about like how he just wants to work out a deal because he just wants the killing to stop.
Yeah.
And that is enormously preferable to what the Democrats have been saying. And I do think that Trump, like Donald Trump
if you don't value non-American life, which I can see an angle on, then that war is good for America.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think that you're wrong about it. Even if you go, I mean, like, which the first thing you should go, it's just like there's hundreds of thousands of people who have died as a result of this war. That's pretty goddamn fucked up. But I would say that even number one, just the risk of a nuclear conflict, which is not zero, you know? Right. And I don't like to like overplay that. But it does seem like that risk is amped up a bit in the last few weeks. And that alone should be a risk not worth taking. But the other thing about it is like, oh, it's been enormously expensive to fight this war. And it's just essentially what it is it's just extracting money from the American people to give to giant weapons companies who are, shipping their weapons over there. So I think it's hurt everybody.
Extracting money from the Americans, the taxpayers. Like, let's pull this out of them a little and throw it into
weapons companies.
Our company that makes weapons. Interesting. My buddy said Maryland was gonna put a legalization on slot machines. My buddy said he's voting against it. It was one of the ballot things where you could vote. And I'm like, why? He goes, it's a poor tax. He goes, anyone's allowed to, but poor people will more likely than rich people play the slots. And they're gonna lose at a certain percentage. So you're just extracting money from the poor.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what they do on that. What about, I'm trying to think, what are the biggest taxes, up or down on each one? A recession, up or down on each one. We got to get to recession.
Sure.
But I'm trying to think. Maybe I should do each of these candidates as we go through each thing. Let's do that, actually.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Inflation and recession. What is happening with that? And I think this ties into the economy, because I've always heard the economy talked about the economy's good, economy's bad, but that just, at some point I just go, this is just if Mark Cuban's doing well or bad. This is not the common person. If you're talking about the stock market's going up and down, I don't have any money in stocks. That doesn't affect me in any way. Right. But eggs being a certain amount affects me less than someone struggling to get by. But still, I'm like, what? Yeah. I paid $5 for a big water yesterday. And I know it's New York, but I'm like, damn, bro.
Oh, it's insane. Prices are just, out of control. And so essentially it's like this, right? And this is why people tend to blame Biden for the inflation, particularly Donald Trump. And it is partially his fault for sure, but it's largely Trump's fault. And essentially what happened was, right, in 2020, we shut the economy down. And in order to minimize the pain of that, they printed like $6 trillion.
They said this
in
was
that
gonna
year.
they're like, this is gonna have long-term effects on our economy that's gonna be catastrophic. And everyone's like, no, we're getting $600.
Right.
We just got to get by. And they're like, the naysayers or the doomsdayers were like, oh, that's not how you do shit.
Well, look, I mean, if the essentially what inflation is like more money chasing the same amount of goods, right? And so when you cut way down on the amount of goods you're producing and ramp up the amount of money that's chasing them, and really it's not the $600 that they handed out to just the American people, but it was the trillions of dollars that they gave in corporate giveaways. So those, there was just enormous amounts of money injected into the system.
Like the Lakers.
And then,
remember the Lakers took a bunch of money?
Yeah. And then they gave it back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize, like, what?
Yeah. There was a lot of that. And so and then in 2021, they kept it going. They kept printing a ton of money. Again, with like, we don't want to feel the pain of this right now, but it's fairly straightforward. I mean, it's like, it's supply and demand. You increase the supply of money, and this is what happens. It's worth less. It's not worth as much. And so we've seen like the worst price inflation in our lifetimes.
Really?
Well, certainly the worst since the 70s.
More than 2008? Was there any then?
Oh, it's way, way worse. In terms of just price inflation, nothing since the 70s.
When you say price inflation, what do you mean by that?
Just the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, as they measure the price of things that you buy, the price of
across the
groceries,
board, from cars to eggs.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's always like some things that have seen higher increases than others, but overall, yeah. I mean, I think groceries were up like 30%.
30%. So if I'm making 50 grand a year.
Yeah.
And I had $5,000 extra every year to save for vacations and stuff. Now I have like $1,000 extra.
Yeah.
And so it's like, hey, let's do a staycation, I guess.
Yeah, it's literally it destroys families. I mean, if your costs go up by 50%, it's essentially the same thing as your income going down by 50%, right? It's just, it's a tax. You know what I'm saying? Like if you think slot machines are a tax, inflation is really a tax. And it's the worst kind of tax because it's like, who does it hurt disproportionately? It's like, well, okay, if you're on a fixed income,
I'm not looking at the price of eggs. I notice it once in a while.
Yes, yeah. If you're on a fixed income, if you're poor, if you're working class, it destroys you. If you're a speculator on Wall Street, it's actually pretty good for you. But that's a small percentage of our society, and it's not the people who really need the help. So like,
right, anyway, they all buy up like sick. Everybody's selling their homes. Let me buy them up.
And so this is, this has just been really like at the center of the economy over the last few years. It's just that the prices are out of control.
Is there really a way out?
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a way out. It's a matter of getting there. But the way out is to cut government spending and to not print so much money.
Cut government spending. They're responsible for that. That government spending is responsible for.
Well, they essentially, right, so the Federal Reserve is going to print the money that the government needs. So if the government's going to spend well beyond its needs, how are they going to get there?
And they're not going to
tax their way there.
For budgets.
We're already taxing and borrowing as much as we can. So when we spend more than that, we only get there by printing the money.
They're not going to stop that, though.
Oh, yeah. No, probably not. I mean, maybe if we podcast enough.
Somebody noticed this, that it was like when prices go up and then it's like during inflation, whatever, they never come back down. Eventually, the incomes will have to meet them, but it takes decades for that to like even out.
Well, this is the whole inflation. Well, look, I mean, like the inflation of the last few years has been particularly bad, but we've been living in an inflationary economy for our whole lives. It's something that is we're so used to it that people just think it's normal. People just think it's normal, like as if it's some law of nature that you'd be like, your grandmother would be like, in my day, a bottle of Coke was a nickel. And you just go, yeah, well, that's what prices do. They keep going up. But that's not true. That's not what prices do. That's in fact, the natural order is for prices to fall. If you live, like if you...
because the dollar keeps getting devalued, so it's like, well, it has to go up.
Well,
but don't devalue the dollar and everything stays the same.
Yeah. So if you were in the year, say like 1910, your grandmother would have told you about how expensive things were in her day. And they're so much cheaper now. Because what happens is as technology improves and we have all these labor saving devices, you can produce a lot more with a lot less cost. So the natural pressure is for things to be cheaper. However, because of central banks and being off of the gold standard and fiat currency, governments can just print as much money as they want.
Fiat currency,
meaning they print, meaning it's printed out of thin air. There's nothing. It's not like they have to put gold bars aside for every dollar
like they used
print.
to.
Right.
Yeah, the Shapiros rented a phone in my neighborhood because the Spolters, none of that matters, because it was the last one because like the phone's too expensive. I can't afford that.
Right.
But I can rent one for $5 a month.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I don't have $300 for a phone.
Look, there are still areas, right? Like the areas where technology is improving, you still see things getting better and the cost of them going down. And usually in the deregulated areas, that's what you see. You see things like televisions. We have bigger and better televisions for a way more reasonable
First
price.
HD TV cost 20 grand. Now
yes.
they're like, it's the normal cost, $300.
And it's a way better one than that first HD TV.
Right,
and also, if you go into like a project building, I don't recommend you do. But if you were to ever go, but I'm saying if you know someone poor, even your pretty broke friend has a flat screen TV in their house, and there's no government program, there's no welfare assistance. It's not that they're getting them a flat TV. It's just that the market's allowed to work. It's a deregulated industry, and the technology gets better and better, and then they can do it for cheaper.
If you're willing to punch someone in the face the day after Thanksgiving, you can also get a TV.
Well, look, that is, by the way, that I really don't recommend doing. But you want to feel alive. But look, if you kind of like zoom out, it's one of the really fascinating things is like, so essentially, so after World War II, they came up with the Bretton Woods Agreement, which was basically, this is when the dollar became what they call the global reserve currency. It was basically the world currency. And essentially it was because all the other industrialized countries had been destroyed. I mean, America...
When was this?
World War II. So America, it was the Second World War. Our people didn't do so good.
Or what?
Our people didn't do so good. They didn't have a great run of it.
Our people, yeah.
But
no, they didn't do great.
So Europe was destroyed. And, America, we lost a lot of men in that war, but our, Pearl Harbor got bombed a little, but our homeland was fine. Yeah. We didn't get destroyed. And so
Hawaii's not even America. Sorry, Tulsi, but
there's nobody else who fit that bill. Like Russia fought a war in Russia. England got bombed in England. Like none of the other victors came out as clean as we did. Right. So America really came out as the most powerful country after World War II.
So they're our money's way more stable.
Well, we had way more gold than anybody else at that point. So the deal was basically that we would, every other currency would peg their currency to the dollar. And then we pegged the dollar to gold. At the time, it was $35 an ounce. So you could, if you had francs or pounds, you could trade those in for dollars. And you could trade dollars in for gold. And then we kind of had this power as we issued the reserve currency of the world. And then it was pretty quickly, I think it was like really in the 60s when we started we started cheating, essentially.
Borrowing money against it.
Well, it was just like we were building up the space program, and we had what was known as the Great Society that Lyndon Johnson brought in. So it was like Medicare got created and Medicaid and like all these entitlement programs. And then we were fighting the war in Vietnam. And what happened was, I believe it was the French, it might have been the British too, but it was definitely the French. They basically looked at that and they were like, we think they're cheating. We think they're printing money that they aren't actually putting gold away for. And so then they took their dollars and they said, we'd like to exchange these for gold. Like we'd like to take our gold. And so then Nixon in 1971 said no. He goes, and he was able to frame it. He said, I think his exact words were that he is temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold. He kind of framed it like these French are trying to destroy the dollar, but really what they were doing was
they should have been like, sure, absolutely. We have the gold. Well, okay, cash it in. Well, then we get the gold's worth in dollars.
Well,
but then because they were faking it.
Well, essentially what America said to the rest of the world was like, they were like, okay, we don't have the gold, but we sure do have a lot of nukes.
Oh.
So what exactly are you going to do about it, France? And France was like, as it turns out, not very much. Yeah. And they just did nothing. They just took it. And so anyway, so the point I was trying to get to with this is that one of the real interesting things where people, so we officially go off the gold standard. We've never been on it since then, even though he said temporarily it's lasted.
Wow.
Temporary has been up to 2024 from 71. So in the 70s, you think about like the 60s and kind of like the Cultural Revolution, but that was really at the end of the 60s. The 70s was the first decade where women really started entering the workforce and fucking everything up. And no, I'm kidding
Leave
about
the
that.
thermostat alone. It's fine.
Men have been doing this for years.
Wear your dumb
worked
fucking
out.
sweater.
Now, so women started entering the workforce in the 70s, and there was this wild transformation that nobody really seems to ever examine. Where, I shouldn't say nobody, but most people don't. Where we went from a society where every household had one person working, and then we transitioned to almost every household has two people working. And it's like, look, if you just think about this, like on the table, like, why would it be that way? Like, shouldn't it be that, like, then the woman, like, even if women wanted to enter the workforce, wouldn't it be that a woman could have then gone a part-time job and the man could have cut back to a part-time job and they would each work half hours? Why would they each need to work full-time? And essentially the answer is because we embraced this inflationary economy where you're constantly losing the value of your dollar. And so now, literally, even though
You need more workers to make the same amount of money.
Look, I think my grandfather, and I'd have to go back and check this, but I think he might have topped out at making like 15 grand a year or something like that. But he made like 15 grand a year. And for that, from working at a factory, and with that, his wife didn't have to work. He owned his house.
Wow,
he had 2 kids. They had 2 cars. He played poker on the weekends. He sent his kids to college. All the normal kind of things he could do off that one salary. Today, people who are making 150 grand a year can't do the things that fucking you could do for 15
That's the
grand.
thing.
Then.
It's like,
so it's not the nominal value doesn't matter. That what matters is how much your dollar can
Right.
get
So
you.
if you want 15 grand or 150 grand, but you're still buying the same stuff, it's like, well, it's an equal salary. If you're a mid-level guy making 150 or a mid-level guy making 15,000.
Sure.
But it's like, if you look at like, what is that in today's dollars? You ever do that calculator? Like concert prices are like, you can't, $17 then is like 45 now. And you're like, the tickets are 1,000.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh.
That doesn't mean it. So,
okay.
Right. So if you right, exactly. So to your point, the ratio is what matters. So my father-in-law, I think he bought his first house in the 70s, I want to say. And he said, I believe I'd have to ask him again, but it's something like this. It was something like he was making like 18 grand a year and the house cost like $32,000 to buy. So 2 years of his salary, right?
No one's making 500 grand anymore.
I mean, like, in order to do that now today, it's more like you'd have to be making like you'd have to be making
even
400 grand,
200,
like
500,000.
right?
Yeah,
and so that's not the case. What you have today, right? So for the average person who, if I think the median household income, if I had to guess, would be something around 70 grand in America today. So, okay, in order for that math to work, you got to go find $140,000 house. Now, I don't know where you guys are, listener, but around here, I'm not exaggerating. You couldn't get a shed for 140 grand. It's just impossible. And so you got these kids now. And then, by the way, this is why so many of them are demanding socialism, which I disagree with, but I totally understand why. But these kids now come out of college and they're 200 grand in debt, not to mention the fact that half of them have been on drugs their whole lives and have broken, divorced families and a whole bunch of other shit. But you come out, you're 200 grand in debt. You got a freaking gender studies major. There's no job to get. So you're working at Starbucks. Now you're working at Starbucks, 200 grand in debt, and the average house is $700,000. And you're just like, I have no plausible path.
It's not like you got to work, you got to eat shit for a couple of years. It's like, and then what?
Yeah.
Still.
No. It's not. No, dude, it'd be totally reasonable if you're like, get on this path and in 20 years you can own a house. The point is that there is no path. And then someone like Bernie Sanders comes along and goes, I'll forgive your student loan debt and I'll make housing a human right or whatever. And that's very appealing to them. Like, I don't think that's the right answer, but I understand it. And then you have another dynamic.
And also the right answer is not just, you guys are just going to never own a home.
Yeah.
That also seems like the wrong answer.
Yes. No, that's not great either. The status quo, that is the status quo essentially, and that's not great either. And then you also have this other dynamic, which is more of a little bit outside of like my area that I usually specialize in, but there's more of just like the cultural and dating aspect of it, where I do think like we're in it is really a recipe for disaster when you know, this is like what one of the big problems with like all these like kind of Muslim societies that are struggling. And the major problem, well, aside from Israel bombing them, the other problem that they have is, you know, they always have all these men who have no prospects of like a romantic future, like no prospects of getting married and having. And what happens when you have a whole lot of sexually frustrated young men is like not great results. That's typically not a good thing to have.
Have you seen the inbreeding stats on the Middle East?
What's that? Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah, well, that's also not helpful. But so what you have now, and a lot of this is because of social media and just like the way technology and dating apps and things like that have grown, is that like when we were kids, if you were like a hot chick would have been in a situation where, okay, like if you're young, you're a gorgeous woman. So you always had like a lot of value in the dating marketplace. But really you would probably be like, when we were kids, if someone was like a good looking girl, you could probably have your pick of like the people in our town, maybe the town next to us. You know what I mean? Maybe you knew someone who went to another school or something like that. But now a good looking chick could start an Instagram account and have people from all over the country, you know what I mean, who will fly her out, do this, millionaires.
That's not the norm though.
So,
that's a
no. But I'm just I'm just saying. Okay, so that's part of it, right? So then you have like kind of hookup culture where people are hooking up with, and a lot of times what ends up happening is that women tend to, because guys will kind of fuck anything, particularly young guys. Do you have there you go. Not me anymore.
Been there,
but been there, sure. So you'll have this thing where like a lot of you weirdly on social media, you have the elite represented a lot, right? So the things that like a guy wants would be like, you know, a model in a bikini.
Metzger talked about this. It's a Spike TV. And it's like, you're giving a version of No Man, changing oil and girls jumping on trampolines. Like, we just want to play Fortnite. Well, what are you talking about?
But now everybody's chasing the top, kind of. And what ends up happening is that the girls, because you've been in hookup culture now, right? So by the time you're like 22, a lot of people have like hooked up with many people.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these chicks will have, they're like, oh, I hooked up with a like high level guy. Okay. Now that guy was probably just fucking that chick, but he probably told her some lies also, because that's how guys are, you know, probably told her what she wanted to hear. And so she now thinks kind of, I bet I could pull a guy like that. You know what I mean? Like I already had one and he was really into me. So then I'll try to get him. And then the hot girls have access to whatever they want. And who kind of gets left behind are like the regular dudes. And like nobody, and now you have this regular dude who he's got to compete with, you know, like everybody on social media or whatever. And he's the guy who's 200 grand in debt and working at Starbucks and can never buy a house. And he's just got no path.
Well, he just can't get a hot chick.
Some of the more mediocre chicks, you know, they have a lot of these dating shows that are very popular right now where they will like ask these girls.
They're like above their pay grade.
Girls are kind of delusional, dude. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff on this. It's actually very
guys,
interesting.
When you talk about the incels, like, no, bro, you're just ugly. You just got a fucking ugly chick.
Yes. I think there's a lot of it to go around.
Waiting for Mia Goth.
But it's not the same thing. What you don't see, look, it's like, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but when you start talking to the incel guys, what they do is they go to a dark place. This is like how men are. You know, it's like they're pissed off at the women, they're pissed off at the world, they're pissed off at the whatever it may be. But what women will do is just be delusional. Instead of going to a dark, maybe even quasi-violent place, women just go like, I am a 10. I am a 10, and I'm gonna get a guy who's 6'5" and a millionaire and all of this shit. Yeah. It's like, no, you're not.
But then they'll settle.
Essentially, my point is for you is that that's the correct answer. Ultimately, is that the ugly people need to get together too. Yeah. You guys need to just. Anyway, my larger point is
what's
just
the point
that
of this?
we're both economically and kind of culturally creating an environment where there's a lot of single, unhappy men, and that's very unstable for society. It's not good. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Proton VPN. Proton created Proton VPN to further protect the journalists, activists, and everyday citizens who use Proton Mail. Proton VPN breaks down the barriers of internet censorship, allowing you to access restricted online content. Proton's secure VPN sends your internet traffic through an encrypted VPN tunnel to keep your browsing data safe, even over public or untrusted internet connections. As a Swiss VPN provider, Proton does not log user activity or share data with third parties. Their anonymous VPN service keeps your browsing history private and enables an internet without surveillance. Proton VPN is available on all of your devices, including PCs, Macs, smartphones, and even routers. A secure internet connection you can trust is essential to maintaining your privacy on your laptop at home, your mobile device on the road, or your workstation at the office. And to check out an exclusive and limited time offer, go to protonvpn.com/Dave Smith. This is a limited time offer, so go check it out today. protonvpn.com/Dave Smith. All right, let's get back into the show.
My friend Benji Flalo, you know him? Comic
From
writer.
Stand Up New York? Right? Oh, no, I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He's pretty smart. He's got a podcast. And but he was like, people talk about millennials. He's a hard millennial. And forget that it's now Gen Alpha, and so people give millennials a bad rap for alpha and whatever. But like, the generations go so fast. It used to be the periods, and now it's generations.
I know.
It's the Elizabethan period. It's like now you're 10 years older than me. It's a whole different lifestyle. But he goes, yeah, of course. Like, you blame us for like not participating in the workforce and not being part. You told us the government's corrupt. You told us we're inheriting an economy that will not work. Yeah, we want to opt out and just go walk in the woods. Why would we enter your system? You've told us how shitty it is.
Oh, but the worst is like boomers when they look down at like the younger generation.
You have no idea how hard it is. That's like Stern going, oh, you just do this. Just work in radio in Connecticut for 20 years. I'm like, buddy, it's a different world.
Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
Yeah.
Well, it's the boomers are like, we're like, oh, these kids with their avocado toast and their this and that, and they don't fucking want. And it's like, yeah, okay, look. It is true.
You ate a steak a day for 30 years.
Yeah, right. Well, also, like, you're a millionaire because you bought a house.
Yeah, right.
You bought a house and the value of it went through the roof, and you never even stopped to think to yourself like, oh, maybe I'm kind of pulling the ladder up here for my children's generation to ever be able to buy a house.
I didn't have Zillow buying everything available.
Our parents could go to college and pick up a summer job to pay for the college tuition and come out of it debt free. And by the way, back then a college degree meant you were going to have a good life. You could literally give yourself a good life, but like that. There is nothing like that for these young kids to come up in.
It seems actually a bad investment to go to college.
Also like, oh yeah, it's definitely getting there. Also like, and I'm not saying like I do think there are situations where people should get divorced and stuff. I'm not like just against divorce, like as a blanket statement, but also like the baby boomers were like the first generation who like normalized it. It was like a normal thing for like you to just have some kids and then go, I'm not really feeling it anymore. Let's go our own way. Yeah. I don't think that's, I think like, I do think,
you think that's unhealthy?
I think short of, there are situations, abusive situations or
no, but just normally.
But like, normally speaking, no, I think if you're going to have kids with somebody that like, yeah, you kind of should make a commitment that you're going to raise the kids together. Like, I don't think it's good.
I think some of it changes with the times where it's like 55, 60. When I was younger, it's like, oh, you lived to 60. It's kind of a full life. And now it's like, that's so short. 95, 100. So it's like, wait, I committed to you. My kids have been out of the house for 10 years already. I got another 40 with you.
I'll let that slide then. I'm not even talking about when your kids are out of the house. I'm talking about like when you have
raising
young
a
kids,
two-family
you're
household.
Just breaking up the household. Like, no, Liz, it's not good. And the data it's really bad for the kids. And like, yeah, I just think that my point basically is just that the boomers looking down their nose at the younger generations. It's like, get out of here, man. Like you, in a weird way.
The geezers are really sad. Someone's like, you don't even know what you're talking about. You have no idea what the world is now, and you're trying to weigh in.
And also, like, if they're terrible, then it's kind of on you. Like, I don't know, dude. It's almost, I understand we're talking about like a nation or a culture and not just like a family, but it is almost kind of on the line of like, if both my kids grew up to be really awful people, and I was like, look at this generation. inflation.
Yeah.
They're awful. You're like, isn't that a reflection on you to some degree?
Yeah.
Like, you're the one who had, by the way, the political elite are all still boomers. Joe Biden's the president. Donald Trump's running against him. You know, like it's Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and all these people. They're all in the boomer generation. So you guys are still running the show. They inherited the United States of America and bankrupted it. And then they're going to turn around and say the next generation doesn't have any values. Like, fuck you, man.
Yeah,
and by the way, I could complain about the next generation too. They've got their problems. We all do. But like, Jesus.
Yeah, we
not
need
from you guys.
We need a 42-year-old president. Just
that would be
someone very intelligent went through a master's degree of intelligence and is in the workforce for 15, 20 years, you know, and then it's like, sweet, now lead the country while you're still in this world.
We definitely don't need any more of these boomers in there. I think that's for sure.
So old. so forget what we have to do for inflation and recession. What will happen?
I mean, I think
mass homelessness.
Well, we already got a good amount of that.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
I think what they're going to try to do essentially is just keep the slow burn of inflation going. I mean, they want to keep getting us, you know what I mean? They want to keep this system going. And the only way to keep this system going is to keep printing money.
But they don't want mass homelessness, right? Maybe a couple people here or there, but they generally want everyone to come back strong and have money to spend on the economy.
I mean, they want power. And so I think they want whatever will help them maintain or gain power. I don't know that they really care about, like, they just don't want people to be out on the streets. I don't really think that's how they're motivated. You know, we had a huge.
But if we have no money for taxes, they make less money.
Well, that's true. Right. That, you know, to some degree, that's true. But at the same time, so. After the war in Vietnam, we had a huge homelessness problem with, you know, former veterans of the Vietnam War. And that didn't stop any of them from launching the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, because in the short run, they were made a lot more money from those wars than whatever problems are going to come in the future from these homeless, you know. And
that's, at least it was just the veterans. This is like anyone's up for, fuck, I can't pay my rent.
Well, there's, you know, the prices again of rent. I mean, it depends where you are in the country, but they went through the roof over the last few years.
It's everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So I was in Paris. They're complaining about the same stuff. It's not like Biden did this, Trump did this. It's like, well, Biden didn't raise the prices in Paris rent.
I think it's that everybody essentially followed the COVID model, right? Like everybody shut down the economy, and not everybody, but most places shut down the economy.
Switzerland and last tour, maybe a year and a half ago or something like that, and it was just a setup of a joke of like how you had time to think during COVID. You know, that was like a nice part of it. Like, you're like, oh, maybe I should talk to my mom more or less or whatever, but you had time to actually think because everything was like put on hold, and they all started laughing, and I was like, that wasn't the joke part yet. And they're like, we didn't put anything on hold here. And I'm like, oh, right.
Wait, Sweden or Switzerland? In Switzerland? Did they not have lockdown in Switzerland?
They're like, no, we didn't do that. I'm like, oh, is this why I'm not selling tickets? Because you guys are all dead? They're all like, no, your promoter sucks. Like, nothing to do with that, bro. But it was that. It was like, yeah, they didn't have those problems, except in the world economy.
Yeah.
So it's just gonna get fucked?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to say that.
Sustainable.
I'm just saying, well, that's the kind of, that's right. So ultimately this system isn't sustainable, and then we'll see what comes in to fill that void.
So like in 2008, I talked to a lot of comedy club owners. That was a recession.
Oh yeah. A very bad one. Yeah.
A lot of comedy club owners, like, we can't, so people were going out to shows less. You have a little less extra money. You know, they didn't have the Netflix, I don't think, the way it is now, where like I can get all my entertainment for $15 a month.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So it was like you go out.
I think it was like ordering DVDs still back then from Netflix.
So it's like, okay, we can afford a movie, we can afford a concert. And now it's like comedy started taking a hit. Like, that's $100. It's like $25 for tickets for 2 people, parking, food. It's $100 and I just don't have it. Or some people did, but less crowds, whatever. And a lot of club owners are like, we're about 5 months from closing, unless it rebounds. And it did rebound. A couple clubs closed, but it did rebound. And that's just like a microcosm of this country, where it's like, how long can we last on paying 30% extra for groceries until you start losing too many people, and then no one's buying the groceries, less people buying the groceries, and then they have to raise the prices more. You know, like if a couple businesses close on 6th Street in Denver, you know, on that tourist area,
Right.
then it's like, all right, well, now there's a little less foot traffic for the other ones. And then so another one closes because they're getting less business. And then now even less foot traffic. And eventually it's just homeless, ghosty town of like, you know, tourist tchotchkes, and that's it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I think we have a lot more room that we can go before it's like
We're not on the cliff.
disaster hits, but we're headed in a bad direction for sure.
And I mean, is it so from this was caused by this COVID lockdown, I kind of believe. Is there an end in sight to it? You know what I mean? Like if I borrow $20 from you and I'm still making $100 a week, I got to pay you back. So for the next 3 weeks, I'm siphoning off, you know, a certain amount of money to pay you back. At the end of those 3 weeks, I paid you back. Now I'm back to my regular income again.
Yeah, we're not close to that. I mean, no, what's really happening, and it's much bigger than just from COVID, but also what's happening is that we've had this unsustainable debt for many, many decades now, and the interest on the debt is really starting to become a huge part of the budget.
How do we have debt? We're America. I mean, who are we borrowing from? We loan.
Yeah, well, that's the crazy part too. Is
more
that
than we should? Why are we using credit cards?
What's wild is that we still do loan. We still do give out more foreign aid than anyone else. I mean, we're literally right now, as we speak, we're paying for Ukraine and Israel's wars. You know, like we're $35 trillion in debt. So we're just borrowing money. It is almost as if you were like, I was like, hey, Ari, you know, you've fallen on some hard times. Don't worry, I'm going to lend you some money. But then you found out I was just opening a new credit card, taking a cash advance out on it and giving it to you. And you'd be like, wait, dude, you're not in a position to help other people.
Yeah.
Like your family is going broke. You're not in a position to just go help somebody else. And there are a few people like Thomas Massey in Congress who are like saying that, and they're like, hey, we cannot do this anymore. I think that
I remember when Governor Brown, maybe, I don't know, took over California. Mm-hmm. He was a governor, I'm probably getting all this wrong, every couple decades. He was the budget king. And they were like, hey, it was terribly budgeted. It was going under. And he goes, hey, sure, elect me again. I'll take over. He's like, you ain't going to like what I have to say. You're going to have to give up a lot of shit. We'll get this back in order, but it ain't going to be free spending in California for a while.
Yeah. Well, we definitely need a lot of that in the country. And I think that like sometimes things have to get bad before people have the political will to do that, you know, before they're like, okay, all right, this is bad. We got to start cutting some stuff.
Yeah. This is in Ecuador. Their COVID stuff was, their numbers were pretty low after the beginning, but a lot of it was driven by them because the early days, it was bad. You know, they were piling up bodies in the streets. So kids were walking to school past piles of bodies, and they were like, do whatever. Alternate day driving, fucking mass, do everything. We never want to see that again.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe we have to do that with the economy before we're like,
yeah, maybe.
Oh, it's real. But it's kind of worrisome. That 14th Street is like those open air markets now. And you're like, and I talked to some lady about like a mini cornhole, and she was like $20. I'm like, oh, 10, you know, just bargaining, street bargaining. And she's like, buddy, I don't even want to be here. I'm just, it's like, I just can't make ends meet. I'm not homeless. And you're like, fuck. All right, here's 19.
You're the Jew and you still won't allow you.
I got to show my face in synagogue. All right. Damn, that's fucking disheartening. Well, let's take a break from this for a second and get back to homelessness later.
Let's talk about something more cheery. The war in Gaza.
Okay. What are the news sources? The reliable news sources. I'm going to compare this to Comedy Central, where it was the only game in town for comedy for a while. And they started booking to their own ways and not what everybody wanted or just funny. And now they're just a production company. They're not even a network anymore. Eventually just went south. When the New York Times or the and I used to say the word newspaper to mean also CNN and MSNBC and Fox News. When they keep leading you to believe a certain way and slowly one by one people go, I don't know if I trust them anymore. They seem like they're just eventually just gonna be gone.
Yeah.
So the way they talk late night talk shows are like, oh, I don't even think, oh, they're gone now. They're past that even. That's how far off they are. Who is a reliable news source? And why is the news guiding us instead of reporting?
Okay, so basically the entire, like the corporate media, as I call them, or what people used to call the mainstream media, which I think just does, like Michael Malice actually convinced me on that to like stop using that term.
It means nothing. There's
it
some
doesn't
terms
mean
that
anything
mean
anymore.
nothing. Media almost means nothing. You have to say ABC News.
Well,
or you have to say like,
but specifically, like his point, which I just agreed with, was just that like, why are you even calling them mainstream? It's not the mainstream anymore. There's nothing about them that they're the alternative, like
like
old
alt comics were like, but they're the only ones getting booked on anything.
Yeah, then it's not alternative by definition.
Alternative to what?
Yeah, so so all of the traditional corporate media outlets, so New
York Times,
ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News included, the New York Times, the Washington Post, all of them garbage. I mean,
and by the way, these are the people who choose how we all think.
For a long time, they
guide us to believe things, and I think this. I don't know why. I've got it in my head, and I'm gonna get into breaking down shit later. But like, so these ones that choose how we think are garbage and guided. So we're thinking based on a guided. It's like in China where they don't have free press; they have state-run press. They don't pretend they don't. It's almost like more acceptable because they're not lying. They're showing Uyghur uprisings every single time. You know, they want you to hate the Uyghurs there.
Right.
So you do.
Yeah. Well, right. So we have in effect state media here too. It's a much better model to think of them as state media. So I would just say it's more, I think the current environment is more like they historically have been able to control the way we think about things. They've lost this control and they're now freaking out about the fact that they've lost this control. But I think there's no question that, look, if you just start looking at the numbers, like, and this podcast, dude, gets better numbers than the average daytime cable news show. And then
which seems more important though.
What?
The daytime news show.
Yes, well, it still has this kind of like mental
be like,
space.
ooh, you were on
it's
this.
Yeah,
and
it's on TV. But then, and that's just my show, there's much bigger shows than mine that get numbers that just dwarf, like all of the shows combined. I mean, like, and obviously our buddy Rogan is like the biggest one, but now Tucker has emerged as
Theo.
like a joke. But Theo,
Theo having Trump on and still being Theo,
it was incredible.
Was such an interesting thing.
It was actually one of the best interviews that Donald Trump's ever done. Because he's not even thinking about it in terms of like a political interview. He's just being Theo.
Yeah, and Theo's he's the one people quote as like, man, Coca have you like an owl on your porch, and it's this Theo way of saying, yeah, I stayed up on that. Literally, Theo was staying in my apartment, losing my keys, doing coke with a cab driver all night, losing my cab to come home. He's like, oh, you got to get your replacement keys at the stand because you're locked out. I'm like, what, dude? Come on. But so Theo lived it,
Yeah.
And so when he's saying that, he's not just making a joke. He goes, yeah, it gets you up all night. And the way Trump was interested, like, and so that's your big demon? Is it alcohol? He goes, no, alcohol gets me like towards coke, but not.
Yeah, he was
actually interested in
it. Was the best. It was the most humanizing and likable version of Trump, like because he was being authentic.
Yeah.
But so take shows like Theo's show, obviously Rogan, Tucker now out there, Lex Friedman, Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool, Candace Owens. Like I'm just rattling off shows, but all of these shows.
Tim Pool is a Russian plant. You ever hear that? Have you heard that?
Yeah, he just
I just heard that.
No.
He's taking money to report on certain things from Russian bots.
He got tricked into it. He was they listed him.
That's the fucking a tranny by accident.
Well, they listed him as a victim of the thing. Like they basically, and it was Tim Pool's making enough money that little bit of money, like that's
I heard that and I was like, I know what you're talking about. That's all right. Whatever.
Nah, I don't think that's yeah. But anyway, the point is, all of these shows, they have audiences. Any one of the ones that I just named, their audience for any given episode is all of the cable news shows combined. Yeah, Russell Brand's another great example. There's so many of them, by the way, that we're, and there's ones I don't even know. This you'll find all the time where you just find like a new show and you're like, oh, that guy's pretty good. What's his 600,000 subscribers? Okay, it's like evidently he's huge. I never even heard of this
little,
guy.
Like circular worlds where you're like, what? You have your own studio?
So I'll say this, right? In terms of like what you got to do now is you got to find, because there still are like some really great journalists, people who do really good news.
The bald guy who went and refused to talk in front of Congress.
Matt Taibbi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Taibbi is great.
Sorry, dude. I didn't mean to sum you up that way.
Just bald dude, whatever.
Bald guy in the line of Congress.
His Substack is fantastic. Glenn Greenwald is phenomenal. Of course, everyone, he's famous for being the guy, the reporter who broke the Edward Snowden story. Yeah. But he does a show, System Update, which is like phenomenal. He's just excellent.
He stayed on the cause.
Huh?
He stayed on cause.
Not only did he stay on cause, he's so on cause. He went and founded The Intercept. He left The Guardian so he could just go do his own thing. And then The Intercept ended up like going progressive and didn't want him to like be critical of Joe Biden. So he left them and just is doing his own show because he's just never going to compromise on his like journalistic integrity. Damn. So he's the Gray Zone.
That's like kind of like Gavin, where it's like, let me start this Proud Boys and like don't beat off. It's like funny, yeah, sure. It's like kill black people. Like, oh, guys, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm out of here.
Well, I want to be fair to Gavin. I don't think he said the last part, but
no, they were all saying
that one got away from him. Yeah. But I would say the Gray Zone, like Max Blumenthal and Aaron Matei are there. They're great. Antiwar.com. The whole
Antiwar.com.
The whole team there, Scott Horton, Dave DeCamp, Connor Freeman, Kyle Anzalov, just like all do incredible work. So like you got to find the good
how
sources.
do you find them when you don't know who's lying to who's not? You're like, I like the way this guy thinks. If you watch CNN, you're like, I like this one fat bald guy who goes up to Rogan all the time. You're like, he might get you in a way like, oh, I like what he has to say, but you don't know what he's leaving out.
Yeah.
You don't know the stuff that he's lying to you or laughing about certain things that he shouldn't be laughing about. So how do you find them? And also, is there a way to get what newspapers did well was short article you can read. You don't spend 3.5 hours getting to the bottom of something. I don't have the time for it. Is there like periodical type stuff that you can get into that's
well, the
real?
antiwar.com has that. So they'll have a lot, but it's all on foreign policy stuff. But like if you just want to go to it, like the latest thing. So like anti-war, it'll be like if you hold on, let me just.
You have a yin yang as your fucking screensaver, you homo.
It's whatever came on the computer.
Yeah, right.
You think I added that as my screensaver?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
To your fans.
So this is antiwar.com
that's what
here,
I mean.
right?
Okay.
And so
but that's all war based?
This is just for war. But if you want war news, it's like, could Israel strikes on Lebanon kill Hezbollah member? And then you could find out right here, you know what I mean? Okay, this is the latest today from that. Okay. So
like who was this guy? Why did they do it? Who else is involved? Did they give warnings? Did they not? Like actual,
So like that's a great site for foreign policy news. And then it's again, you gotta like the thing is you got to find the people who you can trust. And the way to do that is a track record of being like, okay, this guy has been. Now, I'm not saying you ever just blindly take.
Like, you can not like them, but they've never been wrong or mislead through truth. I see a lot.
Julian Assange, obviously, his career was very interrupted because up until a few months ago, he's been in captivity for quite a while. But Julian Assange is the greatest journalist in the 21st century. I mean, nobody broke bigger, more important stories than him. To this, I mean, there's still stuff that I use in my arguments that like we would never know this if it wasn't for Julian Assange. I remember I told you this last time. Again, I want to say the same shit I said the last Day of the Union. But even the Niet means Niet cable from the current CIA director, William Burns, when he was the Russian ambassador that he sent back to Condoleezza Rice. And we would never have this if it wasn't for Julian Assange. And his whole thing is he's like, hey, listen, man, I'm here in Russia. And if you try to expand NATO into Ukraine, you're going to have a war on your hands. Like Russia's going to invade Ukraine if you do that. And they don't want to do it, but they will do it if you keep pushing this. And you see it in 2008, he's saying this before we kept pushing down this path. And only because of Julian Assange do we have this where we go, we know it's not just
you were warned.
It's not even just the outsiders, but you were warned from the insiders.
Right.
Like your ambassador to Russia told your Secretary of State, do not do this or it will lead to a war in Ukraine. And they did it anyway. And it led to a war in Ukraine. But we only have that because Julian Assange leaked it. Like, I mean, there's a ton of stuff. I think that came from one of the Bradley Manning dumps where there's just like a ton of stuff like that where we have it because of him.
There's gotta be one of those that, so like whenever they talk about like joke stealing, they go, this guy stole this joke, but these jokes weren't stolen. You're like, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
They stole 10 jokes. I just don't know all the jokes. I don't know who they worked with in Kansas City 3 weeks ago.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
How am I supposed to say it wasn't stolen? So, or like if somebody's like trying to get canceled and then somebody's like, no, there's an explanation for this. Like, oh, good. What if that guy wasn't there? What if Tony Hinchcliffe didn't have his whole set that I could post and like, no, see, he's actually is getting laughs.
Right.
So like, luckily he was recording that one. But if he wasn't, then you're fucked. There's gotta be that yet means yet thing for Taiwan. Where it's like, hey guys, stop fucking with it. They're just not gonna allow you to try to free Taiwan. I gotta think that's out there.
Yeah, well, it's funny
They have
because
advisors for sure.
yeah, well, that's the thing where Biden fucked up, and this is only because Biden's like a senile old man. But when he said in one interview, this was like a year and a half ago, and he said that or maybe 2 years ago, they said we would militarily defend Taiwan if China invaded. And then everyone's kind of like, what? And then even his own White House, and I don't know who exactly is overruling Joe Biden at the White House, but then the White House put out a statement.
Wouldn't. He meant wouldn't.
Yeah, there's like, no, they wouldn't do that. Because it's like, no, that is not the official policy. The official policy is not to tell Taiwan that, hey, we got your back. Therefore, Taiwan might actually be ballsy enough to try to, declare their independence, which would certainly make China invade them. It's like, no, we have a very intentionally, strategically ambiguous posture, which is that like we have a one China policy. We recognize that you do belong to China, but we sure would like it if China didn't mess with you that much.
It's like,
so
don't
can
tell
we
them
keep
that.
this going?
Yeah.
It's because these things are delicate. And in fact, the one China policy is actually one of the smarter American foreign policies, where it's just like, it's a recognition of reality that it's like, look, we can't defend Taiwan. This is all made up nonsense. The idea that they game these things out. We lose that war every time. They can't any more than China could defend Mexico City. Like if we wanted to take Mexico City, I'm not saying we should take Mexico City, but if we wanted to take it, can China stop us?
No, it's too close to us. Yeah.
And what are you going to do? Sail over here and launch a ground invasion against us? That's not happening.
With your sails.
You sell
them as they're that old, our
just
Navy.
1400s ships. But
we're not reaching Mexico
and then we
City.
just nuke them.
Fuck again.
But so that is, there's a lot of stuff with that. And then, and there's,
This reminds me of, I was at New York Comedy Club, Gramercy once, and this cokehead was there in the audience. He was bugging somebody, some female comic, just kept like, you're hot. I think maybe Christina, but like, anyway, they were like, hey, shut up, man, quiet, like stop. They didn't kick him out. And then he was talking to the bouncer's big fucking redneck white guy bouncer. And he was like, we cool? It's like, yeah, we're cool. Just go back and just be quiet. I don't want to do this. And then 5 minutes later, he's come storming out. He's like, see you. He's like, what's the matter, man? He goes, you're the matter. He goes, you tell me. Like he's just coked up. And then I'm sitting there eating the popcorn, and whatever. And he's about as far away as you are. The big bouncer's right here. And I just took some popcorn and I just like threw it at the guy. And he goes, what the fuck? And he goes, all right, I already been on. He's like, it's funny. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, you loser. He goes, what the fuck? And I'm like, shut the fuck up. And he goes, you wouldn't act like that if the bouncer wasn't there. And I'm like, correct. Yeah, well, I'm not brave. He's in our way. Yeah, well, that's why I'm acting like this. You don't want Taiwan going, oh, really?
Listen, man, it's a really good point. It's actually a really good analogy. And it's what could the
analogy
there you go. The economic term for it is moral hazard, right? And that you create a moral hazard when you back someone up like that. And it's a major problem with American foreign policy. It's true with Ukraine. Ukraine would have had a totally different posture with Russia if it wasn't for the West constantly letting them know that we have their back. This is what John Mearsheimer said back in 2014, that we're leading Ukraine down the primrose path, the path to your own destruction, because we're telling them, hey, the biggest bully in the world has your back. And we're really not prepared to have their back in that way. Russia can still fuck them up. Like that bouncer isn't between you and that guy. That bouncer is behind you, maybe willing to like give you some weapons, but not really going to stop this guy from fucking you up.
Which we've done in the Middle East over and over
again. And it's also true with Israel. Now, it's one of the major problems with Israel to this day. It's one of the major reasons why the kind of two-state solution thing has always been floated out, but never really actually, like a deal has been come to, because Israel operates with full unconditional support of the United States of America. And so it doesn't matter how much all of the populations of the neighboring countries hate the current agreement. And it doesn't matter because America says we have Israel's back. And so if we have Israel's back, they don't really ever have to.
Whereas, so like, we'll listen to you, but we're under no obligation here.
Right. And if it wasn't that way, and America had more of a posture that was like, hey, buddy, your country was created in 1948. It's 2024. You got to work this shit out.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go make a deal with your neighbors. If we were able to put that type of pressure on Israel, which for a lot of reasons we're not, they would be much more highly incentivized to make a deal. But they haven't been for all of these years.
Yeah, a lot of these countries that, I don't know much about this, but that were split up during World War II, World War I, they weren't done being formed. So anytime you see a straight line on a map, you're like, oh, that's a Churchill. Like, it'll be here. But you're like, oh, but we have family members on both sides of this line, and tribes on both sides of this line. Now suddenly we're 2/3 there. So now we're a fucking about to be slaughtered ethnic minority. We should be our own country. And then you see it being solved later. Slovenia, new country. Because it wasn't.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. It happened a bunch in Eastern Europe,
yeah,
but
the Czech Republic, we got to split up. We're not done forming yet. You just formed us.
Well, you're absolutely right, though, and there's a thing where there's kind of like an organic nation that, like, theoretically you can have a nation where it's like, okay, well, there's this people with, like, maybe
they speak the same language,
language, the same customs, the same religion, the same ethnicity, whatever it may be.
Baked falafel balls, get out of here.
But right, like, exactly. but like what you're talking about, yeah, in the Middle East, like, all those lines are drawn in the wrong places, and what ends up happening is that then you have things like, this is why strongmen dictators rise up, right? So it's like why Saddam Hussein rises up in Iraq is because it's like, well, you've got these Kurds who basically are their own nation, and then you have this minority Sunni population, which has a majority Shiite population right on top of it. You've got almost three different nations. They're not really one nation. And so how do you glue that whole thing together? Well, you glue that together with a dictator who goes, it's glued together, I'll shoot you in the head. Oh, yeah, literally what Saddam Hussein used to do is take guys outside in the meeting. Like, someone would disagree with him in the meeting, and he'd walk him outside and kill him and, like, come back crazy shit. That's back when America supported Saddam.
Can I talk to you here for a second?
Yeah, it's just, hey, great point.
Should I bring the guns? Like, hey, you leave yours. I got one.
But yeah, man, I mean, there's no question there's a lot of that. And even, like, right, Israel itself, it's like the lines, it's one of the interesting things about the whole history is that the lines are totally drawn in arbitrary places, and different religious groups feel like they're entitled to this part or that part. But, like, even the original UN partition recommendation was just kind of like, I don't know.
It's a recommendation.
Give the Jews this part and give the Arabs this part. Will that make them happy? And then a whole bunch of Arabs who lived in the part they gave to the Jews were like, no, we're not happy with that. And it's
yeah. And the Palestinians are like, we're just a bunch of tribes. You've made us a nation. We're just a bunch of individual tribes that were like should have just been villages, but now because we're all your enemy, now we're joining up.
Well, it's something that
like a lot of, like, the right is joined up by the left. They shouldn't all be joined up. If I'm anti-abortion and you're anti-gun control, you could have also been pro-abortion, but you're like, hey, they're coming after both of us really hard. That you hate them too, right? I guess now we're the right.
Yeah, but it's also like, but weirdly, there's also legitimacy to that, because it's kind of like, it's being a nation is kind of, or being a people, it's kind of like being in a marriage. Like, if you both believe you are, then you are.
Then you are, right.
Like,
exactly.
At a certain point, it's like, so like Pat Buchanan made this point many decades ago about the Palestinians, because like a lot of the, like, Zionist types would be like, they're not even a people, like, blah, blah, blah. And he'd go like, well, they are now.
Yeah.
You could say they weren't, but, like, as soon as they say, hey, we're a people, then you're a people.
Then you are, right. That's why I hate it when people, it's one of my least favorite things. I'll get into all my least favorite things, but it's the Republicans used to be this and the Democrats used to be this. I'm like, yeah, like 200 years ago, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. Yeah, you're
not talking about this guy supporting gay marriage and now not, or vice versa. It's like, yeah, it shifted over time. I don't know. The Bucks were bad. Then they won a Super Bowl. Well, they used to be in last place. I know. They drafted
with different players and a different coaching staff.
Like, what are you talking about? Right. Well, the Raiders used to represent LA. I'm like, and then Oakland and now Vegas. Shut up.
Agreed.
That, and my other thing is, like, what if everyone said that? Like, my nihilism, on Tucker was like, he was like, if everyone said that and didn't vote, then what would happen? I'm like, what if everyone said that about the army too? Well, I don't want to sign up for the army. What if everyone said that? Well, then we'd be invaded. Yeah. But it doesn't mean you have to sign up for the army. It's a ridiculous, like, all or nothing thing. Is this the hill we want to die on? That's another one. Like, no, it's just an argument I want to have. I don't want to lose my career over this. I just want to have a little argument.
I get told that almost every opinion I have.
Why are we dying on it?
When someone like disagrees with me, they're like, it's a shame. Even what's funny is there'll be people who really like my thing, but then I'll hit one issue that they disagree with me on. And that's always the thing. It goes, I used to respect Dave until he decided to die on this hill. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you'll be back next week when I'm just back to saying something you agree with. you just think I'm dying on the hill because you don't disagree with me about this
self-important way to talk about it. No, I'm just hiking up a hill. I'm gonna come home. It's not even like there's not even wolves out here. What? And you're like, is that the end of the argument then? Okay. Let's get to, well, okay. Racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, transphobia, all the
too good.
I
too
heard
bad.
once that can you grab my water from outside? I got a bubble water, I think, right there.
Here, it's getting a little hot. Be nice to Natalie.
I heard it said that and you tell me what does a water bottle look like? You dumb fuck. No, it was a bubble water. I don't know. I thought it was in this
one
room.
of the Pellegrinos.
Yeah,
it's like a green.
Yeah. Sorry, I was being a cunt for no reason. I like all the gas digital employees. I give you guys shit because I do like you.
It really did turn. It was like the first one was clearly being funny, but then the second one when you go, I don't know, it looks like a fucking bottle of water. Jesus, Ari.
They said
just grabbing one of these out of the fridge.
Drink anything. Or a Coke if you got a Coke Zero or Coke. They said the left is the party of the gesture. And that is manifested when you see Kamala Harris. I shouldn't even say her name because she's running for president now. But when she was just the vice president or even, and then she's like with the dashiki, like going like this. And it's like, that's an African garb. That's not a George Floyd garb even.
And she's also, she's and it's Jamaican and Indian.
Yeah, it's like, let's
like
not do
even
anything
African.
about something. Let's show, we should argue about whether at 500,000 COVID deaths, whatever, should we fly the flag at half mast? It's like, guys, get to work fixing the economy and the fucking disease.
Yeah.
What is this argument about this other thing? So it was like the left is the party of the gesture. What is the right? What is they the party of? Hard truths?
The right, the Republicans, I guess, they're the party of losing. I mean, that's really, they just lose every battle. And they're there to kind of pretend they put up a fight for it, I guess.
Yeah.
But like everything... and I'm like, just to be clear, because like you said at the beginning, like that a libertarian is kind of its own thing, which I think is right. So I'm not saying this from the perspective of a right-wing conservative, because that's not
I think you
who
guys
I am.
are more like the Palestinians. You're a group of individual villages that have come together under libertarianism.
And are just getting fucked
you
up.
have way different ideas of what you want to do with that.
Yes.
Some people just want to do blow in their houses. Other people want to polish their guns all day.
Sure, there's some truth to that.
Yeah.
But I'd say that from the perspective of a right-wing conservative, you've kind of you just lose every single battle. It's just no matter what it is. I mean, there's a few notable exceptions to this. Like Roe v. Wade was struck down and got sent back to the states. That you could say is a conservative right-wing victory. But generally speaking, if you think about what has conservatism conserved. Like, is it constitutional norms? No. The executive branch has more power than ever before. There's no even.
But they do pretend. They pretend like they're for that.
Yes. They claim
There's
to stand
the public
for that.
face of a group and the actuality.
Well,
of a
what
group.
have they? But I'm just saying, like, what has been conserved in this country?
Wow,
marriage, religion, traditional values, the definition of the word woman, like literally nothing gets conserved.
They have just lost.
They just lose and lose and lose. And look, I would say
going away from them. Economically, do they win that?
No. Economically, the government gets bigger and bigger every year, more and more in a more progressive manner. There's more and more. Obamacare is just part of America now. There's like they lost that battle. I think going back.
Literally,
at least till the 60s. They've been losing every battle.
Different doctors in the last week and showed up to each one of them, saying, no, we don't take your insurance. I'm like, it said on ZocDoc that I narrowed it down to just my insurance. Like, well, did you? I'm like, yeah, I uploaded my card. And it said, you're this. I said, yes. They go, well, you're a subset. I'm like, guys, I got to get treated. You just keep saying no. I'm here.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
Oh, no, it's insane. The whole thing's a shit show. But so, yeah, I think there's some truth that you're too cold.
No.
You just wanted to turn it off?
No, I got too cold.
Oh, okay.
It did its job.
Okay, no, that's fine. No, it doesn't take long. It's a small room. It doesn't take long for it to cool it off.
Bunch of hot heads in here, though, huh?
But I do think, I don't think I would necessarily look at it like the truth is that the Democrats aren't the party of the gesture, and the Republicans aren't the party of conservatives. That's just how they keep their voting base in line. Like that's the things.
Right,
Kamala
right.
Harris doesn't actually give a shit about wearing a dashiki or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
She's
this
like,
is
I think
just.
I should say this.
This
thing.
is what she knows.
Give it up
her
for the troops,
base.
y'all.
Yes, that's their version of give it up for the troops. But really, what they are is like the party of special interests to keep that money flowing in, and in that sense, they're very successful. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Babbel. If you want to learn a new language, the best way is to uproot your entire life, drop yourself in the middle of a new country, and figure it out from there. But if you're not ready for that, you can still learn a new language the next best way, and that is Babbel. Speak like a whole new you with Babbel, the science-backed language learning app that gets you talking. Wasting hundreds of dollars on private tutors is the old school way of learning a new language. Babbel's 10-minute lessons are quick and handcrafted by over 200 language experts, ready to get you talking your new language in as little as 3 weeks, because talking is the key to really knowing any language. Designed by real people for having real conversations, Babbel gets you talking. Babbel's tips and tools are grounded in real-life stuff you'll actually need. Everything is focused on conversations, so you'll be ready to talk wherever you go. Don't just take my word for it. Studies from Yale, Michigan State University, and beyond continue to prove Babbel works. One study found that using Babbel for 15 hours is the equivalent to a full semester at college. With over 16 million subscriptions sold, Babbel's 14 award-winning language courses are backed by a 20-day money-back guarantee, so there's no pressure. And here is a very special limited-time deal for our listeners. Right now, you can get up to 60% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/problem. That's 60% off at babbel.com/problem. That's BABBEL.com/problem. Rules and restrictions may apply. Go check it out right now. Get up to 60% off at babbel.com/problem. All right, let's get back into the show.
So then, I do want to go back to one thing about the media. I'll do it. Let's keep going. I'll do it after this. So then with racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, all this coming at me, I heard a thing on the radio a few years ago saying that black hate crimes were way up. It said, however, white hate crimes are also way up. Asian hate crimes are way up. Latino hate crimes are way up. And it's reported hate crimes. They were talking about it. It's NPR, so they weren't super liberal. They're just kind of like thinkers. Mm-hmm. This one guy was like talking one time, was like, they were saying any group that is, that their members are violent, that's a terrorist group. They were talking about, I don't know, Proud Boys or something like that. And the guy was like, well, somebody because of BLM shot 2 cops. So should BLM be a terrorist group? And the guy's, well, oh no. He goes, I mean, just by your definition, I don't know. I don't think so either, but just by our definition. And the guy's, well, no. It's like, all right, let's calm down then. So every hate crime's up, reported hate crime's up. Is it? Or is it just being overreported? No. And is it a real thing? It's like I'm constantly getting into fights about how I don't feel under attack every day by being a Jew. So I'm glad it finally came around to us so I could tell black people to shut the fuck up too. And every time I wanted to say that to anybody, like, well, it's just because you haven't been attacked. I'm like, finally, we're getting one. Finally, Nick Cannon says shit. So I can say, who cares? Forgive him. Move on. Yeah.
So since the lockdowns in 2020, and I think it spiked and then has come down a little bit, but it's still up from what crime's up. Okay, it's still up from where it was before. So the reason why hate crimes against every single group are up is because crime's up. In other words, crime went up after you had, yes, the most disruptive year ever where you shut everybody's life down. But I'm so glad you brought up that thing because, and I shared it on Twitter. I texted you about it because that clip that went super viral of you with Howie Mandel was like one of my favorite things ever. I just loved that. It was so perfect, man. And then it's something, and I feel like why not start with like, even though I'm not like a collectivist in this way, but like let's start with our group if we're gonna like criticize a group. Like we're both Jews.
Comedians are Jews,
and dude, it's a thing I've been saying forever. It's like, dude, Jews need to cut this victimization out. It's so awful, man. And it's like, listen,
we're
I
also
understand
naturally that way anyway. It's
I know.
cold in here. The soup is cold. Like we already got that victim covered.
Complaining and just like
That's our thing.
I remember this.
We don't have to apply it to this.
This woman came up to me. I was in New Hampshire. This was like these are years ago, maybe like 2018 or something like that.
New Hampshire, it was a former state in the Republic. It's been taken over by Connecticut in the bloodiest war of our history.
I actually, my money's on New Hampshire in that war, but they got more guns. So she comes up to me, was after a show.
Does New Hampshire have the Matt and Shane Secret Podcast on their license plate? The Don't Shut On Me.
Yes, that's New Hampshire.
I directly from MSSP, yeah.
Probably. I don't know which one came first, Matt and Shane Secret Podcast or New Hampshire, but I'm guessing it was Matt and Shane. So she comes up to me afterward. So I was like, we did like a stand-up show and then a live podcast. And then I was like taking pictures, with people after. It was kind of like a line. She came up and she asked me, and she was like, she was older than me, younger than my mom. So like, I don't know, it's like in her 50s or something like that. And she came up to me and she goes, I was just wondering, and this is back in 2018. This wasn't about the current conflict. It was whatever was going on then. And she goes, are you concerned with the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses? And I went, huh? No. And I go, what are you even talking about? And she goes, well, there was an incident where in so-and-so where a professor said something to a Jewish student or something. And I go, oh, if you're telling me like someone was a jerk somewhere once, like I'm sure that happened. But I was like, overall, no. And honestly, I think we Jews should all stop talking like that. Like, it's just not helpful. And now I understand Howie Mandel is like a germaphobe and he's a person who lives in like a constant paranoid state. That's an issue.
By the way, no shame on Howie.
No.
He just has a
by the way, I don't know him, but like I'm a fan. I like the guy and stuff. Like I'm not, it's not anything against him. I'm just saying it's much bigger than him. There's this thing where, look, I don't like this out of any group. I don't think it's good. But specifically with Jewish people, I've always had this attitude like my entire life. And part of it is like, so my grandfather was born in Nazi Germany. My mother was his kid. And then I'm one more, generation removed from it. And it does seem to me like the obsession with the Holocaust, which I understand. I'm not saying like it comes from a place, but
generational trauma.
Yes, for sure. But like at a certain point, you got to go, hey, look, in the United States of America, Jews are around 2% of the population, and we are thriving. We're doing really, really well. I personally, grown up my entire life in this country, and I have never once at all had one obstacle put in my way because I was Jewish. There's never been one thing personally, professionally, socially, never once has anything, and I'm not counting something like someone called me a Jew on Twitter or something like that. I'm saying like anything in my life where it was like, oh, I couldn't get this job. I couldn't excel in this way. I couldn't do what I love with my life. I couldn't marry the person I want to marry. I couldn't go to a certain place.
Someone was physically hurt by
nothing like that. And like even the little bit of like, say, that predated us, like in the previous generation, maybe there would have been certain like country clubs you couldn't join if you were a Jew. I never even had one of those. All that was gone by the time I came around. So it's not even like Jews in America are not even like a struggling minority who are bitching about their success. We're a thriving minority, totally overrepresented in many of the most influential parts of the country. And I just think that it's like, my thing is always like, hey, look, my grandfather grew up in a country that was very hostile to Jews just for being Jews. Like even before, he got out in 1938. So he got out before like they went genocidal. Yeah. But like after it was pretty bad. Like after it was already like they'd already seized his business. They had already he had family members who like died before he got out and stuff, like real awful shit. But then he came to this country where I have faced no obstacle ever. So explain to me, how is my default position not supposed to be just gratitude to my country? What a great thing it is to be in this country, at least as a Jew or whatever, you know?
I saw a line of refugees in my neighborhood. They were there, Western African refugees. They showed up one day. I thought it was a casting call because it was a line around 2 blocks of black people. And then they were there every day. And you get to talking to them after a while. They don't all speak English.
Where is this?
East Village.
In the East Village.
Yeah, right next to my house. And or near Gas Digital too. And then it's like, well, what is this? We're all kind of talking about it. I was like, we all got kind of worried. They're like, is this crime? Like, they're not American black. And I was talking to one of them. He's like, where are you from? And a lot of them don't speak English. It was like Mauritania. And you're like, why are you here? He goes, I spoke out. I shouldn't have spoken out. And then I had to leave in the middle of the night. And so I had money. I just have no money now. But when they saw snow, they were all taking pictures and sending to their parents. And be like, wow. And they're sleeping on it. But they're like, no one's coming to disappear me tonight. Yeah. You know, they were happy being here in this way freer place. Yeah, we should all be thankful. Like, look how great it is compared to what my dad went through.
Well, look, and specifically, again, just for Jews, like, and again, this is stuff I've said for years. It's kind of, in a weird way, it's more controversial over this last year to say it because, you know, with the whole war, which we should really get into that, like the whole war over there. But then I've said forever that it's like, look, man, I'm not downplaying how terrible the Holocaust was or how terrible pogroms in Eastern Europe were before that. But Jews do, again, whenever you speak in terms of groups, I'm painting with a broad brush. There are exceptions to this, obviously. But generally speaking, Jews do have to kind of like get over this attitude that you have a monopoly on past suffering. I mean, like, even something like even like the Nazis or even like World War II. It's like, what is it, 70 million people died in World War II? It wasn't just Jews who died there. It's like lots of people got.
It's different though because it wasn't like a targeted. So like when it's a drive-by shooting or it's like somebody got killed, you know, whatever. It's like it doesn't affect. It affects people way more than just like you stepped in front of a bus by accident and got killed. Like,
yeah, but I'm saying, but that's not exactly the analogy to World War II. Stalin's army raped their way from Russia to Germany. Those people who got caught up in the middle of that were every bit as much victims as Jews who got thrown into death camps. There were ethnic. First, the Germans.
The ethnic cleansing is what gets people.
Well, sure, but I'm saying Germans were ethnically cleansed after the war. They got all types of mistreatment. The Germans who were left under what became Soviet territory were horrifically mistreated. Many of them killed. Many of them ethnically cleansed.
Just for being German.
Just for being German. For having the crime of speaking the same language as the people in the country who got taken over by the Nazis or whatever. And then there was also there was lots of other people who Hitler, like gypsies and the mentally disabled and Slavs and like all types of like other people who they all. It's just I'm not saying, but lots of people got fucked up. By the way, and this is what's the controversial thing to say, which my buddy Darryl Cooper found out over the last week or so, and some people have found out. But also, there are people in Dresden, people in Tokyo, people in Hiroshima or Nagasaki who also just got totally fucked up, just slaughtered for the crime of being in the wrong place, living under the wrong totalitarian government, which they were more of a direct victim of than the people across the world who were bombing them. Yeah. And like, all I'm saying is that I'm not saying you can't remember like horrible things that have happened to you in the past. And I understand the kind of never forget, you want to keep that alive, but you can't like obsessively live as a victim and then put it on everybody else that you have to appreciate my special victim status. It's bullshit when black people do it, when Hispanics do it. And those groups, at least in America, are actually struggling. Like they could actually point to something and go, look, our people are living in these difficult conditions. Jews just have none of that.
Well, it is real similar though, because when like you hear like pretty much every cop shoots every black person, you're like, well, that's not a healthy way to think it. And
no,
also, it's not my reality, and it's not the black people I know's reality.
It's not reality at all.
So, but you're living
also,
that way.
like you said, it's also just not helpful. It's not good for you to think this way.
And then when you're like, well, sure, but until it's too late. And you're like, well, if you really thought it was too late. So somebody said this about Trump, and they're like, if the Democrats This was like right after the Biden debate. The Democrats, legitimately, the ones in power, thought that Donald Trump was an existential threat to existence.
Mm-hmm.
After that Biden debate, they'd be like, hey, I don't give a fuck. Get rid of him. Impeach him right now. This guy is going to kill all of us. I don't care about being nice to this old man. I'm sending tons of people out to die in war for causes. Get rid of this man now, embarrass the shit out, whatever, get rid of him. But they didn't feel he was that much of a threat because they didn't do that. They just like, we don't like him. So like, if you really felt like it's a new Holocaust coming, like, you better move to Iceland. What are you doing?
Yeah,
why,
right.
Why are you still here?
Well, it's I was saying on my show earlier today, so sorry, Natalie, to hear me repeat this again, but there's, and I guess we'll figure out if this is too much of a controversial view for YouTube because I already said it earlier today. So this, if my channel doesn't exist anymore, it's not from this, it's from the last one. But I also, it just, because there was just this second assassination attempt or would-be assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And you see all of these people who have the kind of hyperbolic, rhetoric at 11 about Donald Trump. And then somehow they turn around and go, look, I wish him a speedy recovery and political violence is never the answer. And you're like, wait, so which one is it? Because you can't tell me that this guy is a threat to democracy. If Donald Trump wins, it's the end of America. But then also tell me you don't want someone to kill him.
Yeah.
Like, if you really believe that first thing, then you should look, if he's literally Hitler.
We need to try again.
Yes. If he's literally Hitler, you don't wish Hitler a speedy recovery. That doesn't make sense. It's got to be one of the two. Either he is actually Hitler or you wish him a speedy recovery. Right. I can't accept both of those things. And so, but what you're talking about is kind of like demonstrated preference. Like, it's like this is like Misesian economic stuff, but like if you walk by a store, me and you are walking down the street, and we walk by a store window and there's like a hat for $10 and you go, dude, I want that hat so much. I'd give anything for that. That hat is worth way more than $10 to me. And then you don't buy it. I could kind of be like, I don't think you really mean that. Because if it really was worth more than $10 to you, you'd go buy it because they're selling it for $10.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of the point you're making that, like, look, if you really believe Trump is Hitler, then you'd be acting this way. If you really believe that a Holocaust was around the corner, then you wouldn't just be sitting here tweeting about it. You'd pick up your stuff and move right now while you still can. Like it just doesn't make any sense.
But then people will say the rise of anti-Semitism. It's tough. When I say anti-Semitism, also I do mean homophobia and racism too. But this is an easy one for us because no one else. It's like when they say Tulsi Gabbard, you're not a coward by saying we should pull out of war because you were in war.
Right.
This
so
is ours. So
you get that layer of protection where it's a little bit tougher to portray you as a Jew hater because you're.
But I've talked to a lot of friends and they go, no, there's a definite rise on the internet, and I say that's generally I think that's gamer talk, and then they'll point to like, well, look at this synagogue getting shot up. I'm like, it's same percentages as 15 years ago. It happens occasionally. Sure, it's bad, but I've never seen one. I've never even passed by a cordoned off one after a shooting. Yeah, sure, those are bad. But like, are black people more free now than they were 50 years ago? Yeah, but there was a shooting at a fucking Buffalo, supermarket. Yeah, but those aren't mutually exclusive.
Right.
They talked about this rise of anti-Semitism on the internet, and they go, it's a real rise. And I don't fully know how to tell people like they're like, it's gonna bleed into real life, and I'm like, I just disagree. How do you explain that?
Well, I think you kind of like you said just there. It is when you're talking about Twitter, which is really the only one I'm on. Like I have an Instagram, but I don't run it. I run my Twitter, but that's like the only social media I'm really engaged in. I can't afford to spend any more time.
Negative one.
Yeah, but I enjoy it.
Yeah,
it works well for me.
Okay.
So there's no question. I definitely do see a rise in posts that are like talking about the Jews in a not very nice way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not even in a jokey. Thanks for the weather today.
Well,
those are fun.
Yeah, but again, it is very. I shouldn't even say very difficult. It's impossible to exactly figure out what that is. Like, as you said, you're like, is this a 14-year-old trolling? Is this a 40-year-old trolling? It's kind of hard to tell. There certainly are some people who really don't like Jews very much, who are very like suspicious of Jewish power. And I agree that there's aspects to that aren't good. I don't see any evidence that this is actually bleeding into real life. I think the truth is that even amongst, say, what would be considered like Nazi Twitter or whatever, and when I say that, I just mean the people who, whether it's shit posting or whatever, the people who say they like the Nazis and say they hate the Jews, even amongst them, how many of them are really going to do anything? I think is an astronomically tiny percentage. That's my feeling on this. I think a lot of this,
And by doing something, it means anywhere from like shooting up a synagogue to just like, I'm not hiring that Jew.
yeah,
I'm going to pass a better qualified one for someone just white.
More of the latter maybe than the former, but I don't know that there's even much of the latter. It's very hard to actually measure like what is really going on here. Is really? But I do think that like it seems pretty clear to me that a lot of this has been a response to the war that's been going on for nearly a full fucking year now.
Yeah, but it started up yes, true.
Well, this is when it
almost
really
let
ramped
people
up.
come out, but it started a little bit. Let's say the Kanye and the Kyrie Irving stuff was well before it, not well before it, but before it. And then people were like, oh, there was a sharp rise then.
Yeah, that always existed though to some degree.
But it was like a quick big one. I think it was a couple big celebrities doing it. I get sent a lot of these like the Talmud says this stuff, and Rogan I was like, hey, but I've looked through these before. I've actually looked them up. They're always intentional slight misquotes to make it seem like something really bad,
And of all the
or complete lack of context, so it's not really talking about that.
of all the stuff that people who don't like Jews harp on, the Talmud stuff is the weakest argument because the fact
So
is
just
that
don't even follow the Talmud anymore.
well,
Like, what are you
first
talking
off,
about?
the overwhelming majority of Jews like myself have never read it, don't follow it. It plays no role in their life whatsoever. Amongst Orthodox Jews, not even all of them follow the Talmud. And then the ones who do will tell you that it's like a full-time job to interpret it and understand what it means. And almost all of those things where, you know, like they'll be like, it says that you're allowed to rape a 9-year-old. It says that Goyim's lives don't mean anything. It's like, no. If you actually go listen to the Orthodox Jews who actually know how to like, you know, interpret this and look at it, it's like, yeah, that's not actually what they were saying at all.
Yeah.
It's very weird. It's such a Jewy thing, but it's very weird because the whole thing is written in like sarcastic rabbi talk. Like and like if you're outside of that culture, and I'm not even really inside it, but I know enough. You don't really get it. That's
not what they mean.
It's just not what they're doing.
Yeah.
Now, what people will point to is that. And where I think there is a legitimate conversation to be had is that, look, there is a disproportionate amount of Jewish people in certain areas and say neoconservatives, in the media in general, in banking, and like in a lot of these areas that are fairly destructive to the country. And there's a lot of Jews there, and their Jewish identity does play a role oftentimes in the positions that they take. Now, the problem is when you try to extrapolate that to have something against like Barry the dentist who lives up the road from us here, when he has nothing to do with any of that shit. And I got to say, from my perspective, a lot of it is just that it's that base human instinct to be tribal and find the out group and blame the out group for your problems. However, there is something to be said for the fact that, like, say the neoconservatives, right, who were disproportionately Jewish. Not all of them are, a lot of them aren't, but a lot of them are. And the fact that they want to fight all of these wars that are beneficial to Israel is not a coincidence. Like, it's a part of their Jewish identity and them wanting to protect Israel. And so that, I think,
it's not
is
just a friendly place in the Middle East. It's like, no, it's there's a connection there. You still feel it too. Where it's like, we're raised with a connection to that place.
And so that, I think, is totally legitimate to criticize. And what does end up happening is that often if like American non-Jews make legitimate criticisms of that, they get labeled as anti-Semitic and hateful. And that's so fucked up. Because, like, if you're an American and you're a taxpayer and Israel is our welfare state that gets $3 billion a year, 20-something billion dollars a year this year, then you as an American
How
citizen
much does Palestine get?
nothing like that.
Yeah, but a lot.
Yeah, but not the same time. It's totally different. Humanitarian aid versus weaponry to make the other side need humanitarian aid are not the same type of, funding. But regardless, if you're an American citizen and there's a country that gets welfare from you and you're not allowed to criticize that or the policy, and you get labeled as hateful for doing that, that's fucked up.
But here's the weird thing. It's not in a vacuum. So when the what do they call it? The radical left and the radical right end up speaking for the moderate left and moderate right. So the moderate left looks at the radical right and goes, this is what you guys believe. The moderate right looks at the radical left of like every man with a vagina is coming for your baby. It's like guys, you're letting them speak for you. So when you go,
for the record, better than a chick with a dick coming for your baby. If one of them's coming for your baby, you take that man with a vagina.
And if you want to go after Israel's policy on something, there is then those people going, you hate Jews, right? But at the same time, you'll have people going, I'm going after Israel, and then do start going, it's all the Jews. So it doesn't exist in a vacuum. You get people who start to just, friends of ours who start to fucking hate this Israeli war, and they go fully into just fucking hating Jews.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Really?
And it's wild because they go, well, who's coming after me, telling me to be quiet? It's the Jews. So you just broaden that to this, but I think it's all online. Those guys are never going to say anything to me, fuck you, Jew. Not even that much in person, but they do start adding that in. So it becomes part of it.
I've watched that happen with several people I know who basically essentially started with making really reasonable points, and then they got labeled a Nazi, and then at a certain point we're like, fine, I am. Fuck you, I'm a Nazi. Yeah. And look, so it was Curtis Yarvin who said this once. I thought it was really well said. That he was basically like, well, look, if the kind of progressive establishment has this worldview that you're either lockstep with us or you're a Nazi, and you end up being like, well, fuck you, then I'll be a Nazi. He's like, you understand, you've still conceded their worldview. You're really just reinforcing it because you've essentially agreed that the only options are to be a woke progressive or a Nazi. And so to your point, there's no question that happens. I kind of look at it okay, if there's let's say there's a neighborhood and there's a real problem with black crime in that neighborhood. This is hypothetical, doesn't exist in the real world, but let's just say there was a real problem with black crime in a neighborhood. And black people are running around and they're just randomly beating the shit out of white people. Okay. It's maybe of the black population in that area, it's only a couple percentage of the black people who are doing this, but this is happening all the time. There's probably going to be a rise in anti-black sentiment. You know what I mean? Right. Now, it is true that it's totally unfair to blame a black dude in that area who wasn't beating people up. Right. And he's like, I don't know, dude, I'm over here. At the same time, I would also say if you're a black leader in that neighborhood, the first thing you say should probably be hey guys, we got to stop beating people up. The first thing you say probably shouldn't be I'm appalled by this rise in racism, because it's well,
that is what that would be what they'd say.
Right. But I'm just saying that. Yeah, right. I have no problem with you saying that second, but I do just think that, and maybe this is being a little bit collectivist in my mind. Maybe you don't have an obligation. That's just kind of how I feel.
Blossom did that.
Blossom, the TV show?
No, the lady from Blossom. Oh. She went on to lots of other stuff, but she goes, hey, just some advice to the actresses out there. Don't take meetings in some hotel room. I've never taken a meeting in a hotel room. There's always a lobby downstairs, and people are like, how fucking dare you? Yeah. She's like, no, I thought it went without saying that you shouldn't rape. Yeah, right, exactly. But I'm saying, don't put yourself in this position.
Yeah, well, it's kind of tricky to do these things, but I will say that one of the things that's really interesting is that, okay, the relationship between the United States of America and Israel is, I think as John Mearsheimer said, is different than every other relationship.
Yeah, it is you can't put it by the same rules.
It's a special relationship, and in lots of different ways, there have been massive attempts by the Israelis to subvert our government and to get us to do their bidding. There's been attempts from Israelis and then also from people within America who have strong loyalty to Israel. And this war now over the last year has exploded, and it's kind of exploded in the first time where the corporate media apparatus has lost its monopoly on information, and now there's all of these alternative viewpoints out there. And so what I do think there is kind of an explosion in people very hostile toward Jews online. But I do feel like when I look at it, if I'm trying to be fair and analyze the situation, I do go, it's like, look, dude, what Israel is doing to Gaza right now is fucking horrific. And I mean like biblical levels of evil horrific. It's totally inexcusable. And we are funding it and arming the conflict as well as giving like real intelligence in order to allow them to do it to these people. Yeah. And then we have, let's say, a very compromised government that essentially cannot put any pressure on Israel for multiple reasons. And then all the people who stand up and like are against it get viciously smeared, no matter where you are. Like you could be the most reasonable person criticizing Israel, you still get called all these names. But also, I get called a self-hating Jew and a Nazi and all this shit every day.
But hold on, sorry, just 1 second. At the same time, if you go the other way, you also get viciously smeared.
Oh yeah. Oh no question about that.
I've run into like Osama said, no, it wasn't him, but it's you run into like an Arab descendant comic. And for a while there, you both have to look at each other like, are we cool?
Yes. Look,
do we have to be fighting now? So and you're like, no, I don't care. You don't care.
I totally agree with that. I'm just saying that if the question is what's going on with this anti-Semitism over here, I'm just saying that it's like, this is the dynamic that is getting this backlash.
Some people say this is an excuse for them to go for it. Like when they said like, hey, they didn't plan 9/11, but now that it happened, let's take these fucking powers.
Yes. Well, look, in the same way that, because like it's almost like sometimes they'll say it'll be like, okay, well look, like the say October 7th is pretty clearly a reaction to the fact that Israel has been dominating Gaza since at least 1967. That these people have lived under essentially occupation ever since then. And then people will be like, oh, okay, well then the current war is just a reaction to October 7th. And you're like, yeah, obviously. Yeah. So like, yes, of course, everyone would acknowledge that this was a response to October 7th. Yeah, but then so that's fine. I'm just also saying that this also was a response to that. Now you could say,
and then that's a response to this, that's a response to this, and so it's like, it's just fucked.
Right, but essentially, this is just the thing, is that it's all a response to the thing before it, and all of that was a response to the thing before that, and all of that was a response to the thing before that, and all of that was a response to a bunch of Eastern European Jews deciding they're going to create a new country in Israel. And
well, no, I got to stop you on that. In the 1920s, before any talk of a country, when they were going, they were also being attacked by neighboring
because
villages.
That was in the period where a bunch of Jews from Eastern Europe were trying to create a new country in this area.
1919. It was just like, this
is all post-Zionism, though. I'm saying like all of these things you could look at, and look, even if you want to say the big Arab uprising in the 20s or whatever, like a huge part of that was because that you had this migration in from Eastern Europe of all of these people who were very openly talking about how they were going to create their state here, and were already kicking a whole bunch of Arabs out of their homes. Now, listen, I'm not saying, by the way, like all the Zionists were bad or all the Arabs are good or anything like that.
Yeah, what Jordan did to the Palestinians is like was crazy for generations and generations.
Jordan they occupied the West Bank from 1948 to 1967. Egypt occupied Gaza from that same period. Yeah. No, listen.
Like, here's what strikes me sometimes when they call Trump a Nazi or the biggest problem. It's like certain words are like, you call Trump a fascist, and yet Biden is doing business with actual fascists who say we are fascists, we're fascists. So you're doing business with that. So certain things catch me as a fucking, it's like, but
No.
Words like genocide.
I'm not making a claim of genocide. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying what Israel's doing to Gaza is horrible.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it genocide. They won't let him leave, and there's like, no, Egypt won't let him in. And you're like, oh, it's like this idea that every Arab is beautiful and pure, and then just the Jews doing it. It's like, it's a wild area.
Yeah, any type of like black and white explanation like that is always missing a ton of the nuance of it. But I do think that like, if you look at kind of listen, by the way, even to your point about Jordan, even there was a lot of nuance, because essentially what happened, right, was that in 48, when the state of Israel was created, there was about 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed / relocated / not allowed to return to where they lived in Israel. And a ton of them ended up in Jordan, to the point that Jordan was, I'd have to check the demographics over time, but they were close to majority Palestinian.
No, it was majority Palestinian.
I think it actually
no
maybe
voting
was.
rights.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to understand that Jordan, in some sense, kind of had their arms tied, because if they had given voting rights to all of the Palestinians, they just give up their government. They give up their whole thing. This was a different group of people who did. So anyway, I'm not saying, but I'm not defending Jordan
it's
or anything.
Just deeper. I was on Ron and Fez
all
a
of
long
it.
time
All
ago.
of it is very
And somebody
complicated.
goes, here's the problem there. I'm like, you're already wrong if you're saying problem singular.
Well,
it's so crazy. So I talked to some Israelis yesterday, comics, walking by the cellar, and I was like, how's the what's the vibe now? And they go, oh, you mean like the news? Like, don't believe the news. That's it's overblown. I mean, people are still at the beach in Gaza. This idea that it's like all this horrific thing. It's like, it's not quite that. They were it's like my friends in Austin, like, New York's a war zone, huh? And I'm like, guys, relax. I walk home every night.
But even in a war zone, I remember this coming up in the war in Ukraine when someone would be like, and I'm a big critic of the war in Ukraine, but there'd be people there who were kind of like, oh, well, look at this video of Ukrainians being really normal. Are they really at war? And you're like, guys, you understand human beings are still alive.
Yeah, right.
Like even if there's bombings going on.
And there's also areas. I talked to an Uber driver in Yemen. He goes, you go home ever? And he goes, yeah, I go home a lot. And I'm like, wait, it's not. He goes, oh, what you're talking about is in the mountains.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not.
But we go Yemen and not this area is really bad.
Well, I mean, obviously we're a much bigger country, but if you think about something where like if there was some battle going on in Westchester right now, we're out in Jersey. It's not like we would just be like, I guess we can't record this podcast, because it's like no, we'd still do exactly what we're doing.
Even
like I don't know,
a mile from here.
Yeah, right. So like so that's part of it too.
So I asked him what the vibe was, and he goes, yeah. And I asked him what comedy was like there. I was like, can you make fun of it? Because I'm like, here it's touch and go. And my stance is generally a stance of disinvolvement, and that gets people angry. I don't vote.
Yeah.
I don't want to weigh in on Gaza and Israel. People are like, how dare you? I'm like, damn, I'm not even against you.
Yeah.
This is interesting how fucking riled up you are. But he goes, most of us, he goes, you can't really make jokes about it. He goes, the soldiers, when you entertain them, they love the darkest stuff, just like soldiers say. They're 19-year-old degenerates.
Yeah.
But he goes, generally, we just, until you get the hostages back, everyone's feeling uneasy. You want to say, get them back, give concessions, whatever. And people are like, how's that going to work? And they all go, I don't know how it's going to work. We all just want it to end. We want them to be happy. We want people that are getting raped to just come home. We just want it to end. And I don't know how to do it. And then you have government. So I do this travel podcast. You'd be tripping. And you talk about like a China episode or something. And you're like, oh, so the street meats are so good. And people weigh in. They go, they're a fascist regime who do this. I'm like, I'm not there for the politics. The people aren't even there for the politics. So most people there just want chill. They're not looking to mine their resources. They just want to chill. And it's like, how do you do it? I don't know.
Yeah, dude.
Well, we'll deal with this in the homeless situation later.
My rule of thumb is like, I'm always on the side of the people, against the regime, against the corruption, but for the people. You know, you always presume the best in the average citizen and presume the worst in the average politician. Like that's kind of my rule of thumb.
Go against the company for the people.
Exactly. Yeah. Always. So yeah, I mean, in the same sense that like you might watch the news and see what Biden's doing, but that's not a reflection of like your friends or the average person.
I'm not invading Cambodia.
Yeah. So I think essentially, right, like
it's all mixed up into this one thing for people. And you're like, no, even the Israelis don't all support this guy.
Well, also another kind of fascinating, detail about the situation with Israel is that there's always been much more room for conversation in Israel about Israel than there is in America about Israel.
In Israel, they love talking about politics and like who's better, who's worse, and they have a parliament to say who should be bigger.
But the media there, I mean, like
allows you to.
It was really one of the things that was really interesting is last year in October, obviously when all this shit went down. It was Tal Schneider had a piece in the Times of Israel.
Damn, that's a fucking Jewish name.
You're not struggling that long
Jewish name.
to go. Tal Schneider, is he Irish?
Yeah.
So he had a piece on October 8th in the Times of Israel about how Netanyahu for years, I believe the title was "For Years Netanyahu Propped Up Hamas. Now it's blown up in our face." And it's like, in America, if you had said that on October 8th, people would have been like up in arms. But this was the front page of the Times of Israel, where they were like, "Hey, look, we all know this was his policy.
Yeah.
We all know his policy was to prop up Hamas."
But also,
and
that was even there's more to that story where it's like, no, you prop up them to keep them occupied, and then just like Al Qaeda, where you're like, oh, we're not propping them up to attack us.
Well,
we're propping them up to do something. They got too powerful.
Well, what he was propping them up to do, at least in his own words, what he said and what a lot of his people around him said was what they thought. His exact words were, "We can control the height of the flame." Right. So October 7th wasn't the plan.
Right.
That got away from him.
Yeah.
He was propping them up essentially to kill the two-state solution, so that he was like, well, look, you have the Palestinian Authority here in the West Bank. You have Hamas running Gaza. Now they're not on the same page. They're not going to get together. And also, they basically said it was a get out of negotiation free card
because they're terrorists.
Because you could look to the rest of the world and go, I have no partner for peace.
Yeah.
This is Hamas. So, but look, the point is just you could have a lot more of these conversations there. I think your like insight that essentially anybody who goes, okay, the thing is this, is going to be getting it wrong. However, I do think that obviously, like we're many decades into, what is it, 80 years into the creation of Israel now? Or what is it? What's that? Almost 48 to now. Yeah. And there's obviously, there was a huge ethnic cleansing campaign in 48. There was, as you said, going back even to the 20s, there was terrorism. There's terrorism on both sides, by the way. The Arabs embraced terrorism, and not the Israelis, technically, the Zionist settlers who became the Israelis 5 minutes before they became Israelis totally embraced terrorism. I mean, they were essentially the IDF
terrorism was against England too, against
the British.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there some against Arabs, but for the most part, it was to drive an occupying force out, as they saw it, right?
Also,
So, but just to be clear, like the IDF was formed from essentially 3 terrorist organizations. There was the Stern Gang, the Irgun, and the Haganah, and they came together to make the IDF. This is what it's like. There is just something funny about kind of, you can find these videos.
It's just weird when you're being attacked constantly by every country. It's not the same as America. You can't apply it to American terms.
Well,
when your enemy is not, when Afghanistan. Let's say Afghanistan attacked America on November or whatever,
which is not exactly 11th.
Right. Yeah, but they're from there-ish.
They weren't even from there, but they were there. But I guess
they definitely weren't in Toronto. It'd be different if they were in Toronto.
100%.
So it's like we're applying these things to like.
But this isn't even them in Toronto. This is like under the British mandate in Palestine, they'd be like blowing up the King David Hotel with a bunch of people in that hotel to get a few British soldiers who were there, and but. Part of when you see these like Ben Shapiro and like Dennis Prager, they both have like these like wildly viral like history of Israel videos from just the pure Zionist perspective, and like it'll always be like, because I grew up with that propaganda also, and it's just really funny. You look at them, I'm not even exaggerating, but they'll be like, here's the story of Israel in 1948. Israel declared independence. Then 6 countries attacked them. Somehow Israel won. Yeah. And you're already like,
whoa.
I feel like there's a lot.
Wait, so many questions.
There's a lot missing
Jimmy
there.
Carr had a joke about this. We were in Montreal, and it was during the 300th anniversary of Montreal or something like that. It was Montreal 300. And he was like, Montreal 300 just started. Because before 300 years ago, there were no human beings here. Right? White people. He goes, you can't have that anymore. Right. You used to be able to have that when you didn't consider natives human. And now that you do, you just got to stop. You just got to stop marking these dates.
And so, dude, this guy, Daryl Cooper, he's been very like all over the place lately because he was just on Tucker Carlson and stirred up some controversy. He was just on my show a couple days ago. But he's just brilliant historian, and he did this this series called Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. It's like it's a big time commitment. It's I think it's 27 hours long. Oof. It's a 6-part podcast series about the early history of the creation of the state of Israel. And it is just so good. Like, I cannot recommend it high enough. It's so good. But so he goes through in detail everything. And when you consume something like that, or if you really do the reading about like the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, the first thing you realize is like it's enormously complex, and it is a constant reaction to the last thing. And you could see pretty easily where, like, you know, you get to a point where if your kid was one of the people at this music festival, and like, you're just not even hearing it.
I don't want to.
It's like
fuck
flatten
off.
Gaza. It's very easy to get yourself just flatten.
And people
Gaza.
like, he said this, like, yeah, it's war, man. It's a war.
But
Everybody's acting like crazies.
Likewise, if you're living in Gaza, you can understand where you get to a point where you're like, I'm going to join up with Hamas because we're going to kill whoever we can kill. So it's this constant cycle. But anyway, at the end of it, at this long 27-hour podcast series, he goes through this whole thing about what he thinks could actually help the situation. And he kind of almost prefaces it. He's like a hard right-wing guy. This was a guy who was a veteran, was like, you know, a contractor in the military, has been to Israel many times, and worked with the IDF and stuff. And he basically goes, like, he kind of disclaims it by like, these are my words, not his. But he goes, yeah, I know this sounds kind of gay or whatever. But he goes, here's the truth. In acknowledgement of what's been done wrong in the past can actually go a long way. And he tells this story. It's actually really beautiful. But he tells this story about how there was essentially these...
Turkey finally did.
Yes, exactly. But he tells the story because he was like fought in the terror wars. And he tells the story about the teams that used to have to go in to these areas like in Iraq and Afghanistan where whatever, a drone bomb had killed a family, you know, like we missed the target or we got bad intel and we just killed a family. Yeah. And they'd go there and essentially offer them money. You know, like they'd be like, listen, we're very sorry about what we did. We can give you, and it comes out to like something, you know, it'd be like $7,000 or something like that they're giving. Yeah. And he was talking to one of his friends who was doing those missions. And he said he even asked him, I think, go listen to this on the episode, but I'm just retelling it as much as I can remember it. But he said he'd almost be like, oh my God, did that go like horrifically bad every single time? And because he's thinking that's like horribly insulting to be like, your kid was worth $7,000. And the guy I was talking to went like, no, usually went really good. Because sometimes it went bad, but for the most part, they really appreciated that someone was at least acknowledging that like this was really wrong what we did. And he was like, his like almost like thing was that like there should be like some like you just said, we can't pretend anymore that 300 years is all that's been. You can't pretend what didn't come before it, and that like you should almost like stop pretending that like, you know, the Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager, we just declared our independence, and then they've all hated us for eternity over that.
This happens in feminism too. We're like, don't pretend like you haven't just like grabbed your secretary's ass for fucking 80 years, and you're like, okay, but also don't pretend like no woman is fake Me Too'd somebody.
You know, there's
you're acting like all these things just exist in vacuums, and it's like, come on, it's all of these things.
My take on the Israel situation essentially is that you're like, look, it's not that there's just this one thing or that there's just this other thing. But fundamentally, if you want to talk about the conflict that's going on over there, the fundamentals are that a group of Eastern Europeans decided they wanted to start a new nation for Jews, which for good reason. They were like, we think we've been so persecuted here that we need our own state or we're never going to be able to live like this. And they went to an area that was already inhabited by people and decided we're going to start a state here. And they got international financing and they put it together. I mean, they got everything they needed to get it done. And in the process, whether you say it's intentional or not, in the process of creating this state, about 750,000 people were kicked out of their homes, either forcefully or they fled and weren't allowed to come back.
Reprisal was a lot,
but they weren't allowed to come back at the end of the war. And then, after the Six-Day War in 1967, Israel occupied Gaza and, well, they took East Jerusalem, they occupied Gaza and the West Bank, right? And essentially have occupied them ever since. Now, they could say that they had the pullout in 2005 and whatever. They dominated Gaza ever since. They never took their foot off of them. And you kind of, if you don't acknowledge that, you kind of can't acknowledge what the situation really is. But the positive side is that if you do acknowledge that, it's not impossible. Look, you can acknowledge that and you can also go, look.
It's a lot of those not
acknowledgements. That doesn't mean Israel's going away.
So you have to also go, hey, your guys' government is sworn to the destruction of Jews across the globe. So that's gonna make it hard to
Well,
talk
that's
to
also
you guys.
that's also a non-negotiable. You
Yeah.
go, no, that can't work, right?
Yeah.
That can't. And you also go, that doesn't mean, as some people who are the more radical anti-Israel types will say, well, that's why they deserve from the river to the sea, or something like that. And you're like, no. This was in 1948, or started in 47 and then in 48. And they had been there, many of them had been living there from decades already at that point, you know? And so, no, the answer isn't now you're going to kick 5 million Israelis out of their homes.
That's also funny.
That's the same
That's
thing
also
that
funny.
you're
Like
upset
they were
about.
born there. Like leave to where? You think
Yeah.
you still have a home in Copenhagen waiting
Yeah,
for you?
right.
Like, what do you
So-
mean? My grandfather was born here.
But look, I would say that at least all of the negotiations that the formal ones that did happen, right? Like there was the Oslo Accords, and there was the, like there was
stuff.
and there was a continuation of that up there you go, and up until Camp David in the year 2000, and all throughout that process there were negotiations, and they always
Camp David.
started with 1967 borders. It's like no. You from the river to the sea guy, you're not going to get what you want, and you, the Israel, who's like, let's just keep the status quo going, that's not going to work either. What has to happen is like, look, in acknowledgement, okay, yes, these messed up things did happen. Yes, you did kind of get a raw
how do we
deal.
do this?
Also, you should acknowledge that embracing terrorism ended up killing a lot of innocent people, and that wasn't cool. And now there's got to be a deal where you get your own statehood and we get our own thing. And I would just say this, as bad as things look right now,
It could happen. You go fast
Israel-
forward to 400 years from now, looking back to now, and you're like, wow, of course we were going to eventually figure it out.
Not even 400 years, man. Look,
I mean, like way past it.
Well, Israel went to war with Egypt 4 times in 20 years. Well, that I might be wrong. Okay, it was 48, 56, 67, and 73. I think so. Whatever. They went to war 4 times in a period of a little more than 20 years, and then in the 70s they made a deal. They haven't been to war since.
Yeah, it was the
They made
first Arab country
a land
to
for
say,
peace
okay,
deal,
We'll give you
and
back Suez.
not just a Arab country. It was the Arab country to make peace. Like their chief enemy were the Egyptians at the time, and now they're like, I'm not saying they're cool. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like the average Egyptian probably doesn't love Jews too much, and the average Israeli probably doesn't love Egyptians too much.
Yeah.
But they haven't gone to war since the early 70s.
No, I know somebody who was in that war, and they go, wait, because at the time we were giving back this land, the Suez.
The Sinai. It was the
and
Sinai.
It's a key piece of land. It's the canal. It's like important. You know, it's not just some whatever. And it's like, I lost friends in this, like blown up in front of me, and we're giving that back. And then fast forward to 40 years later when they're talking about it, 30 years later, like, no, it was worth it.
That was the greatest decision.
Worth it. Yeah.
It was the best decision that
long-term peace
Israel
there.
and Egypt ever made.
Yeah.
And so as bad as things are now, it's like, I use this
I
example.
wonder if there's no way to go, hey, sure, let's pull out of there completely. Let's finish all this. Get the hostages back. Let's stop doing that. Now, I'm not the guy to do it, and I don't know if you are either, but like, how do you be like, hey, completely on your own, but no more missiles?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Well, it's not,
Because then it's just gonna like,
Well-
you get like, it's like having a fight with your chick. Like, you get one more free shot at me, and then that's it. You can't keep taking shots at me, or I'm gonna start yelling back.
so there's an old, I always bring this up, I always butcher the quote. There's an old Thomas Jefferson quote where he's talking about slavery, and the quote goes something like, we have the wolf by the ear, and we can neither afford to hold on to it nor safely let it go.
Yeah.
And so essentially, like what he was saying was what the real fear of a lot of even abolitionists was at the time. But it's like, dude, like, I mean, we've been enslaving these people forever. If we free them now, they're going to kill us. And if you're saying we free them and give them citizenship, then this Second Amendment here says they have the right to get guns. And they're going to, so look, you understand. So this is, to me, a very similar claim to when Israelis or pro-Israeli people will say, well, if we gave them their own state, then the rockets would keep coming or keep doing this. It's like, look, I get that that's a real fear.
And the other way too is like, if we stop attacking, then they'll never leave us alone.
Well, right. It's like, look, all I'm saying is I get it's a real fear that if given their freedom, these people might come and attack you. But just like with the slavery example, at a certain point, you just go, you can't enslave people, man.
Right.
Like, I don't know. The answer can't be, look, occupying a country after you won a war for like a year, or for 6 months while you're figuring out who to transition government authority to is one thing. But you won the war in 1967. And by the way, you didn't win the war against the Palestinians. Okay? It was Egypt and Jordan.
Yeah.
And now you're just taking it out on these people who were, by the way, were never incorporated into Egyptian or Jordanian society. So it's like, no, you just can't do this.
Yeah.
And
we don't want you here.
So that to me is the major thing with the conflict over there. And then the other issue is is the relationship between Israel and the United States of America, where it's kind of like,
it is partially ally, like saying head in the region, and partially the Jews' connection to it.
well, and then it's also partially,
not the same as
and it's not just the Jews' connection to it. It's also in very large part the Israeli lobby. I mean, there is a very powerful lobby in this country, and you have organizations like the ADL and the Southern Poverty Law Center, which were started by Jews, that are run by Jews, and of course AIPAC, and their mission is to ruin your life if you are against Israel.
Yeah.
And literally the AIPAC will flood millions of dollars into your opponent's primary campaign to make sure they get you out of there. And there is something to me where I go like, look, if Jews want to say, because what happens a lot of times is that the like very Zionist people at the ADL, people at the Southern Poverty Law Center, people at AIPAC, they're the same people who will say there's a rise of anti-Semitism or another Holocaust is around the corner.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, if you think that, right? If you think there's this rise in anti-Semitism or there's a danger of like another Holocaust, well, then you got to stop doing this, man. Like you got to stop. You can't do that. You can't say that the American people are not allowed to elect somebody who's critical of Israel, or we will flood money into their opponent's campaign, or we will try to defame them and smear this person. If you're going to do that, like, what are you poking here? What are you playing with?
I say this one that we have like this anti-Semitism shows, you know.
I'm not familiar. Or like Jewish comedians do.
I
think I've seen like flyers for this.
Like, who's this? What do you mean? Who's this going to? You're sending this to an anti-Semite to be like, come around? Like, what do you mean?
By the way,
pay
though,
him off.
unironically, that would probably be the best way to do it. Be like a bunch of Jews just raised money for you.
Got those $600 from Trump. They're like, actually, let's go drink. He's not that bad. I mean, just lay off him. I don't like him, but I don't hate him. This one's on you, Donnie. But I go, no, the complaining about stuff is what I think leads to a rise in it.
Turn it off if you get uncomfortable.
And the complaining about racism leads to more racism, because people are like, oh, you guys are always bitching about stuff. When I lost my job, my dad lost his job. And it's like, it makes it rise. So people, I tell them like, no, I don't want to do your show. And I actually think your show is harmful to us.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, maybe get you on the next one. And I'm like, I don't think you heard me at all.
Yeah, you did not.
I think what
I
you're
didn't
doing,
say I have another thing booked.
your heart's in the right place, but it's just like American interventionism all over the world. Your heart's in the right place, maybe, but it's actually killing countries.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's funny that Americans are weighing in on Israel and Gaza. I'm like, aren't you the country that killed millions of people? But you go like, no, I'm Irish today.
Well, that's like also a thing. So I saw when I was on Rogan's podcast, at some point, it wasn't the last time, it was the time before that, but it was after October 7th. And so like when I was talking about this, because you do like weirdly, like when I was talking about the war in Ukraine on Rogan's podcast, it was a couple years ago now. What people end up calling you as they go, you're a Putin apologist, or you're a Russian propagandist. But there was something about that accusation that always just like brushed right off me, because it's just so stupid. And you're like, the idea that there is any serious movement in America who are okay, like even back during McCarthyism or whatever, there were some communists. Mm-hmm. Like there were communists in America, okay? But there's no one's sworn loyal to Vladimir Putin. Like, what are you talking about? This makes no sense. However, with this, there are really people who hate Jews.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, I do almost go on and be like, hey, just so you know, like, that's not where I'm coming from on this. And so I prefaced it by saying, like, listen, if I'm criticizing Israel, and essentially my criticism of them is that, like, your country was founded on, like, violating the natural rights of a lot of the people who live there. And you're also like, your foreign policy, if you want to call it that, is killing a lot of innocent people. This is nothing I wouldn't say about my own government. Like, it's not as right and do quite often. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like it's not that this is
mutually exclusive.
A unique, like it's not unique in that sense. I mean, look, it is a little bit different, you know, for many reasons. I mean, it's not exactly like the war in Iraq where Israelis are kind of looking over the fence at these people. You know what I mean? Like, I you know, it does change the dynamics a little bit. However, to your point that you made about like, I mean, I just think empirically there's almost no argument about this anymore. It's like, I don't know. Do you think like all of the like woke ideology in college campuses, did that get rid of racism, or did it just fuel more of a reaction against it? Like, clearly. And in the same sense here, it's like, yeah, I do think like if you actually wanted to squash the people's feelings of not liking Jews, I genuinely think the best thing you could have is have Jews like you saying to Howie Mandel, like, no, knock it off. Stop pretending that we're living in like this horrible society that's oppressing us. And then I think you should have Jews like me stand up and say, hey, ADL, Southern Poverty Law Center, APAC, knock it off.
Yeah, right.
Let Americans,
people don't really know about.
Americans be free people. They're allowed to disagree.
But it's also the same thing with like Tulsi saying like she had one policy that went against one of Hillary Clinton's policies, and people are like, are you fucked? You'll never pass a law if you do that.
Yeah.
She'll block you. I'm like, we're in the same party. Like, dude, don't fuck with it. And it's like, oh, right. So it's also, we don't really have a real democracy here either.
Right. Yeah.
It's just a lot of parts of it that were interesting to me was like the day of the attack, that, you know, BLM post going like, nice, where we went for the paratroopers, like, damn. And then later it was like, well, you guys are over attacking back. Like, I saw that hatred come before that. Same thing with the Kobe stuff. It's like his daughter. I'm like, oh, I was getting death threats before the daughter was even reported on there. Yeah. Well, then not that. It's you love your athlete.
I agree. I agree with your point there. But then there's also another ripple to it, which is that then when you totally overreact in the response to it, you go, well, now you prove them right.
What
so
is
now
the
you
number?
don't really now you really don't get to look back and go, you were just guessing that we would do it because you did end up doing it.
What is the number of acceptable civilian deaths in a conflict? You know, what percentages is right? I don't know that at all. But it's funny, a lot of it also with the media reporting is all very pro, I wouldn't say pro-Gaza, more anti-Israel. But
I think the corporate media is probably right about where they always were. The alternative media is very anti-Israel, for sure.
And a lot of that boils down to a very Twitterized world, a very simple way to do it. And I've been told this by someone I don't want to mention, but a lot of it boils down to white is bad, brown is good.
Okay, so with the BLM post that you specifically mentioned, this has like deep roots in like there was essentially, and you know a lot about this. I know you talked a little bit about this. I remember I opened for you when you were first running Jew. Like it was way before you put it out. Like when you were first like
where?
Like at the cellar at the Fat Black.
Yeah, okay.
And you did a thing. You kind of like ran it. It was like way before the final product, but you like ran it, and then you just took questions about Judaism, and then you'd kind of like come up with shit with that stuff, which was great.
What do you guys think? What do you guys wonder about us?
And then you didn't record it also, by the way, which I was like, I was at the end. I was like, dude, you just got so much, and you were like, yeah, I forgot to record that part. I was like, you didn't record that? But anyways, somebody, I literally just remembering this because we're talking about it now, and it popped in my head. But someone was asking you about like the Crown Heights riots and how they started and the tension between blacks and Jews. And like, if people don't know the history of it, like Jews were very instrumental in the civil rights movement. They were
the only ones really would go down there and get hung to fucking support black rights.
And a huge part of like the organization of it, because you had like a lot of like
blacks are a lot of things. They're not on time much. So they've never been accused of being too punctual.
Well, and if you
let the Jews go down and be like, hey guys,
but
here's
also
the starting time.
you think about the fact that it was Jews from the North who were coming down to Mississippi to help like the black kids, because it wasn't black adults, it was mostly black teenagers, people in their 20s, because their parents had to work and couldn't risk their jobs.
Like
but they would go. So these were the kids growing up in rural poverty in Mississippi under segregation. they were not educated. They were not prepared. The Jews came in with financing and education and all this shit. And so they were kind of working together. And then a big rift started by the late 60s. And one of the huge parts of this was the war in 1967 and Israel taking over control of Malcolm X and all these guys. They were the black they identified with the Muslims. And they were like, no, fuck this. These Jews are the white persecutors of the Muslims. Who's the Muslims? Us. Who's the white people? White people. And so this,
they grouped everybody, and then it became like, no. I'm currently representing you pro bono and taking death threats. I'm not them.
I'll say there was certainly some sloppy thinking on their part, but it wasn't without a point. There was some point to what they were saying, and there was something where the Jews, the only African nation that they allied with at first, very unfortunately happened to be South Africa, who was an apartheid regime at the time. So if you were like a radical black nationalist, what do you mean? Because you already got to think, right? There was already this friction between, broadly speaking, like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, right? So Martin Luther King was essentially, at least for the day, I'm not saying he was a socialist too, but for the day and his cause, he was essentially a liberal. He was essentially saying like, hey, let's just extend the Bill of Rights to include black people also. But that's in a sense almost an endorsement of the American system, saying like, oh, America's failed on its promise. This was his line in the I Have a Dream speech, right? With the line about we were given a check, but when we deposited it said insufficient funds.
Right.
So he's basically saying like, hey, we got this document that says all men are created equal, and yet then when it comes down to life in America, we're not treated that way. Malcolm X and these more radical black nationalists were like, fuck America, that's the white person's, that's the white man's government. We want to form our own thing. We should go, right? So you already had this kind of, and then, okay,
neither one are right or wrong. There's just two ways of looking at it.
Sure. There's things that are appealing about each of them, I think, to be honest, and things that are unappealing about each of them.
On the word black power?
Who's Malcolm X?
No, it was one of the underlings. And he goes, and they held this group of kind of traveling speakers. And Martin Luther King was like the leader, for sure. And they had like some fights about who's whatever. And he goes, Martin Luther King had a speech somewhere else, couldn't make this one. And he goes, well, he wasn't there and he couldn't stop him from saying, and he shows the speech and he goes, oh, he's talking about white power. What about black power? And this guy's such a good speaker, the way like T.D. Banks is and all those people. And he goes, what about black power? And they go like, black power. And he just keeps going, black power. And they're like, black power. And he goes, Martin Luther King came back, but it was too late.
Yeah,
the word stuck.
Well, right. So imagine you're in this camp and let's say, which I think almost all of us could kind of understand, if you were a black person living during segregation or something like that, you could certainly understand where you might be attracted to the Malcolm X argument. Malcolm X is like sitting there and saying let's take power. And like saying like,
they'll never give it to us.
He goes, look, essentially the split was like, okay, and Malcolm X would needle Martin Luther King for this essentially, right? That Martin Luther King, if you got some white cops who are coming in who are roughing up your wife in front of you. And Malcolm X would be like, so what is Dr. King telling us I should do? Write a letter to my congressman? I'm telling you, get a gun and kill that fucking cop. That cop puts his hands on your wife. What type of man are you if you allow another man to put his hands on your wife? So now, whether you agree with that or not, you could certainly see where that would be appealing to a certain, demographic in the black community at that time. And so then you're a little bit frustrated with the Martin Luther King branch because you're almost like, that's almost a sellout, And then Israel is aligned with South Africa. They're oppressing their black people, and then you could spin it as, and Israel's oppressing their black people, the Arabs, right? And then you find out that the Jews have been funding the Martin Luther King wing of your black movement. And so it's very easy after that to be like, oh, I see what you're doing here. And then,
like, no,
of course... And look, the relationship between blacks and Jews, since then, right, is one where it's almost always, I mean, not 100% of the time, but 99% of the time, there's a serious power imbalance. Now, I'm saying the relationship between blacks and Jews typically in black neighborhoods is landlord, renter, store owner, customer.
Stick to themselves.
Yes, yeah, and like you even talked about that, the guys who have their own ambulances who don't pick up your kids in their ambulances. I mean, this is all real shit, Yeah. And so anyway, I guess the broader point I was just making is that when you see that BLM tweet on October 7th, it's not just a reaction to October 7th. Also, these are radical black activists, and they have a long history of being very suspicious of Jews.
It's also it's not black people. It's this one BLM Chicago person who's running this, who already has his ideas, and he's also, by the way, same as anybody. That's like, good. And you're like, oh, you actually don't think it's good. You actually don't think it's good.
There's also a lot of that too. Child. But there is a long history of like Jews and blacks kind of having this partnership in the civil rights movement, and then it all falling apart. And there's a lot of
it's too bad.
Oh yeah, no, it's tragic.
Some high-level journalists about it. I don't know if they want to go on record, but like
they probably don't. If it's a high-level journalist, they don't want their name coming out of your mouth on my show. I promise you that.
But they go
Wolf Blitzer, ladies and gentlemen.
But they go I don't even weigh in on it because it's just all bad. People are dying. And if you just see a kid with their arm missing, you shouldn't stop and be like, well, what's his flag? You just be like, that's just bad. It's just terrible.
Well,
the whole
dude,
thing is just bad. And everyone's like, this like teamism of like, they do this. I'm like, it's just bad. It's more sucks.
I was on Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske, their show. And I like both those guys a lot.
Dorkin's got a crystal ball.
Yeah, it's not. She's a person. I know a lot of times people think it's just an actual crystal ball, but I swear she's a real person. But Kyle Kalinske is like, he's been on Rogan a bunch of times and stuff, and they're both like left wing, like people. Oh, turn this on. Are you cold? I'm sorry. Yeah, you're in a t-shirt. I'm in a hoodie, so we're at different temperatures. Just turn it off if you're cold. So I was talking to them, and I was kind of asking them because they're left wingers and I'm not. So I was kind of like asking them, like, I was like, why do you think it is, that so many people, like, say at college campuses, because like my question was almost like it's like there's this return of the anti-war left, and I'm like, okay, interesting. Where the hell you been? Really missed you since Dick Cheney was in the Oval Office until now. I haven't heard anything from you. So it's kind of nice that you're back, but it also does make you a little bit suspicious of like, why, and I said something like, I was like, well, where were they, when Obama launched a war in Libya and Syria and this,
but the 25-year-olds weren't there.
Well, that's a good point. But what Crystal Ball said to me, which was like kind of fairly obvious, but as she said it, it was like, oh, there really is truth to this, is she was just like, look, the truth is, she goes, for these young people, these like 20-year-olds, number one, they didn't see all of those wars. Number two, those wars weren't on social media the way this one is.
True.
And it is, when you see
death. And
dude, the war in Iraq, if you remember, the video footage you got from it was like grainy night vision with like what looked like a firework going off and then a pff, and that's one thing. But what I see on social media every day for the last year is a baby suffocating to death. And it's like, dude, it is understandable where in that environment, you just can't get away with this shit the same way you did. Yeah. It's not, dude, I'm talking about, it's bad for your health, but I've seen videos out of Gaza that are just like, goddamn, heartbreaking.
They had this picture display in Romania and Bucharest, I think. And it was just because they're worried about Russian invasion. They're like, well, we're pretty close. Like they're worried. And so these pictures of this, like, and it's like, like high level photographs. And it was like, this man was going out for bread. A bomb hit him. He's dead. His family's crying over his dead body. And you're like, oh, it's so visceral. There's also this weird thing with the media of fake news, of like misreporting so much and then not getting to the people any sort of, I don't know if they are saying, hey, that was wrong. This idea that like, they won't let him go to Egypt, and then later, actually, Egypt's not letting him in. Or hey, the Israeli side was doing this. Actually, they were pretty bad on that. Or hey, Israel bombed a hospital. Oh, actually, it was a mosque accident. It's just this misreporting stuff. Or in Syria of like, look at this little girl walking down the street. It's like, that's a music video from 7 years ago. That's nothing to do
Oh,
with
yeah,
Syria.
there's a bunch
and you
of
guys
stuff
are
like that.
using this stuff or look at the Israelis, look at the Jews in Borough Park screaming like hell yeah about something like that's an Israeli bank buying. They're like celebrating the new moon in Israel. That's not Borough Park. And all this like fake stuff that you just get emotionalized to the point. This will segue into something else because I don't want to get stuck on Israel too long.
No, that's fine. I would just say
situation.
That's nothing new though. And I mean, the thing is that a lot of people like to point to this stuff and be like, see, this is the problem with like the fake news online. But the thing is that when the corporate media had a monopoly on this shit, you'd get fake news about every goddamn war.
Yeah.
I mean, even the most recent, the Ghost of Kiev and all these bullshit stories that were all over the corporate media, all over CNN and shit, they were all nonsense. You know, in Afghanistan, they spent 20 years telling us how great the army they were building up was. And it fell in 2 days.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so you know, you get in every, what do they say? They say the first casualty of war is always the truth.
Yeah.
It's like, that's how it is.
Well, that's I just saw Full Metal Jacket again. Like, no, we do stories on soldiers coming home, or I forget what the speech was, but it's like you don't do public interest stories like that. No, don't show the real thing. We only do stories on this and this. This is a newspaper for the troops. Mainstream media. There's a third one. There's the people you talked about, Mike Taibbi, and then there's memes. There is just, I call them hate groups. And I've seen it. What I start to do, it's kind of fun, is when I see a story that's inflammatory, pick out the leading words. Who's a good example? I don't want to send anybody. I don't want to. Yeah, I can't say that. So it's like they'll use leading words. Like, okay, when they go after comedy, they're like the uncomfortable applause from the audience. Like, what's uncomfortable? Well, that's not factual. That's
right.
What do you mean uncomfortable applause? You're saying they weren't just applauding at a fucking great worded joke. It has to be uncomfortable. It makes you believe something that isn't real. A headline and then a video makes you think man whose wife cheating on him, found his wife cheating on him, does this. And you see a man fucking beating the shit out of a woman and people are like, well, he's justified. I'm like, the cheating on him was made up by the headline. There's no proof of that.
Yeah.
So there's a good one about the Olympics and the opening ceremony. And I got sent around a post saying, there's a drag person recreating the and this is a week after the
Final
president
Supper
had been
or whatever,
shot in the ear.
Yeah.
Recreating the Final Supper, thereby telling there's 2.4 billion Christians in the world, and the French people are loudly saying you are not welcome. And I'm like, this is all fake. And like, what do you mean this happened? I'm like, it's not happening to this level. And I'm like, also, what you're leaving out is they played the church bells of the Notre Dame Cathedral for the first time since the fire. Is that telling Christians everywhere not welcome? They had a massive Vatican contingency at the Olympics for never been that big before. Is that so this stuff is leading you to believe that 22 seconds of a 5-hour broadcast is crushing you.
Yeah. Dude.
And and then you look over this guy's post and it's all fuck Kamala. This thing's terrible. It's a hate group. And you're led to believe, and they get through to people who lead other people to believe certain things, and everyone's how everything's terrible, but it's just from hate groups.
I mean, dude, the point you hit on there, which was like just my only takeaway from all of that was, and it was just such a frustration with like right wingers, where it's like, guys, your president just almost got killed on national television. And you're telling me a matter of days later, and by the way, in the shadiest of circumstances, with answers we still have not gotten at all, which do not add up. Like there's something really shady in both of these assassination attempts against Donald Trump. And just a few days later, you're like all up in arms about like some trannies at the opening Olympic Games. Like, fucking focus, guys.
Yeah.
Really? That's what you got? You already took the bait for this? It's like, dude, oh my God, it's just
and like
so
this was
insane.
balls out. Like, no, it was a cut in their stocking. Like, well, fine. But this is like, no, you should be done with it then.
Yeah.
You were misled. You should just be done with it.
Dude, also,
it was wild.
So I was arguing, by the way, this is that thing.
Yeah.
Whatever that thing is, where it's just so frustrating where you go, oh, and look, this guy's got his dick out. And you go, no, dude, that's just the costume. And they go, well, this. And you're like, no, wait, hold on. Take a second and go, oh, yeah, I just made an assertion. I was completely wrong about that.
Mad?
So this guy, Daryl Cooper, who I was telling you about. Coop,
Yeah.
hanging with Mr. Cooper. He had this, he went on Tucker and it like lit the internet on fire when he was there. And this was like a couple weeks ago.
Now, any chance you could get me a Coke? Can you not man it for a second? Okay, thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
I
really appreciate your time, buddy.
So I was arguing with
colors.
So I was like defending him because I think he was making good points on the show. Some other people were upset about it. And then there was like this some guy who like does a podcast. Some guy, I think he's like friends with Jimmy Dore or something like that. So like people were, because he was like kind of arguing with me, and then people were telling me, they were like, no, you guys should really do a podcast
Love Jimmy
together.
Dore.
I love Jimmy Dore. So he goes to me at one point. So he goes, so Daryl Cooper's show after he was on Tucker was it was the #1 podcast on like iTunes and Spotify for like a week after that. And then it's at like 15 or something like that. And so then he goes to me. So he sends me a screenshot of him at #1 and then him at 15. And he goes, hey, while you're sitting here defending your boy, his audience is collapsing. And I went, no. Like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. His audience has grown by orders of magnitude. It went up to #1. It didn't stay at #1 forever, but he currently right now has a much bigger audience than he had before he shot up to #1. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh no, you just get that wrong. And then I go, no, I'm sorry. You just like, I don't know, how long have you been doing a podcast for? Because you have no idea how this works. If you think it would
stay at #1, not even your numbers, your ranking is. You could be going up and someone else goes more than you. You can't count as a negative.
If my show were to shoot up to be ranked #1 on the charts for 2 weeks and then came back down to 15, and you were like, oh, you had a really bad couple of weeks, right? You're like, no, I had the best couple of weeks in my show's history. That's not. So I was just like, dude, you run a podcast. You actually don't understand that. No, his audience is not collapsing. He has a bigger audience than he ever has before. And then his next response to me was like, oh, so that's what you're bragging about, his ratings? And I'm like, wait, no, you made the claim. And literally just off that, and then there were like some fans like, you guys should do a podcast together. I was like, no, I don't want to talk to you. It's like, that to me is the most, it just takes being a human being to just your first reaction be like, you're right, his audience isn't collapsing. But I think what he said on there was wrong. Then I would have been like, fine, move on. But to try to flip it on me like as if oh, so you only care about his audience numbers? I go, no, I'm just saying, you made the claim, and this is just totally not true.
Yeah, you rarely get it like, oh, okay, well then let me rethink this whole thing.
I get it so rarely that when you get it, it stands out in your mind as you go like, that might have been the coolest person on Twitter right there. When you ever see like have that just randomly happen where someone goes, you know what, I do admit I was wrong about that, and you're like, you're not supposed to do that.
Jimmy Carr on like 10,000 Cats, whatever show he used to host in England. And he made a joke, and then one of the panelists was like, I don't know, like Ukraine invaded Russia, or whatever. And now it's a bad example, but like, I don't know, something like that. Let's just say, and it was 100 years ago. And the guy goes, actually, Russia invaded Ukraine. He goes, well, I guess I'm wrong then. And it was like funny and also like great. Okay, we're done.
Excellent.
Yeah, I remember during the beginning of COVID when it was really like spreading and deadly in people's minds anyway, and they're like, they don't want to shut down the schools. I'm like, why not just shut down the schools? What are they doing if kids can spread it, whether or not they get it? It's like, shut down the schools. I don't get the issue. I mean, buddy was like, well, a lot of them only get meals. They go into public schools. They actually can't afford to feed them, so they won't have lunch. And I'm like, oh, all right, yeah. That's a way bigger thing than I didn't know about. Okay, yeah, good point. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm definitely not right.
There's something really liberating about allowing yourself to do that. It's like just be a human.
About that our education system falls short on social things, and the idea of an apology, not just as a kid, like say you're sorry you hit your brother, not that, I'm sorry, and move on, is to be like, hey man, what I said about you, like I know it was a year ago. I it's made a strain in our relationship, and I'm legitimately sorry. I shouldn't have done that. It goes so far,
dude. I try,
and no one knows how to do it.
Dude, I really...
We should train, like, not young kids, like 16-year-olds in how to do it.
Dude, I try. I really do. And I do this as I try to do that with my kids as much as possible. And I have little kids. I mean, my daughter's 5 and my son's
You're forgetting
about to be
yourself.
3. No, but it's also... No, but if I'm like... And I don't yell at my kids. I've never and would never hit my kid. I don't like parent like that. But I've gotten frustrated at times. And I bring Ari in to hit them. But He doesn't care. No emotional attachment whatsoever. He seems to love it, which is that he goes every single time he goes, I'll be right there. He comes over immediately. But I'll if I get frustrated or something like that,
You can't spell
like
Warden without RD.
Well, especially with my daughter, my son's a little too young for it. But I will like take her aside and just be like, "Hey, I just want to apologize. Like, I'm sorry. I got a little frustrated. I shouldn't have before. This is why I got frustrated, and I shouldn't have. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that, and then you know what you notice is then she starts doing it. Like, because they're imitating you and you're kind of their standard. So then she'll be like, if she gets a little frustrated, she'll go, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten frustrated. And it's like, but just as a person in general, it's actually much better for you and for your own soul to just be able to admit when you got something wrong.
That sucked.
And we all do that. We all get things wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, not me so much, but everybody else.
It almost always helps the situation. To be like, at least they know, all right, you're not going to do it again. We're not friends anymore. But, all right, I'm not going to hate you anymore.
And also, even if that person isn't friends with you, you can hate yourself a little bit less. You could be like, oh, well, hey, I did go and I gave a like full-hearted apology for it, you know?
Yes, exactly.
Do you want to do, we got to do Trump assassinations.
Yes, we got to do Trump assassinations. Let me tell you what else I have to get to.
Okay.
Do you think it's crazy that is this right? 6 states decide the election?
6 states, 6 or 7.
Seven.
Yeah.
Let's go conservative. What are we doing? So like no one in New York or California or Oregon fucking matters. What are we doing?
Well,
what are we all getting caught up in this? It should just be those 6, 7 states.
Well,
then that's not fair either. It's retarded.
What's weird in a way to me is that those states have the states like New York and California and stuff have already made up their minds before they even know who the nominee is or anything like that. However, it would also be problematic the other way. Like if you didn't have an electoral college system, then essentially the smaller states would have no reason to have ever wanted to be a part of the United States of America because they would have gone, oh, we have no say. The bigger states just dominate us.
Oh, right.
So, you know, it's like, it's a weird system. Democracy is incredibly flawed and it's kind of not real. It's all an illusion. And it's
just crazy.
It's just, but that's what it comes down to.
Like in a country, in the state that's already been decided. What a waste of time.
Well, it's crazy too that just like Iowa and New Hampshire get to be first in the primaries, and then that totally
people drop out already. It's over.
Sets the tone for the entire country. Like it's, you know, there's a lot of shit like that where it's like it really is just the whole system is kind of designed around the idea like you're not supposed to ask too many questions about this. Just kind of accept that this is the way it works. You know?
Yeah.
It's like it's a.
I don't care about the electoral system. They could vote for whoever they want. Like, yeah, they don't though.
Dude, it was in Austin Powers. It was in one of the Austin Powers where they're, you know, it's like they're always doing time travel in those movies, but at this one he's like going back and forth a bunch. And then like at one point one of them's like, but wait a minute, if you're going back in time, then wouldn't the future you already know that the one of you who went back in time, and wouldn't the you of back in time be the one there? And Austin Powers just goes, it's probably best to not ask too many questions. And then he looks at the camera and he goes, that goes for you too. It's just like a funny like breaking the fourth wall. But it's just
where he goes, we're going to this land, and if they find out we're coming, they're going to attack us. He goes, you got the stakes?
Yeah, but it's just like one of those things where you're like,
gags now.
You're like, listen, you probably just like, you don't want to overthink this too much because pretty quickly you'll realize none of this makes any sense at all.
Okay, so here's what we got to get to. Don't gotta, but what I have left. But we definitely have to get to the assassination attempts quickly. Anyway, I mean, I had it on the radio just because I was driving yesterday from somewhere that I had on the radio, and I was listening, and it was like, what? Assassination? And it was like barely, and then gone from everything else every time I flipped. What is each party too concerned with? This next one, I really want opioids and homelessness, and it's not just Democratic cities. It's every major city is failing hard, and I don't hear anyone talking about it. And I travel all over the country. I don't just go to my hotel. I walk the streets in all different parts. It's bad. The internet, AI, free speech, and in the environment. But let's talk about this fucking assassination attempts first, both in Blackwater commercials.
Yeah, Rob Bernstein told me today that he saw some doubt cast on this second one being in a Blackwater commercial, or it was like a commercial of some other group that Blackwater used in their commercial. But still
odd.
pretty damn sketchy.
And it
you know?
wasn't both just Nike commercials. Like, you know, that'd be like, oh, coincidence. Like, oh, what is Blackwater, by the way?
Well, they're like the largest financial company, you know, that like essentially like they basically get like the pension revenue of like all of these like different states, like government employees, and they're buying up land and doing all types of shady shit. But like, it's not just it's like BlackRock, Vanguard, and there's one other one. I think BlackRock's the biggest one of all of them, though. But a very like, I'm not the expert on BlackRock, but let's just say an extremely politically connected, gigantic company.
Are they like the Iron Bank? You watch Game of Thrones?
No, I never watched that.
Okay.
I watched like one episode and just couldn't get
just
into
for
it.
the politics of it, because it really does shine a light on
I've heard that it's very
politics.
good. I just never got into it.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, look, you also
A lot of rape. I know you love rape.
Well, there you go, and that's what we're all on board with. You kind of can't remove this thing from the context of where Donald Trump, and this is stuff that like on previous episodes of the State of the Union I went into great detail on, but I'm just gonna skim over it now just because like this is the background to all of it. But you can go look at the previous year's episodes and get all this shit.
Go back and.
But so just very quickly, like, look, you got there's this amazing video of Chuck Schumer in January of 2017. So this is after Donald Trump has won the election, but before he's been sworn in as president. And there's this amazing moment. He's on Rachel Maddow's show, and you know, he's doing his thing. He's giving his scripted political talking points. And then Rachel Maddow goes with him. She goes, "Hey, I hate to put you on the spot, but I have some breaking news of sorts." And she goes, "This is live on air." She goes, Donald Trump was just tweeting this out the other day, just tweeting this out as we're on the show. And so Donald Trump tweeted something like talking shit to the CIA. I forget exactly what the tweet was, but it was something about, you know, the intelligence agencies and being corrupt or whatever. And Chuck Schumer has an amazing moment of honesty because he's just been put on the spot. He wasn't planning on getting this question. And Chuck Schumer literally says, he goes, and Donald Trump hasn't been sworn in as president yet. And he goes, man, he goes, you know, for Donald Trump, who's supposed to be such a smart businessman or whatever, he really should not be going at the CIA this way. Because if you want to take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you. And there's this amazing moment where he was actually being honest and talking about how the system really works.
Those honest moments, by the way, when we pulled that up, some part of Syria or something, and then Donald Trump just goes, "Don't worry, we got the oil, and it was like, wait, we're just there for the oil? We have the oil? That wasn't even what he was supposed to be talking about."
And this is part of the reason why. Well, this is part of the reason why the establishment hates Donald Trump, because he's a wild man who's uncontrollable even by himself. He's not capable of watching his mouth. He just can't do it. And so, anyway. So Donald Trump, through this whole election, he's been talking about draining the swamp, ending the wars, pointing the finger at Obama for creating ISIS, which is a little bit of an exaggeration, but he certainly did fund and arm them. And this got some real... Anyway, so ultimately, they've admitted this. You can look at Andrew McCabe on 60 Minutes, literally said that they were trying to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove him from office. They realized they couldn't get enough people.
Who's they?
The FBI, or the Justice Department. That they realized
What's
they couldn't.
The 25th Amendment?
The 25th Amendment is when you remove a president for being incompetent. You know, so like what we should be doing with Joe Biden.
By the way, they have that. The non-confidence votes, they have that in a lot of countries.
Yeah,
in parliament
but this is actually removing, you know, somebody from office. So anyway, so then he said when they realized they couldn't get the 25th Amendment done, they settled on Robert Mueller, on sticking a special prosecutor against him. So essentially, look, and again, I got into more detail on this, but you could just trust me for that. Donald Trump was framed for treason by his own deep state. As president, they framed him for being in a conspiracy with the Russians, which was total bullshit. There was not 1 centimeter of it that was true. Donald Trump was...
Most people, I don't know about the word most, a lot of people, close to most, still believe, something was up there.
Yeah.
Because especially anyone over 50,
most Democrats,
looks
for
at
sure,
mainstream, like TV news as truth, and they were told he colluded.
And look,
what is even colluded? No one's even used that word
well, that's
before.
why, and that's why they used the word. That's why they used it, because
Insurgent,
technically it was
colluded.
They were clearly saying Donald Trump's involved in a conspiracy with the Russians, but the problem is conspiracy is an actual criminal charge, whereas collusion doesn't mean anything. And also, in fact, then they would start getting these things where they're like, Donald Trump made 16 calls to Russia or whatever, and you'd be like, oh yeah, that's totally normal.
Yeah.
Every single transition team talks to foreign governments. There is absolutely nothing even eyebrow raising about that. It would be criminally negligent to not do that if you have won the election and you're about to be president.
This is Matt Lauer when they're like, he had a fucking lock on his door they could hit from his desk, and then way later some co-executive goes, we all have that.
Every
some
office, every
like
executive suite
they're just
had
too
that
busy,
in this.
so like, I'm taking a call.
Yeah. That's
it's
right.
like you acted like you saw it in a vacuum instead of in reality. So go ahead.
So it was a similar type thing with that. But listen, there's just zero truth to it. Zero. There was no conspiracy.
So it was intelligence, the CIA, the FBI.
It started with Hillary Clinton opposition research, and then
what does that mean? Hillary Clinton opposition research.
So your opposition, your opponent, like research on your opponent. So she got this guy Christopher Steele, who was a British spy, to come. This is why it's called the Steele dossier, to come up with
I've heard of that.
But it was all lies. It was all a bunch of bullshit about a Donald Trump. They had him pissing on hookers, and so they had this blackmail on Donald Trump, and none of it was true. And Comey himself even admitted later that they had no confidence in the dossier at all. But he presented Donald Trump with it the first time they met, and they tried to blackmail him with it, and Trump fired Comey for trying to blackmail him. And then they said, even though they told Donald Trump that they weren't investigating him, which, by the way, I don't want to get too bogged down in the details because we did this already, but when they first went to Donald Trump and they said, we think there's been Russian collusion with your campaign, Donald Trump voluntarily turned over all of his campaign documents to them, which he did not legally have to do.
Hillary didn't do that with the bank speeches.
No, she didn't.
Still looking for him.
He literally went, if someone on my team is working with the Russians, you get to the bottom of it. You work for me now. You're my FBI. You figure out who on my team has, because you didn't know. He was like, anyway. So then they sick the special prosecutor on him. They spent the first 3+ years of his administration bogging him down in this Russia collusion, which was everywhere. They then impeached him when after the Mueller report came up with nothing at all. They impeached him over the Ukraine gate thing, which was complete bullshit. Nothing that even kind of rose to an impeachable offense.
Ukraine gate.
This was the thing
I thought
where
that was a Biden one.
No, this was Trump, where essentially Trump was he tried to kind of strong arm Zelensky into investigating the Bidens,
Hunter Biden,
which there was tons to investigate there because there was a ton of corruption.
But he shouldn't be like, we'll hold back aid if you don't.
Yes, so he said we'll hold back aid. The real problem they had why there was nothing to impeach is that it wasn't a quid pro quo, as they said. It was, at best, an attempted quid pro quo that failed because he never got the investigations and he gave him the aid. So, he never even did it. There was nothing that rose to the level of impeachment. But anyway, because I just want to get back to the assassination thing. But so they impeach him for that. Then they impeach him.
I will tell you, when I said, from watching stuff on mute, you get a sort of sense of what they're doing, especially someone who doesn't care. When they bring up he's being charged with a felony, and I'm like, from 3 years ago, they're just during the election they brought it up. I'm like, hey, again, I don't care. I'm not going to vote. I honestly try not to care. Seems odd that they're waiting until right when he's busy,
right? So
not hitting him with some responsibility.
So they impeach him over the Ukraine gate. They then impeach him again. They say he incited an insurrection on January 6th. They go through all of these.
Agency, yeah. They go through that. The January 6th thing was another one. He asked people to go do it, and I go, show me that transcript. And I go, no, if they didn't go march there, nobody would be like, thank God they didn't march. He fully told them to fucking go attack those people.
Yeah.
It's in hindsight, They're like, oh, I guess it looks a little like he did. I really am not seeing that line.
He certainly never said anything like storm the Capitol.
We got to take it back. Fight for your country. That's just terms they all use.
And he said peacefully. He said go peacefully. You know. So anyway. So then
my friends still literally ask them to incite violence, and it's like.
Look, I mean, the bottom line here is this. If you're going to say he incited an insurrection, well, guess what? That's criminal. So with all the things he's being charged with, how come he's not being charged with inciting an insurrection? Because even they know they could never bring that to court. To incite, the standard for incitement to violence is very specific, and it has to be. Otherwise, you have no such thing as freedom of speech, right? So if I could sit here and say
taxi driver was not inciting violence.
Well, if I say to you, if I could say it would be great if someone punched Ari Shaffir in the nose right now, that's not inciting violence.
But there is a world where that is. Like if you're around, let's say a drunk Matt Serra, and you said that like after him and I got into an argument, you know, and he really looked up to you, then it's like, actually, no. Well, look, you are trying to get that done.
Look, even if I was trying to get that done, I'm just saying I wouldn't be criminal.
Right.
Now, if I said to Matt Serra, I'll give you $50 if you go punch Ari in the face,
that's more criminal.
That's incitement to violence.
Still Matt Serra's ability to do it or not.
Well, so he'd still be guilty too, but I would be guilty if I paid him to do it, or or I provoked him to do it. Donald Trump, there's no way they could get a conviction of that. Yeah. But to your point, look, so in 2024, the word comes down from the Justice Department that we are going to weaponize this thing against Donald Trump. We're going to weaponize the legal system against him. Wow. And they start charging him with and almost all of the charges were like novel legal theories that they never even would have brought charges to anybody else.
Somebody said like one or two of these were like, it's at most like a fine, but they're making it like felonious.
Yes, they charged him with like 36 felony counts for what was a misdemeanor. But for the first time ever, they said that because this misdemeanor was in the service of a broader crime, therefore it's a felony. I mean, look, this is blatant election interference. They tried to remove him from a few state ballots. So anyway, I'm just saying that all of this stuff, what the deep state has been doing to Donald Trump, you kind of can't remove that context.
You're saying that comes from, what did he say about the CIA?
Well, he said a lot of things about them, but he specifically called them out. One of the ones was called them out for creating ISIS, which what they actually did was commit treason and send aid and comfort to the enemy in a time of war. And so, what
does that mean?
Well, treason is a crime, and the punishment is death.
No, what's aid and comfort in a time of war? What is that? What are you referring to?
To giving weapons to Al Qaeda and ISIS in Syria.
In a time of war.
We're at war. We're in the middle of the terror wars. We're at war with Al Qaeda, and the CIA is giving them weapons.
Right. Oh, I get it.
So and the punishment for that is death. Right. So
Trump is going, hey, what the fuck is that?
The guy who's the commander in chief saying that, I think, made some enemies at the CIA. And there were other things too.
It's really Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it is. Even though I don't watch the show, I just from the tone of what you're saying, it sounded right.
These like allies and these like, what do you say and who do you say it to? And it's like. What?
So now you fast forward to the impeachment attempts failed. The weaponizing the justice system has failed. He's still running. He's winning.
It's just,
you know what I mean?
He's
dominating at this point.
Making a Trump supporter but non-voter into a Trump supporter but voter.
Right. Now, he's not only survived all of this, but at the time of the first assassination attempt, he's up big against Joe Biden. He is almost certainly about to win. He's already crushed him in their debate performance. And now the talk is whether Biden is going to have to be removed and step down, or can he survive this? But Donald Trump is like the clear, strong favorite at this point. And then you have the Secret Service, employees of Joe Biden, federal employees under Joe Biden's government, allow a guy with a rifle to not just scope out the area. He's on tape over an hour before he gets up there, scoping out the area. He's allowed to get onto a roof 130, 140 yards away from the former president giving a speech with a rifle. People on the ground are yelling, he's got a gun up there. He's got a gun.
Before he did it?
Before he did it. People are yelling, he's got a gun.
And there's not just Secret Service men on stage. They're all through the crowd,
there's snipers all around. There's
with
everything.
With those little squiggly things?
Yep. And he's able to get several shots off hit the president once in the head, only because Donald Trump turned like this is his life saved, and his brains weren't blown out on national
Can we
television.
pause for a second?
Sure.
Snipers are amazing.
They're pretty cool
From
inventions.
that far away to get a fucking target like that, it's like magic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like from hundreds of yards and like perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Wow. But then, I mean, look, after that they come out and say this kid had no social media footprint, which I've always said, listen, just the idea that there's a young person who's so radicalized that they're ready to go take out a president, doesn't have a social media footprint, is impossible.
Had to have a finsta at least.
This just makes no sense whatsoever. And on top of that, there was all different like reporting done on tracing like his phone. And, you know, because it's not just the government who's tracing everywhere you go on your phone. It's every goddamn app on your phone is tracing everything these days, too. So they were able to, like, get some of this information.
They're introducing you to people who you just happen to pass at your gym. Like,
yeah.
Hey, do you know this person?
Yeah. There's, you know, everybody knows everything. Privacy is gone.
Privacy is gone.
And they had him in D.C. And evidently it was at a building that's, like, well known for where like people the FBI meets with informants and stuff like that. And so
it's like going to Patty's and you're like, no, I wouldn't go to stand. It was just a Patty's. Like we all hang out at Patty's after the stand shows.
Right. It's something like that. Like it's not a federal building, but it is kind of a federal building type deal. And so you have that. This thing misses only by like this crazy, you know, grace of God or coincidence or whatever you want to think about it. Donald Trump misses and it just doesn't blow his brains out. And now you have this second guy who comes with an AK-47 and a scope and 2 duffel bags full of equipment and shit, gets onto this golf course where Donald Trump is and had not publicly announced that he was playing there. So kind of indicates that he had some information.
Said he was waiting for 12 hours.
Yeah, I don't know about the details of that, but this guy...
Yeah, those are probably shady details right now. Yeah.
I was just talking about this on my show today. So he was in 2002 charged with having a weapon of mass destruction because he had a bomb, like where he barricaded himself after getting in trouble with police. Yet he also was part of the volunteer Ukrainian military going to Ukraine in the middle of the war and trying to recruit volunteers for the Ukrainian army. He also wrote like a book where he was praising the Free Syrian Army, which by the way is code for Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Syria.
That dude looks like Kato Kalin?
Yeah.
I mean, can't judge a book by its cover, I guess.
No, but I will just say, without like coming to any conclusion, which I'm really not coming to, but all of this is fucking shady. Like none of this, this
like
all seems like something is up.
When they had the Jew tunnels came out, you know, and it was like they led to a synagogue, and everyone's like, you know, all my friends, Rogan, everybody's like, what is that? And I'm like, I'm trying to weigh in. I don't really know, but I'm like, I think it was like COVID. They were trying to get in there during COVID lockdowns. I'm like, fuck off, we're praying. You know, like we'll figure out a way. I don't know when they built it or opened it up, whatever. But you just keep waiting for that synagogue to be like, so here's what it was. And they just go, use your imagination. I'm like, they're thinking underage sex trafficking.
Yeah. You don't want to use your imagination unless it's that bad. Yeah. Don't tell people to use their imagination.
Like, hey, we're not talking to you guys. And I'm like, hey, if everyone's questioning you right now, just go ahead and be like, hey, but just, you know, like Rogan had this Tucker Carlson episode. We're supposed to break the internet, like the Mr. Beast one, whatever. He finally went on Rogan. I don't know what took them so long to get together. And then it wasn't getting a lot of views. I'm like, what's going on?
I remember this. Yeah.
Turns out, and Rogan had to just say, hey, by the way, it's nothing shady. We accidentally uploaded it at midnight instead of 12 noon.
So we kept it on private for a few hours.
But it was up for 2 minutes. So the algorithm reads a video that had 12 hours and 2 minutes with only 2 comments. So it doesn't seem like one you guys that the internet are interested in. So we didn't suggest it much. Now, if it was 2 minutes or an hour with all these things, then now it's like a big thing and they suggest it. That's all it was.
And then it ended up blowing up anyway. Like if you gave it another day, it did.
Then the average is bigger and now it's going to suggest it. But those first hours on a special or whatever are very important. So he had to say, just so you know, no big deal. Why aren't they mentioning, hey, so here's what it was. Guys, by the way, I'm aware. Even the Denver airport leans into like, hey, we have an underground base here, right? They're aware everyone's talking about it.
Well, the way I look at it is like this, right? Because it's also the thing that makes it different, let's say, than the Jew tunnels, is that is just some synagogue.
Right.
And at the end of the day, they're like, we're not really in the business of narrative control.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have to be obsessed with telling you we're going to get to the bottom of this or what happened. It could kind of be like, fuck off. We don't care. So think the worst. We don't care.
Right.
Okay. But we're talking about, say, like the media, where supposedly you're in the job of news. Now, look, one of the examples I like using
you're
on
in the
this,
job of news. If you mistreat your dog, it's like, that's bullshit. If you work for animal rescue and you mistreat your dog, like, no, man, that's fucking crazy. Get out of here.
Yeah. Look, exactly. That's a really good analogy. So
Analogy
it's kind
King?
of like Analogy King, you and Coop. So it's like, I think about like the Jeffrey Epstein story or something like this. When it comes out that like, okay, it's almost like what exposes the system more. Okay, so there's two things. Number one, there was a serial pedophile who ran a pedophile ring that implicated many of the most powerful people in our country.
In pedophilia, not in embezzling.
In pedophilia, that was clearly a blackmail operation designed to get dirt on these powerful people to steer them in a particular direction. Okay?
Ooh, right.
So what's more damning? Now, by the way, also keep in mind that when he got caught, Epstein got caught the first time, the prosecutor who gave him a sweetheart deal said that orders came down from up top that this guy was intelligence. And that's why he gave him a sweetheart deal, okay? So now, knowing this, these are just the broad strokes, very, very broad strokes of the Epstein story, okay? What actually is more of an indictment on the system? This or the fact that there's no will in the media class to get to the bottom of it? You know what I'm saying? Like, you would think if we didn't have a corrupt, full of shit media, that
right, like I can understand why
enormous resources would be devoted to, like, there would be journalists who go, I'm going to wake up every morning and until I go to sleep at night, my entire life's mission is to get to the bottom of this Epstein story. But they're not trying to do it. They're trying to memory hole it. They're trying to pretend that never even happened. And that's the same thing with the Trump assassinations. The truth is that it actually reveals more about the system that your media doesn't even care. They'd rather just pretend that never happened than go chase the biggest news story ever, dude.
So they have these ideas that they throw out that sound believable. Like when I had an old manager friend who was managing my other friends. He said, remember Martin Lawrence had dehydration? He was running around with a gun, naked with a gun. Yeah. And he goes, so this is what my job and PR people's job is to get you to believe something else, a plausible enough explanation. To make you not look at the main thing. Like when somebody dies of an OD, they just go, oh, he had heart failure. We don't, because the family's embarrassed about that. Right. So it's actually better for everybody else if you say something, but worse for your own family if you say what it is. So he goes, Ari, have you ever been dehydrated? I'm like, yeah. He goes, do you get extra active on dehydration? Do you get naked on dehydration? Do you have so much lunacy that you pick up a gun? Like, just the activity level. Does that sound like dehydration? And I'm like, no. He goes, yeah. They just had to send out a story so people go, oh, it happened to him. He got dehydrated. Instead of crack, man. It was crack. Which would be worse for his career. So, like, they send these stories like they'll go, oh, we couldn't run the Snowden story because we didn't think it would sell enough newspapers. And they're like, not enough. I've talked about this before. Not enough for the Metro section. Not enough for page 17. I get not front page.
And it was also the #1 story of the year, in terms of interest.
Wrong,
yeah.
But
come
also,
on,
there's
dude.
another way to put. Listen, comedy doesn't lead late night shows. It goes at the end.
Sure.
Okay, but there's still
fine.
time for it,
Right,
somewhere.
right.
So when you're like, hey, when it's selling this, you're like, oh, I guess you're right. Wait, hold on a minute. So this too, where it's like, okay. Sure, you don't know. Why aren't you guys covering the shit out of it? Yeah. You'll cover the Caitlin Clark effect. You'll cover like the fucking chick fucking boxer who's too ugly to fight the fucking hot boxers, but you won't. I'm minimizing.
No, you're.
But
sure.
But
that's okay.
You won't even. It's a fucking cool story, man. It's an
incredible story. It's the
trend.
story of the decade. I mean, come on, dude. Listen.
You're not even gonna look into it.
You'll cover Taylor Swift like not looking the right way in her VIP box at a football game.
And
come on, dude.
It's made up of a lot of people. So you're like, well, I'm actually more on finance. Like, okay, coach, not you. None of that's why they say doctors have the cure for AIDS, but they'd lose money. I'm like, the one doctor that has the cure would be unbelievably wealthy.
Right.
So you're saying doctor is one group. Right, not made up of a lot of. There's all these individual journalists. What? I mean,
what's-
is that
what's going
the
on
fucking
here?
bald one talking about it? Is he looking into it?
Yeah, dude, there's been
Forget the
there's
mainstream
been
ones.
nothing but like kind of independent journalists who have done deep dives into it, but there is just no will from the corporate media. And in
Wow.
fact,
With the resources
there's
to do it.
actually if you've ever seen, there's that one ABC reporter, I'm blanking on her name, but she was caught on a hot mic talking about how she had the story. She had the Epstein story. Do you want to? You can pull that up, Natalie.
And the Royal Crown made him bury it.
Yeah, well, it was the network made him bury it because they were worried about the Royal Crown. But if you want to pull this
The
story
Royal
up,
Crown. I heard the Royal Crown said, if you bury this, we'll give you the exclusive on the wedding.
well, that's right. It was more, but I also don't believe that story for a second. I think that's just like what they said to her. But if you find it, it's the ABC News hot mic Epstein.
Wow.
It should come up.
By the way, my hairstyle is for neither right nor left.
Yeah, that's her right there. Yeah, that should be it.
And
I had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, oh my God, it was what we had was unreal. Other women backing it up. Hey, yep, Brad Edwards, the attorney.
For a journalist to have that, it's like, I fucking had the play drawn. They called the timeout late, and then they saw what I was gonna do with a fake punt. It's like she's a journalist, so
but
she was
the
like,
fucked up-
this would have been huge for me.
Well, there's a couple fucked up things, right? That video kind of is an insight to. Number one, the way a corporate media outlet actually works. That you're getting the call. You're telling me you have such a huge story that implicates all these powerful people, but you go no. And even their cover story, which I don't buy at all, is we want access to the royal family. You're like, wait a minute. So first of all,
how about leave Prince Andrew out of it?
Well, that is a stain on you as a supposed news organization. Like, okay, so you're not a news organization, is what you're telling me. You don't do news. You don't hold the powerful to account. You work
news.
for the powerful. Period.
And also, they won't let you do that. But I have Bill Clinton fucking a 6-year-old.
Yeah, like
not that much, but like, come on, man. That's also going to get you a lot of views.
But this is why the thing is that it's like, no matter how much you hate politicians, no matter how much you hate the corporate media, it's just never enough. Like, they're worse than you could possibly imagine, because you're telling me that all the way up the top of the chain, there's not like one decent person up there who went like, guys, this is a pedophile ring. We have to cover this. We can't cover it up. We have to expose this.
So what do you think they're not covering it?
Also, well, I think because it implicated all these powerful people, and they didn't
And the
want to do
powerful
that.
people said,
and
"You
they're
wanna never work again?"
they'd rather have access than
Because
that.
you don't have to get through all the reporters. You have to get through the one guy in charge.
Yes. But so, and then the other
Maybe
thing,
3.
which is actually kind of interesting to me too here, because it's not actually a great comment on this lady, is that what you could tell what's really bothering her is what? That she didn't get the scoop. She goes, oh, it was such a big story and we had it. And they make all these new revelations. They're not new revelations. I had this 2 years ago. And it's like, oh, you're mad you didn't get the story. But hold on. But wait a minute. You're not, no, listen, I'm not saying it's not human. But here's what's not human. Okay, you're in the news business, and you weren't so appalled by your company killing this story in order to get access to the royal family that you quit your fucking job. Like, I'm sorry, dude.
I do love when somebody quits and just says, fuck this news, fuck this Congress.
Look, man, I'm not saying you always gotta quit your job, but there's a certain, like, there's a level where, like, if you're like, hey, you know, I don't know, there's something about a club that you really love working, you know, and then you found out that they were taking the money that you generated from that weekend and using it to like torture babies or something,
I can't be
you'd be
part of
like,
this.
well, I can't work your club anymore. I mean, it's on that level of like, no, I'm sorry. The
Not just
onus
like, well,
is on
you
you
hired
now.
this guy who may or may not have done something bad. You're like, that's
Yeah.
different. That's
No.
different.
This is
like
something
directly
different.
we use
You
this
are-
money for.
I'm sitting here telling people that I'm a journalist and that I work for a news organization. Yet you are not that. You are covering up a pedophile ring.
It's actor talk. It's like, I auditioned for that movie, and then it was just because they gave it to his sister, and then it's like, it's that.
Yes, no, I understand the human impulse. I'm just saying this isn't an actor just trying to get a movie. I mean, it is. It's an actor playing a journalist trying to get a movie. I guess in a sense it is the same thing.
It is, because they view stories as that's their currency. They don't really care. You're supposed to be distant from it as a journalist. But you're right. You're right, though, because they're like, well, if you're not letting me be a journalist, though, then I can't be here.
Dude, Glenn Greenwald, who is my standard for like great journalist, he was a part owner at The Intercept. And he wrote a piece very critical of Joe Biden in 2020. And it was talking about how all the intelligence, people were lying on behalf of Biden because they wanted to get him in office. And they didn't want to publish it. So he left. So he quit and he went and did his own thing. And this is so much more egregious than what he quit for. So like, no, sorry, my standard is like, I do expect you to quit. I'm not saying I expect you to quit over like, you ran a story that turned out to be wrong or something, or like your news organization wasn't doing a great job. But no, they are actively an anti-news organization, suppressing big news. So yeah, look, man, again, I guess I would say that.
Did she just have a Good Morning America sign behind her? She wasn't working at Good Morning America. Was that behind her in Times Square?
I think that was behind her in Times Square. I can't remember what, is it Guthrie? Is that the woman's name?
What did when they asked her about this later, what did she say?
I'm confusing her with someone else. She ultimately, I think, ended up getting fired because she had an affair and it came out and was publicized. Like they kind of got rid of her ultimately is what happened. Wait, who's it's Rock? That's right. I'm sorry. Amy Roback. So she was, she was someone over at ABC. I forget, but she was one of their hosts. I can't remember which show she hosted.
Yeah, she was just in Times Square. It was behind her.
That was just,
that is so it is interesting then that it's like these two attempts at an assassination. They weren't just like a person of interest. Hey, was seen nearby with a gun. It was like, no, sniper rifle coming out of a bush
and
waiting 12 hours for him.
And amazing levels of, again, the Secret Service allowing this to happen. And
But
when
the
I say
Secret
that,
Service
I
stopped it.
don't mean to say like to say that like this Secret Service like facilitated it. I'm saying like that the fact that like how could this have not been prevented? That like it just seems so crazy that a rooftop less than 150 yards away from the president's head with a clear shot at him.
Are you sure people were yelling, "Gone, gone, gone"?
Oh, there's videos of it.
So you know that scene in The Town? You ever see The Town?
I think I did. I can't remember.
They're all nope. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Heat.
Oh yeah, I saw Heat. It's long time ago though.
Town too, but they all get out of their car. They're fucking put their masks on. They have this AK-47. There's this cop just drinking a coffee right there, and he kind of looks out of his driver's side window. I guess it'd be this way, and he sees them, and then the gunmen see them. They both stare at each other for a second, and the cop just goes,
"Yeah."
He's just like, "I'm not dying here. I'm just a Boston cop.
Yeah,
I don't care this much. I'm gonna tune out." And they're like, "We'll allow that." It's like, we don't need to kill you if you're doing the right thing here. Where did I just mention that? What were we just talking about?
What you think? Her seeing the Epstein story, or was it the Trump assassination? Oh, you think the Secret Service?
Oh, yeah. So the Secret Service, they still found the guy. They could have easily, the one who said, "Hey, I saw something sneaking out of a bush," they weren't on the take.
Clearly.
So they could have just gone, anyway, next hole. Like, because that's a hard find. Just seeing a little fucking bar coming out of a bush is not an easy spot. When I heard that, I was like, damn, good eyes. I can't find my ball if it's in the fringe, not even in the rough, just the fringe, 220 yards up. I saw it go, and now it's just four of us looking for it. We can't find it.
So I think that's totally true. It would indicate that the whoever that Secret Service agent was probably wasn't in on it. And again, I don't know who is or isn't in on anything. All I'm saying is that it is some very questions. Clearly
and why the question's not being covered.
Shady is going on here, and something is not adding up. And there is no attempt by anyone seeming, including Donald Trump, to want to get to the bottom of it.
You think Donald Trump's just like don't go after big toilet paper like in South Park?
I think he's shook.
Oh, I saw you say that. He's not been the same since the first assassination. Because like, we'll just actually kill you. And I was like, Rogan used to have a joke about it. He goes, I think the presidents aren't evil per se, but I think day one, you get elected, you come in, like, here's the keys to the White House, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's take you over to this this place. And they tell you about all the aliens they had at wherever that is in New Mexico, Area 57 or whatever. And they go, okay, here's everything. Now let me just show you this video. And it's a new footage of the JFK assassination you've never seen. And he goes, any questions? Like, no questions at all.
That's great.
Like, get back to work.
Well, it's and look, and I'll just say this, that I'm not purely speculating when I say he's shook. I've been told by people
Insiders.
close to him.
I'd be
And
shook.
so, yeah, and it kind of makes sense.
I heard Chappelle talking about this at the Village Underground. I don't know if he did it in the last special or not, but he goes, you know, I got attacked on stage. Everyone just stopped covering it because, like, Chris Rock, they talked about forever because his attacker was famous.
Yeah.
Right? But my guy wasn't famous. He goes, guys, I have, like, legitimate trauma over this. Like, this guy rushed at me, got to me. If he had a knife, I'm kind of dead.
Well, and didn't he have a knife? He
might
didn't
have had a
stab him,
gun
but I think they
later.
found like
Yeah.
a knife on him or
And
something
he goes
later.
like, this is like real. I just lost my sense of safety and everything. And like, that's not an easy thing. And it's like, the guy got you in the ear. And like, oh shit, I'm not invincible.
Oh, dude, I mean, imagine how that's a crazy traumatic thing to happen
Yeah,
to
you look at politicians as different. Like, well, an 86-year-old president is no big deal, but like 86-year-old community member is very old.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I also think that there's this weird thing. There's a weird thing with Donald Trump. He's really a fascinating guy.
He's pretty fascinating.
And part of the thing that's so bizarre about him is that people project things onto Donald Trump.
They won't even allow his jokes to be jokes. When I get told something, because I'm an expert on comedy.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not compared to our world, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm an expert.
And even in our world, you have a
And I
pretty
can
high level of
I can
expertise.
see something on paper, I'm like, no, it's a joke.
Yeah.
I can see joke structure there. He's saying the opposite of what he means.
Just when they wrote the thing about Shane Gillis is always my favorite example of that, when he got fired the first time, when it was the Atlantic article or whatever, where they're like, he said, quote, that so-and-so was, quote, gayer than ISIS. And you're just like, that's not hilarious to you.
ISIS is not
describing someone as gayer than ISIS. You're telling me that's not the funniest description you've ever
that's
heard.
a funny thing.
Like, that's just hilarious.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't even matter. I don't even remember who he was
You
saying
can
it
see
about or what the point was. I just remember that gayer than ISIS.
Yeah, it's a funny
is
term.
Such a funny way to describe
funny
something.
term. And you see them getting angry. I'm not gonna say the left. Just anyone who's they're like, look at, and I'm like, that's not a statement. He's trying to mock someone.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's if I called you the F word, I know you're not gay.
Yeah.
I'm just making fun of you in a moment. It's like he doesn't. It's crazy what people like put on him.
The thing is that the left kind of projects.
They can't even see a joke.
They project onto him that he's
never been
literally
funny.
Hitler. And so if he's this Hitlerian figure, then like, you're trying to hurt him every chance you get.
I would love
and
to
then
see a video of Hitler's best jokes. I'm sure he must have a couple.
I mean, listen, again, like in the early years when he was giving like those beer hall speeches, you must have had to. You must have had to. I'm sure.
1 hour. There's not one. Professors have a joke. Like you don't have one or two.
Because the beer is a little bit flat tonight, and you know who to blame for that? The Jews. All right.
It's not this lady. She's not flat. Fucking 9 beers with big bosoms. It's like, come on. She's saying she's not flat. No.
Well, so the left wing projects him to be this Hitlerian figure. The right wingers project him to be like their savior or their champion.
That's your
none
next
of
title,
this
by
is
the
real.
way. It's for your next special, Hilarious.
Hilarious. That's pretty good. Oh man, if I had the balls to name my next special that would be a great special name. If I do, it came here from Ari. But it's not. I think none of those things are right exactly, and I think Trump is more just he's Trump. He is the figure that you see.
Yeah.
And I think that while Donald Trump triggered the regime to treat him like a real threat, I don't think he ever was a real threat to the regime. And like, I don't think Donald Trump said drain the swamp because that sounded cool.
Then he goes, guys, it's a figure of speech.
Yeah.
I'm
He
like,
was never.
That killed me. I was like, come on, man. I was hoping for that one.
Well, like Tucker Carlson said before Donald Trump's first assassination attempt, he said, like, he goes, the leader we need who's actually going to try to drain the swamp and take on the level of corruption in D.C., we're going to need a leader who's prepared to die for his cause, who's willing to risk that. And I do not think that was Donald Trump. I do not think Donald Trump was ever like prepared to die because of what he believed in, because all he really believes in is his own victory and his own tremendousness.
Business wins. Like
wins. Building great. Listen, dude, Art of the Deal. It's like the first like 2 sentences of Art of the Deal is he goes, I don't care about money. He goes, I'm not in it for the money. He goes, I already have more money than I could ever spend. So obviously I'm not in it for the money. He goes, I like making great big deals.
Wow. And
I really think that's the most honest thing Donald Trump's ever said. Donald Trump likes having the gigantic building with his name on it. He likes being at a ribbon cutting ceremony.
Right.
He likes saying you're fired on a TV show. He likes standing up there and saying I had the biggest crowds and I have the best rallies. And Kamala Harris was actually pretty savvy. She attacked him on his rally. She goes, everyone's bored at your rallies. And he immediately,
no, they're not.
The topic, by the way, was immigration.
Wow.
The topic was his strongest issue, her weakest issue. And she was smart enough that she goes, well, let me tell you my thoughts about immigration. People are really bored at Donald Trump's rallies. They leave early. And immediately he goes, a word about the rallies. I put on the best rallies. You could never put on rallies like that. Like, that's Trump, you know? So I don't think this guy's willing to die.
State of the Union, it's sad that kind of rhetoric is getting votes. It's not new. It's Clinton going on Arsenio playing a saxophone. It's like that they handled this interplay well, when I'm like, just state what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. Now you state what you're going to do, what you're not going to do. Now go vote. It's crazy that is swaying everything. Go ahead.
Well,
so
they figured out.
He's going to die.
Well, they figured out a long time ago, man, and this is why propaganda exists. Is that that's not actually what moves us. We're not rational creatures. We're psychological creatures, and we're moved by psychology, not by rationality.
They tell her, like, you got to be a man of the people. She goes, now when I was cooking coming up, I'm like, you went to law school, dude. You're not one of us.
Oh, it's appalling. She also
neither one of you are one of us.
No, of course not. No, but she goes, the first question of the debate, they go, are the American people better off than they were 4 years ago? And she goes, I come from a middle class background. And you're like, right away, you're just like, yo, get the fuck out of here. It's like the answer is that to that, they focus group test these
when
things.
When I'm going downtown to give charity, I often think traffic is getting bad.
It's just like, but this is what you do. I think their game is not working as well as it used to, but that is the game. So anyway, listen,
back
just
to
closing on the Trump thing, and there's really not much more to say to it than that.
Because we don't know what happened. It's odd they're not investigating it. That is true. It's odd they're not investigating it harder. They're not letting an Olympic fucking Artie show distract them completely from, hey, they just tried to kill this guy who's currently running for president.
And then they forced Joe Biden out of the race like a few days later, and they totally changed the news cycle into that being the big story. Which, by the way, I should say that, Liz, I don't know how much time you have left here, but it is. You said you have to be back in the city.
Whatever, we'll figure it out.
So I will say, it has to be mentioned if we're doing the State of the Union and covering the last year, that we also saw a real deal coup happen in our country. That's why Joe Biden is out. And
what do you mean, real deal coup?
They overthrew Joe Biden. I mean, he
was like, I'm not going anywhere. And people are like, socially, we're going to put pressure on you. You will.
Well, it's so much more than that, right? So here's the timeline of events.
Yeah.
Okay. So Joe Biden.
Because it's so in the moment, you can't quite tell. But afterwards, looking back, especially if you're 70 years from now, you look back within a 4-week period, this all happened. You're like, oh,
well,
okay.
Look, and here's what we know of it so far. Okay, so Joe Biden debates Donald Trump. He has a catastrophic performance.
I didn't watch it, so explain.
Did you not see any of it?
No, I went on Tucker right afterwards, and he goes,
"What'd you think of the debate
ahead of time?" By the way, Tucker went to #1 right after my appearance. So You do the math.
Ooh, look at you.
He goes, hey, it's the first. He just was in Australia for a while. It's my first podcast back since Australia, so we got to cover the debates. And I go, buddy, it's your show. I get it. I don't care about that stuff. I don't watch it. I'm not informed. So you could, if you need to talk about it, I get it. You could talk about. You'll be talking to a brick wall.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, we'll skip it then.
Yeah.
good for you.
So I love that about Tucker.
Yeah.
But okay, so Joe Biden has I mean, I can't overstate it. It was the worst performance in the history of televised presidential debates by far. He's like not just stuttering. I mean, he looks like blank old man face. It's talking like this, the whole stuttering, saying things that make no sense. Dude, I mean, he's like it was bananas, dude. At one point in the debate, he's like he's just like, and then the thing with COVID and we finally beat Medicare. He just comes out and says that. Like it was bananas. It's everybody. I'm talking about from the first 20 seconds of watching the debate. You're like, Joe Biden just lost the entire election.
That sounds like when you're on drugs and you're trying to like, or alcohol, and you're trying to like get one clear thought out. You get it. You just try to like, it's more mushroom talk. It's like, no, we gotta.
You know how like in the world of stand up, like occasionally meltdowns happen where someone has a meltdown on stage.
What's his name on stage?
It was Kramer on stage.
Circles.
He had as bad a performance as Kramer had at the Laugh Factory. Okay, like for different reasons.
I saw one clip of Trump going, I don't know what he said. I don't even think he does. It wasn't even like, I'm going to beat this guy. It was like, God, what are we doing, guys?
Yeah, it was. And so what happens is immediately, and you can imagine all these people are calling and texts are going off during the debate. But as soon as the debate is over, it goes to the post-debate coverage. Now, up until this point, they were all in this game of the emperor's new clothes.
Biden's great.
Everybody was pretending that,
even though he had been this old man for a while, since the bike fall,
they go,
he
has his senior moments, but behind closed doors, he's sharp as a tack. You can find, they got these montages up of like the media just covering for him. But after that debate performance, that game was up. And so they're all just start speculating on, whether we got to get a new nominee.
I saw a tweet of some comic who goes, hey, here's why, after the debate, here's why I love Joe Biden. It's not that he doesn't fail. We all fail. It's that he owned up to it afterwards. And that's why he's my guy I'm supporting. And I'm sure that person's going, yeah, anyway, Kamala's the lady.
Yeah, that's right.
So he's catastrophically bad.
Catastrophically bad. This is so then people, even his own people, the corporate media who are, have his back, they all start speculating on like, does he need to drop out of the race? So they go, he goes to Camp David and he has a meeting with Jill and Hunter and his top advisors. They all go out there and they say the president's going to Camp David for the weekend to decide what his next move is. He comes out and he goes, we've made a decision. I'm not going anywhere. I beat Donald Trump in 2020 and I'll beat him again in 2024.
I still remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then they decide, his team, that they got to do some damage control. So they start throwing him out for interviews. He does several interviews right after the debate.
Hey, I'm fine. I was tired that day. I was sick.
Every one of them's a disaster.
No.
You can't pull off a single one of them.
Oh,
his senility has gotten so bad at this point. And I mean, and also part of what happened is that now there was a microscope on him. Now it was like, look, this is the question now. So we're not going to let, every stutter, every fuck up is going to be under a microscope. But he introduced Zelensky at one event because Zelensky was here in America and he introduced him as Vladimir Putin. That was pretty bad. He referred to...
In and of itself, it's like, yeah, there's a misspeak that does
But coming
suck,
off this catastrophic, it's really bad.
They're like, do you even know?
Then the next day, he referred to his vice president, Donald Trump. And then there were lots of other just really bad moments, like just stuttering, just stammering.
Just get him his tea.
So then George Clooney comes out and writes this op-ed. Now, it's very well known that George Clooney is good friends with Barack Obama. And so George Clooney writing this op-ed was not just George Clooney writing this op-ed.
Saying, hey,
it was a signal that the real thought leader in the Democratic Party is turning on you. Okay, so then...
Obama couldn't do it, or it's a betrayal.
Joe Biden goes, no, I'm still not dropping out. Then, and this was reported by Cy Hirsch, old school, excellent journalist.
True.
That is true. So he basically had essentially Obama that. So I'm sorry, I'm skipping one step. Then congressional leaders meet with him. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. They're like, listen, you got to drop out of this race. The big money is not behind you anymore. They want a new candidate.
I heard a couple like congressman types were like, hey, I'm actually against him now.
Yes. Oh yeah. People
like
started
Democrats.
coming out against him. They said they froze $90 million that had been pledged to his campaign, and they froze it. And Joe Biden goes, no, I'm not dropping out. He goes, I don't care. Now,
money buys elections, though.
Well, that's true. But regardless of whether he's going to win the election or not, this is another thing that is kind of an interesting element, that they kind of rigged the primary process and had a closed primary to get Bobby Kennedy out of there. And then Bobby Kennedy left the Democrats and became an independent because they wouldn't let him run a primary against Joe Biden. However,
wait.
They didn't let anybody else in the primary. And at this point,
they didn't have a primary.
The primary's over. And they've anointed Joe Biden has won the primary. Okay. So he is the nominee. It's his choice. He's the only one who gets to decide if he wants to leave or not. Okay.
Right. If this happened 7 months earlier, it's a whole different.
Yeah. Yes. Then it's a different story, but it didn't. So then, and this is the Cy Hirsch reporting. Okay. This was after it was widely reported that Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and the $90 million was held from him. Then Cy Hirsch reports that ultimately Barack Obama gets on the phone with Joe Biden and he goes, listen, we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment and remove you. Vote. Yes, we're going to remove you from the office, and we've got Kamala on board. She's turned on you, and she's going to
talk with her because she's like, he's my guy, and they're like in secret meetings.
No, but I think she was also wanted to be the nominee.
Out of there.
So I think she was publicly saying he's my guy because she can't publicly
never
say
sat
that.
well with people that she was like, I should be the vice president. When it's like, hey, just be asked. It doesn't sit well to push for that.
Yeah, well, okay.
And it doesn't sit well to push for this either.
Now, here's the next step. So even after this phone call with Obama, Joe Biden will not break.
Wow, stubborn
down
old man.
To the fact that the day that the letter goes up, right, is Sunday. And I'm talking about on the Sunday news shows, on Meet the Press and Face the Nation, they had Biden surrogates on that.
What's a surrogate?
Someone who's working for the campaign, speaking for your campaign.
Okay.
They have Biden's people on the Sunday shows that day.
Booked already.
But saying that day on the show, what are you guys talking about? Joe Biden's already made his decision. He's not dropping out of the race. So get over it. It's either Biden or Trump. Those are your choices. We beat him in 2020. We're going to beat him again in 2024. And then a letter is posted on social media
Sunday
night announcing that Joe Biden is not seeking re-election. It's not on official stationery. It's not on white stationery. It's Joe Biden stationery.
Call it up. Do you mind?
And so this gets announced. Now, I cannot overstate how bizarre it is that a few weeks before the convention, the sitting president decides he's not seeking re-election, and he does not announce this to the American people via an Oval Office address. It's just this document comes out that claims it. Then we do not hear from Joe Biden for another 3 days. Yeah, there was wild speculation about what's going on with Joe Biden. So we don't. Now they claimed he had COVID. That was kind of their backstory. But still, even if you have COVID,
by the way, we've all used COVID as an excuse to get out of stuff.
By
now, literally every person has gone, can't make it.
Now, it's not even on like official White House stationery or anything
Joseph
like
R.
that.
Biden.
Now, here's the crazy thing, right? When this letter comes out, immediately, before we ever hear from Joe Biden, the campaign funds are already being transferred. The $90 million that was frozen is now unfrozen and sent to Kamala Harris. They're moving it all around into her campaign.
They already had it ready to go. If this happens, let's be ready.
So listen.
This is the problem Brexit had. They were like, let's get out, but we didn't do any of the work so we can get out easy.
Well, look, all I'm saying is my personal belief, and this is speculating to some degree, but I don't believe that Biden put that letter out. I think that he put that letter out and it was presented to him as a fait accompli. The money was already transferred. Your campaign's already dead and she's already the nominee. So what do you want to do?
There's zero chance you win.
And also, he's old and senile enough that they could have really come to him and just been like, listen, buddy, you got to go up and give a speech right now that you made this decision and that you're supporting Kamala Harris. And if you don't, we're just going to tell them that you did. You know, like he's senile enough that if he had come out and said, I never wrote that letter, they could have been like, yeah, you did. You don't remember. And most of the American people probably would have been like, there's a good chance he wrote that and just doesn't remember.
It is a well-written letter. Even Republicans, sort of, that I know, was like that last line. What's the last line? He like got me fired up. It was about like, I believe today what I've always believed, that there is nothing America can't do when we do it together. We just have to remember that we are the United States of America. It's a cool quote. It is like, guys,
yeah,
we're number one still. Don't forget that.
That was pretty good. Whoever wrote that deserves some credit. Clearly not him. Wrote it. But anyway, so like even if that last part of what I'm saying is just kind of speculation, which it is, but
they got him out of there.
The whole thing in there together. Like, what do you call that? That's a fucking coup. This wasn't a democratic process. He was the guy. It was his decision to make, and he made his decision. And then they forced him out. Now,
do you think there's any chance
he should have? Like, you know, perhaps the 25th Amendment should have been invoked, and perhaps he should have been removed. Way, he's very senile. But still, that's a coup.
No. Still,
no, it should. Oh,
he's like, I won't run because I'm too crazy, but I can still run the entire free world for the next 9 months.
Dude, it's the biggest scandal in American history.
It's crazy.
It's the biggest scandal.
Be out now then. Wow, how are you still running? People are like, it doesn't really matter. We'll run it for him.
As a country, right, and what does that tell you? But what does that tell you? Look,
that he's not running
as a country, we all recognize that the reason Joe Biden's out of the race is because he's too senile to run for president.
Right.
But he's still president until January 20th.
If anything happens, we're kind of, it's like, shit.
Oh, and by the way, we're in a proxy war with the biggest nuclear power in the world. There's a time like this, you might need a president.
If I'm driving, and I've done this before, from the Dresden room to the Comedy Store, drunk, and let's say you're in the passenger seat, and I'm driving drunk, and they're like, dude, I think you're too drunk. And I'm like, I tell you what, I'm pretty drunk. So I'm 3 blocks away from the Comedy. Once we get to the Comedy Store, yeah, we'll get one drink, then you can drive from there home. You'd be like, right now, let me just drive these last 3 blocks.
Yeah.
Just
right.
What are we doing?
Well,
You've already admitted you're too drunk.
Yeah, it's like we all accepted that. No, that's right. And remarkably to me, somehow Donald Trump has not been able to really hit Kamala Harris with that.
With like, why is your guy still running?
You were covering for this guy. You were telling us he was sharp as a tack in private meetings.
Yeah.
How long has he been too senile? Because we all saw what we saw.
Yeah,
and like he's the president right now.
Did he bring up when they were like, we'll never take Trump's vaccine, and now you guys are telling everyone to take 10 vaccines?
You know, he didn't bring that up, but I think there's a reason why he doesn't want to bring that up, because certainly amongst his base,
like,
his vaccine ain't that popular.
Right.
And so for him to bring that up, it actually exposes an area of weakness. You know, like
I think that's why she said, somebody said, like, it was Tulsi Gabbard. She'll come through on my feed once in a while. I try to like say not interested in this channel every time I see a news thing.
Sure.
Wish you could just tell YouTube, more puppies, no politics. You know what I mean by no politics? Give me no politics. But she goes, Kamala Harris said he will support a federal ban on abortion. That's not true. He said it's state rights. He won't do that. But he can't be like, no, I won't, because he's also, his fan base does kind of want to believe that he would.
Right. No, there's a lot of things like that where it's in politics where you get boxed in against pointing out the weakness in your opponent because that wouldn't play well with your own
Here's
base.
what bothered me about that. So when did Obama get elected the first time? What year was that?
2008.
2008. So, and the election was 2007?
No. 2008 was the election.
He got
sworn in January 2009.
Since then, the Democrats have had one fairly elected representative for president. Obama got in again. They were like, you're already our guy. Then, nope, 2.
The primaries, you're saying?
Yeah. So then Hillary Clinton cheated a shitload, and they conspired against, it's pretty open now, right?
Yep.
Biden got in.
Well, they conspired against Bernie Sanders in 2020 also. I mean, you know, we didn't catch as much as we did in 2016, but it's pretty obvious what they did.
But in my mind before this, it was Biden got in. So Hillary was a cheat. Obama, number 2, wasn't even an election. Hillary was a cheat. Biden got in, and then Kamala also wasn't. A lot of my friends who were very Democrat was like, she's not the one I would have chosen. She didn't come in second in the primaries before. She was out way early.
Oh no, she didn't.
I wanted to look at Buttigieg. I wanted to look at this guy. I wanted to look at this lady. So you didn't even give us a chance to look at anybody. And it's like they're all like, we'll support her because we hate the other guy, but like, she wasn't my pick.
Well, there's tremendous relief because they're not running the senile guy anymore.
At least it's not
so they're
him.
like, oh, thank God. I mean, look, the guy was literally falling down all the time. He struggled to speak and walk. That's not a good candidate, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's no exaggeration. He literally struggled with both of those things, and still does.
It's crazy. He's still the president.
Yeah.
Forget
No,
that.
it's
almost
wild.
like we have no president right now.
We don't. Well,
we don't, right?
that's the truth. We don't have a president right now. And then it says something about the system that they're quite happy with that. You know, the thing about Kamala Harris is that in a weird way, like your point is a very good one. This is somebody who she ran for president in 2020 and did not get a single delegate. She dropped out of the race before Iowa, before the first contest. She didn't even make it to the first contest. Yeah, her campaign imploded after Tulsi Gabbard nuked her off stage. And then she didn't go through a primary process this year at all. But even
Never
more,
had to be open for
more
investigation.
remarkable than that to me is that she is not running on any of the stuff she ran on in 2020. And because her campaign was so short-lived, she's kind of able to get away with it. Because she's not really married to those ideas in the same way. Like the example I use is like, if Bernie Sanders wanted to run for president again, right? But Bernie Sanders wanted to say, I'm not for raising the minimum wage. I'm not for...
no, yes, you are. We all think of you that way.
I'm not for universal health care.
We don't think of her anyway.
No, we don't.
She's a blank slate. What an ideal candidate.
Because his campaign made a lot of noise. So he's married to those positions.
Right.
It'd be very difficult for him to walk away from them.
Right.
She's able to walk away from her 2020. On 2020, she ran on the Green New Deal, Medicare for all this stuff. She now says she's not for any of it. Banning fracking. She's now says she's not for any of this stuff. Confiscating guns. Now says she's not for it. She's also saying she's not running on the Biden administration. She's not like, hey, I'm a continuation of the Biden-Harris administration.
Because that's bad news.
In fact, because he's unpopular and because his
so
economy's
crazy
bad.
how fucking obvious they all are.
At the debate, she even goes at one point, she goes, if you can't tell, I'm not Joe Biden. You know, like, so you could criticize Biden, but I'm not Joe Biden. So essentially, she's running on nothing. She doesn't even have like a set of issues that are like, this is what she's floated out a couple proposals and that's it. And so she's essentially she is just the machine.
She's a mirror.
It's Donald Trump versus the machine.
What do you guys like? All right, I'll just say all those. And so it's like we have a guy who they say is evil versus someone who's just a chameleon mirror who's just say whatever you want to hear. And so when people tell me not voting is not doing anything, you got to at least vote. My response is always, guys, you don't like any of these people. You saying, let me choose one is you saying, let me choose this system. The system is fucked. Money's still in politics. Don't vote. Get disillusioned. Get mad enough to do something other than just be part of this system.
I got no argument with you on that. I mean, look, like if you really do think that one of these two is much less evil than the other one and you live in a swing state, then maybe there's an argument that you should vote for that person. But I totally think you have a good point that it's like, look, if the whole game is always going to be they give us awful options and we're forced to always choose, then how do we ever get out of that unless you at some point say, I'm just withdrawing from this whole system. Right. Like I'm not tacitly endorsing it.
Yeah. So what is more important, even if you're not going to uprise, which I think would be the result, uprise, write a new constitution, get some people like, we're not going to do your thing anymore. We'll have our own award show for Oscars. If you guys are too white, we're going to do our own thing where we just nominate who we want and we'll give you no power. If you don't want to do that, what is more interesting to your life is to call your friends, say, hey, I'm in the neighborhood. Want to take a walk?
Yeah.
You know, that's
right.
a better thing for you.
Yeah. Well, look, dude, I mean, I say it like this a lot. And by the way, we should kind of race through the next two because I got to
just do one.
But I'll just say this because I always say, look, if you ever said to someone, you go, look, let's say it takes you 2 hours to vote, just hypothetically. If I ever said to you, hey, I want you to do something for 2 hours. I want you to commit 2 hours of your time to this, and you will have a 1 in 140 millionth of an influence on this outcome. Immediately, I think you'd go, I could just like make a sandwich and give it to a homeless person. Like you could
have a real starfish.
You've helped the world more by doing that than you have by just going and pulling a lever and especially for the vast majority of people, it would be like, what are you? In New York, you're going to vote for Trump or Kamala Harris? Or the outcome is already determined. And so, by the way, I would say if you are in New York going to vote, I'd say you should look at third party candidates because at least then you're doing something. You know what I mean? Like,
though.
no, I'm not. Listen, I'm not even saying. I'm just saying. I think it's better in a sense that you're at least like rejecting the system. Your vote is registered as a rejection of the system.
So in Ecuador, they force you to vote.
Right.
A lot of people go none of the above. They come in to say none of the above. Which is like, okay, that's a fucking, at least you're
there's
going,
something,
fuck off.
There's something to that. So, I'm do what you want to do, but there is it's not as strong of an argument as you think that you should be voting for a major party candidate.
So here's my biggest issue that I see. Let's just finish with this. Free speech is all free. It's all, you can do almost whatever you want. All the tales of people fucking getting arrested for words is fucking overblown. So she comes from the middle class. You gotta tell her you're late.
No, just telling
10 minutes.
We're almost done, yeah.
I come from the middle class. I know what it's like. Why is no one talking about the crazy drug addiction going on everywhere? The fentanyl problem, which I've talked to somebody and I know where that comes from now. It's from embargo on China, so we're not getting pure base chemicals for our drugs anymore. But in England and Europe, they have no embargo on China, so they're getting pure base chemicals for their drugs. We're losing our big cities. And the Republicans go, it's all these Democratic cities. Most big cities are Democrats. But I looked up a list of 10 biggest Republican cities. They're all falling as well.
And it's in rural areas too, dude.
There's
rural
that
areas
too.
have,
Springfield, Missouri, Oklahoma City, Dallas. What name of a Republican big city?
Tucker always makes the joke because you've been up there, I've been up there too. That's about as rural as you get where he is up in Maine. And he goes, there's nothing but my podcast and fentanyl up here. That's what there is.
It's the Democrats doing this. That's a slough off of a real failure of America.
So first off, just to keep it in perspective, right? I don't remember the last time I looked these numbers, but it's ballpark. It's over 100,000 ODs a year. Americans are dying in large numbers, and I think that even with fentanyl, and I know
it's not just fentanyl though.
Well, no, but fentanyl's the biggest one, and but there's something important almost in the fentanyl conversation to have where it's much worse than just a drug overdose death, because typically what most of us think about when you think of a drug OD death is you're thinking like, oh, this person was so helpful. What do you have there? Is that this is from the different type. So it looks like it's higher than so fentanyl is about 76,000.
I'm gonna break on this research right here. Fentanyl is like saying he had marijuana in his system. A lot of it was COVID, people doing blow nonstop and weakening their hearts, and they go, well, fentanyl. And no. It's because you were doing coke so much that it's just like everyone's doing Molly 3 times a week. And so it's like, oh, well, fentanyl. It's like, sure, there's a
right. So,
there's a party where everybody dies. That's fentanyl.
That's a fair point. But I'm also just saying the thing is like there's
ODs,
something
though is a death.
But there's something an OD makes you think that like somebody got addicted to drugs,
couldn't stop.
Their tolerance got raised so much that they had to take so much of the drug that it ultimately ended up killing them before it could get them the high that they really wanted. Yeah. Whereas with fentanyl, quite often, it's not that. And it's that somebody was doing what they thought was cocaine or what they thought was a Percocet.
Pretty harmless. We've all done little Molly.
Yes,
it's not that bad.
Right, what they thought was Molly, what they thought was a Percocet, it was actually poisoned with this. So that's much more of like a murder than just like like OD kind of sounds like a suicide, but this is quite often more like a murder. And so it's an important distinction there. It's also those numbers, whatever. I mean, I guess the total came to more than 100,000 there, but that's just the deaths.
Yeah.
That doesn't like how many people. How many people?
That Sackler documentary or fake documentary with Ferris Bueller. It's just like showing you let's expand how much we can get oxy to you instead of a 8 pain threshold. Let's make it a 3 or above.
Now,
get everyone addicted to this thing that wears off in 12 hours by design. And it wears off in 11 and a half hours, but you have to say 12. So you just need it more and more until eventually you're crushing it up till it's out to kids, till it's like, well, heroin's about the same, but it's cheaper. Let me just get that because my prescription's over. We're losing our fucking country to it. And I know I don't watch the news much, but I don't hear any trickle down in my ears of we're going to do something about this.
No one seems to give a fuck at all. I mean, like, Trump has mentioned it a few times. Tucker Carlson mentions it all the time. He's one of the only people in like media who's been talking about this all the time.
Oh, that's good. I haven't heard him say it. That's good.
Oh, he on Fox News all the time and on his news show.
Gaza and shit doesn't affect us here.
Right.
All this stuff doesn't affect us here. This is a real thing.
Well, and I would even take
the
it a step.
The crime that comes with it.
Well, I would take it a step further and say that like there is something profoundly sick about caring more about what goes on in Ukraine and in Israel than caring about what goes on here. It'd be like if one of my kids was dying and I was really concerned about the kid down the street and what they're doing. Like there's a certain point where you go like, that's like the height of evil, dude.
This guy's like, forget them. They're failing. I know it sucks, but we're failing.
Well, right. That's right. Ron Paul is who he's referring to.
Fix your own, make your room, and then fix someone else's.
And of course, it's like it demonstrates a lot. It demonstrates how little our political leaders care about our people and our country. But on top of that, then, if you actually did talk about it, because I'm glad you brought up that thing about the embargo, it's a good point. Because really, the solution to this, which I think seems kind of counterintuitive to people, because if you have, like, say, fentanyl coming from China and then people making it leak, it's like in our monkey brains the impulse is almost like, okay, well then we got to crack down on China and crack down on fentanyl here. But in fact, it's somewhat counterintuitive, but the real answer is you have to end the embargo and once and for all just call it quits on the retarded war on drugs. That's essentially what causes this whole thing, is that people are listen, fentanyl is not an evil drug. Okay, fentanyl, when used properly and legally, is a miracle drug.
Right.
Fentanyl.
That's a good point.
My son was on fentanyl after he had open heart surgery. Like it's one of the things that prevented him from being in pain as a little infant. Like it's not. The problem is that people are getting it. They're getting drugs in the black market, and then they don't know what. Listen, cigarettes, as bad as cigarettes are, right? And there is a little bit of a black market there because they're so overtaxed. But leaving that aside for a second, there's a lot of problems with cigarettes. One of the problems you never have with cigarettes is that I go buy a pack of cigarettes from CVS or whatever. They don't sell cigarettes anymore. But from Dwayne Reed. Yeah. You go buy a pack of cigarettes from Dwayne Reed, and it turns out there was fentanyl in it, and I die from them. Oh, that never happens. Because it's not a black market.
Right.
It's legal. And what other countries like Portugal have done is to just be like, listen, we're not going to like create black markets. We're not going to give you like drug sentences for possession or distribution of a plant. This makes no sense. Instead, we're just going to put that money into rehab and treatment and all of this.
Just like alcohol. So for people who can't handle it, you need something. Right. But most of you can handle it.
Right, exactly. And so the real issue here is that if cocaine was legal, and if
you could buy it at a store, you wouldn't have to do it all tonight.
Right.
You wouldn't have to make sure there's none left because when you don't know when you're going to get in more. It's like
none of these answers are perfect in life.
But we're not the experts.
Well, but as Thomas Sowell said, in life there's only trade-offs. Everything's a trade-off. Everything in life. It's like nothing is pure good versus pure bad. Everything is a trade-off. It's like if like getting married. Okay, well, you don't get to have the same amount of freedom that you get to have when you're single, but you get to have kind of like a deeper relationship and more of this connection.
It's honest.
Having kids, you don't get as much freedom as you have. It's a financial strain, but you do get the beauty and the fulfillment of your relationship with your kids. Everything is a trade-off. And so it's not that like everything would be perfect if you were to legalize cocaine and legalize Percocet and legalize these other things, but you wouldn't die from it in the same rates that you do today. And for most people, it's like if this has touched you and you've like lost someone you love or something like that, just saying like that part where you get poisoned to death with fucking fentanyl or whatever, oxy. or whatever. Yeah. It's that comes from the black market. And also the other aspect of it is the violent crime is like, goes through the roof in black markets because you have this is why during Prohibition there was a rise of Al Capone and all the gangs and shit like that, is because once you have a black market, well, guess what now? You don't get the security that we all get from the government. You don't have the police security anymore. So like right now, like there might be.
Who knows what goes in? You can't go to CVS and be like, hey, this was damaged. There's no recall on drugs.
No, I might disclose. I won't disclose exactly how many, but let's just say there was some weaponry in this house. Okay. Like I might have, I got always dead. No, like I like the idea of people owning guns and stuff to protect their homes. But if I were to know that the police will not come, you know what I mean? If someone were breaking in here or something like that, no one would not own gun. Like, you have to own a gun then. Then it's not even like an option. If you go like, no, someone coming, there is no man with a gun that you can call who will come. And in fact, if you do, they're coming to get you. That's what it is when you're in the black market. So then gang culture rises up over that. So it's not just the 100,000+ OD deaths a year. It's also all of the gang violence like that is a major problem in cities throughout the country, where they're getting all this revenue and from selling illegal drugs.
And that's right. And they're getting new activity by letting pharmaceutical representatives, be hot, go to doctors and say, it'd be great if you would prescribe more OxyContin. It would help us all if these guys are taking more OxyContin, getting them more addicted. Like, re-up their prescriptions, get them a higher dosage. Yeah. Have a little plush doll by your front desk with an Oxy. I'm Oxy. Yeah. Literally making people feel this is okay when it's so highly addictive and so impossible to get off. And we're just allowing it up, and it goes straight from there to heroin.
And just the other thing I would just say, and this is so hard for like right wingers to keep both of these thoughts in their mind, because like legalizing drugs is like toxic to the right wing brain, but also it's a huge part of what's driving the migrant crisis. You know, is that these people are these gang members, the MS-13 and all of them, they're smuggling drugs up here because there's a demand for it, and it's illegal, and no one here is allowed to sell it. So you would also undercut the funding of the worst gangs that are coming up from the border. So like, the answer essentially would be like, you want to have strict immigration controls. You want to not have a de facto open border like we have right now. Legalize drugs, end the embargoes. We'd be in a much better situation.
It's if they go, listen, if I believe the way to help the opioid crisis is by doing this, and then the other candidate goes, well, I think you're wrong. I think the way to end it is this. But at least they'd be talking about that's clearly a problem. Well, guys, I'm legitimately more depressed than I was before doing this.
Oh, I'm sorry. If we had more time, I'd try to end on a message of optimism.
I meant to go like, what are the positives? Thank you very much, Dave Smith, for coming into your podcast today. 2024 State of the Union. Next year, we'll do this in May or June. We'll do it a little earlier because I'll be gone after that. And thank you, everybody. Please subscribe to Part of the Problem with Dave Smith, one of the only fucking news sources where you can get some fun facts while also getting real facts. I'm Ari Shaffir, and I'll hand it back over to Dave to wrap it up.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming out. I'm glad we got to do this again. I'm glad that even though Skeptic Tank is gone, the State of the Union lives on.
Tanked. Yeah,
I know a lot of people really love this show, so I think they'll be excited for it. So, thank you for coming to me to make it easier.
Yeah.
All right, you're the man. Thanks, everybody. Peace.